Chapter 1119. Lin Yuan and King Lingshan subscription requested. It's over. King Qijue was subdued, and similarly witnessed King Lingshan with a mere gesture confine all great venerables of the purple dream domain within his palm. Then slowly clenched his hand slightly. King Lingshan, an evolved core royal to the extreme, could square off for a few moves against a true heavenly venerate, his strength far surpassing peak great venerables. The 5 or 6 peak great venerables from the purple dream domain, along with over 20 veteran great venerables, and several new great venerables, were utterly incapable of withstanding the grip of King Lingshan. This is the terror of the core royals of the ancient countries. Once their growth reaches the extreme, they practically carve out a new realm between great venerables and heavenly venerates. Typically, in local wars between ancient countries, core royals who have grown to the extreme rarely appear. These powerhouses, being nearly at the same tier as heavenly venerates, only reveal themselves in extremely intense large-scale wars, or total warfare. The Spirit Might King's initiation of war, including asking his brother King Lingshan to intervene, was an anticipated event. But that King Lingshan had grown to the extreme caught King Qijue off guard. For core royals indeed have a unique advantage, yet reaching the extreme and fully excavating their bloodline power is a rare feat at least. King Qijue hadn't achieved it over countless eons. Damn it! From the battlefield's rear, Red Pine King shuddered as he saw all great venerables from his side lifted by a single hand of King Lingshan. At this moment, he realized his prior order for all great venerables to retreat through the space-time passage back to Qingfen City was a grave miscalculation. The core royals who've reached the extreme are indeed powerful, with the peak great venerables standing no chance before them. Yet, this extreme power of the core royals is merely formidable in presence, mundane in terms of suppression by rules. The purple dream domain's more than 20 great venerable forces, originally dispersed across various battlefield lines, would be difficult for King Lingshan to hunt down individually even if they retreated to Qingfen City. Not to mention that King Lingshan must also spare attention to suppress King Qijue. But Red Pine King had all great venerables gather through the space-time passage? That was akin to placing all great venerables in one spot, thus providing King Lingshan an opportunity to net them all. Just like trying to catch dozens of big fish scattered across a pond, demanding considerable effort, and possibly letting some slip away. Yet when all big fish are gathered in a region, a simple sweep with a net will suffice. Defeated. Red Pine King looked upward towards a higher space-time, although he couldn't see the exact scene. He knew all great venerables had fallen into King Lingshan's hands, their fate almost inevitable. Surely, these great venerables have means of preserving their lives. Even if they perish, they wouldn't be completely obliterated. But losing a primary battle form, these great venerables wouldn't be able to act for quite a long time. After all, regathering a peak state primary battle form isn't easy. Not to mention the loss of intimate weaponry, finding perfect substitutes in the short term would be difficult. See the novel F.I.R. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. And to sum it up, even if they could act, it would be too late. King Lingshan would surely rush to Qingfen City at the fastest speed and seize it by absolute strength. Once Qingfen City falls, the Qingfen domain essentially collapses, almost declaring the failure of the war. Who would have thought this war ended so swiftly? Red Pine King remained silent, primarily due to his misjudgment of King Lingshan's strength. Before this, King Lingshan had never publicly declared his growth to the extreme. Compared to Red Pine King, King Qijue's burden, the Spirit Might King, who also observed the battlefield situation, was instead consumed by ecstasy. Sorted. The Spirit Might King was assured within himself. Even if he already knew beforehand that his brother had reached the extreme of the core royals. Yet on a battlefield, countless variables could lead to unexpected turns. Perhaps King Qijue might have reached the extreme? Or King Qijue might possess a hidden trump weapon capable of resisting the extreme core royals. The variables and surprises are too numerous. But now, with King Lingshan capturing all enemy great venerables in one grasp, the battlefield's end was basically announced. Even as news from the battlefield reached the fierce Sun ancient country's capital, and powerhouses similar to King Lingshan rushed to the battlefield, it would be far too late. The distance between the fierce sun capital and Qingfen domain is unknown. Even a heavenly venerate couldn't arrive immediately, and even with Qingfen City's spacetime passage, a short time is needed, which is enough for King Lingshan to reach Qingfen City. In the higher spacetime, King Lingshan, originally assured of victory, looked at his half-clenched right hand with a subtle shift in expression. World in palm was one of his bloodline talents, forming a world within his palm that would begin to collapse as he closed his fingers. The ensuing destructive force from the world's collapse couldn't be withstood by even a peak great venerable. This method proved little against rivals of similar tier, yet to those weaker, it was an ultimate weapon. Yet now, King Lingshan's face was somber, clearly sensing a force preventing his fingers from closing. Accurately speaking, it wasn't hindering the closing of his fingers, but the collapse of the world within his grip. The originally Haiku's about to be completely annihilated world was supported by an invisible force, rendering King Lingshan's fingers unable to clasp shut. Who is it? King Lingshan furrowed his brows. From among the many great venerables suppressed within his world in palm, undoubtedly the strongest were those few peak great venerables. Great Venerate Hongya, Fire Axe Great Venerable, Lord Qingfen, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1120. Lin Yuan and King Lingshan, subscription requested. _2 But these great venerates, none of them could block the power of their own palm world. Could it be Hongya has broken through? King Lingshan gazed at his half-clenched right hand. At this moment, not only could he not completely clench his right hand, but even the control over the world within his palm became hazy, unable to determine what exactly was happening inside. Among all the great venerates in Qingfen domain, Hongya Great Venerate undoubtedly had the highest potential, pursuing two paths of chaotic evolution with great hope of stepping into Heavenly Venerate. In the world within his palm, Great Venerate Hongya, Fire Axe Great Venerate, and numerous other great venerates were astonished at the scene before them. The collapse of the 5 heavenly pillars just now, the collapse of the heavens and earth from 4 directions in time and space, had left all the great venerates in despair. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly emerged, raising his hand to block the imminent complete destruction of the world, even forcefully halting the falling 5 pillars, leaving them in a state of half-collapse. Galaxy Great Venerate? He actually possesses such power? I can sense that the destructive force of the surrounding world is enough to easily obliterate a peak Great Venerate, yet Galaxy Great Venerate blocked it? Galaxy Great Venerate didn't just block it, he isolated the collapsing world. The various great venerates found it unbelievable. Blocking the destructive force of a collapsing world and isolating the collapsing force are entirely different matters. For instance, in a rapidly flowing river, blocking the impact of the flow and isolating that section of water presents entirely different challenges. Galaxy Great Venerate Hongya watched Lin Yuan's single-handed effort to isolate the collapsing world, his heart understandably shaken. To what extent has my disciple grown? Lord Qingfen was not much calmer. Compared to other great venerates, he knew many of Lin Yuan's secrets, such as his core royal status. Yet even for a core royal member, to withstand the collapse of the surrounding world, at least reaching the level of King Qijue was necessary. And how long had Lin Yuan been a great venerate? Indeed, after Lin Yuan had defeated Thunder Spear Great Honored earlier, demonstrating nearly peak Great Venerate strength, Lord Qingfen deduced Lin Yuan had stepped into Great Venerate. However, even for a core royal, stepping into Great Venerate required time to grow. But Lin Yuan? Everyone, when I break open this world later, you'd better get as far away as possible. Lin Yuan glanced at the other great venerates around him. In fact, even if King Lingshan didn't make a move against him, Lin Yuan didn't plan to stand by idly and watch the downfall of Qingfen domain. After all, Lord Qingfen had treated him well. Previously, Lin Yuan needed to comprehend the war machine and perfect the fusion of the universe within him, devouring the fierce sun source. Despite not reaching peak strength yet, even taking action couldn't affect the battle's outcome. It might even lead to him being targeted, affecting his cultivation and enlightenment. Thus, He kept a low profile as much as possible. But now, with the universe within and the fierce sun source completely fused, Lin Yuan's strength had significantly advanced. Even when facing heavenly venerate, he could retreat unscathed, and in this Feng Yuan world, as long as he didn't act recklessly and provoke the founders of ancient countries, he could live without fear. Get far away? The great venerates exchanged glances, and immediately nodded. Galaxy Great Venerate, rest assured, once you break this world, we will definitely run far away. Indeed, even if we can't help you, Galaxy, we certainly won't hold you back. If any of us haven't escaped far by then, Galaxy Great Venerate, don't worry about us. If we're affected, so be it. The Great Venerates, with sharp insight, assessed Lin Yuan's ability to easily block the collapse of the surrounding world, and judged his strength far exceeded expectations. Even if not as powerful as King Lingshan, he was on par with someone like King Qijue. They were clearly not suited to participate in such battles among beings of this level. Lin Yuan nodded. With his strength, breaking open the surrounding world was naturally simple. But he feared the other great venerates wouldn't react fast enough, so he spoke up in advance. Open! Lin Yuan looked up at the 5 nearly fallen pillars, a terrifying aura centering on him spreading in all directions. In a higher dimension, King Qijue, who was being suppressed, looked at King Lingshan and sensed something amiss. Because at this moment, King Lingshan's right hand wasn't fully clenched, his expression was fluctuating. An unforeseen variable has appeared. Before King Qijue could continue pondering, he saw King Lingshan, standing there motionless, his half-clenched right hand's 5 fingers involuntarily spreading open. Swish, swish, swish. Time and space shattered widely. Dozens of figures fled together, without hesitation, traversing the void in all directions. At the same time, Lin Yuan's figure stopped not far away. Is that you? King Lingshan stared at Lin Yuan. At the moment when the world within his palm was broken, he saw the source that prevented him from tightly gripping his right hand. The great lord of the galaxy who once did him a favor. Galaxy. King Qijue was somewhat shocked too. He did not know what had happened within the world in King Lingshan's palm. But ultimately all the great venerables escaped, and immediately distanced themselves from the battlefield. Only Lin Yuan didn't leave. Clearly all this was related to the great lord of the galaxy, King Lingshan. Lin Yuan looked at King Lingshan and said with a smile, The galaxy. At the rear of the battlefield, King Red Pine also had a look of surprise. The escaped great venerables immediately informed him of everything that had happened in the world within King Lingshan's palm. Good. King Red Pine experienced initial confusion. Then a look of delight appeared on his face. The great lord of the galaxy suddenly displayed strength no weaker than King Qijue, directly reversing the tide of war. Under these circumstances, the great venerables survived, and as long as they could safely retreat to Qingfen City, relying on the city's protective formation, they had hopes of turning the situation around before the capital's reinforcements arrived. For King Red Pine, who was already prepared for the failure of the war, this was an unexpected joy. Rumble. Lin Yuan forcibly broke King Lingshan's world within his palm, causing a flaw to appear in the aura of this core royal who had grown to the peak. King Qijue, who was being suppressed by King Lingshan, seized the opportunity to struggle with full force and finally broke free from the restraint. Sir the Nelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Great Lord of the Galaxy, it's thanks to you this time. King Qijue appeared not far away, and said to Lin Yuan with a slight gratitude. By now he too understood what had transpired, knowing it was all because of Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan's eruption, all the great venerables might have perished, and King Lingshan might have already reached Qingfen City. No matter. Lin Yuan said casually. The distant King Lingshan, despite standing still, managed to exert slight pressure on him, which piqued Lin Yuan's interest a bit. I would ask the great lord of the galaxy to join me in holding King Lingshan back. King Qijue quickly conveyed his thoughts, having recognized Lin Yuan, considering this great lord of the galaxy as a power of the same level as himself. Facing the core royal King Lingshan who had grown to his limits, King Qijue did not have confidence to resist him alone. But if he could join forces with another power of the same level? Even if they couldn't win, they could secure a chance to retreat in one piece. No need to join forces. Looking at King Lingshan, whose aura became increasingly terrifying, Lin Yuan suddenly stepped forward. I'll handle it myself. You'll handle it yourself? King Qijue looked at Lin Yuan, somewhat unable to comprehend. Handle it yourself? Before King Qijue could continue speaking, Lin Yuan had already made his move. A supremely intense force field instantly swept across a range of millions of miles, forming the fierce sun world naturally as a result of the operation of the divine body of fierce Sunday below. Zimeng and the nearby great venerables clearly felt the changes in the surrounding world. They could not perceive the scene in the higher spaces, nor would the Spirit Might King specifically inform them, so they could only keep guessing in their minds. Fierce sun burning heaven. It was Lin Yuan's first time to fully operate the divine body of fierce Sunday. With the terrifying foundation of the inner universe supporting him, even with ordinary physique, he could unleash remarkable power, let alone with a killing physique like the divine body of fierce sun. Crash. The limitless fierce sun world operated, pressing down on King Lingshan. What? Whether it was King Qijue standing ready beside Lin Yuan, or King Redpine watching from the rear of the battlefield, and even King Lingshan himself, felt a bit overwhelmed. Rumble. King Lingshan retreated 4 steps before finally stopping, having dissipated the suppression from the fierce sun world. I was actually injured? King Lingshan took a deep breath, looking at Lin Yuan as if facing a formidable enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:21 This Power? King Qijue's pupils contracted in the distance. He was still wondering why Lin Yuan didn't join forces with him to fight against King Lingshan, when he witnessed this earth-shaking strike. The power of a galactic great lord, comparable to a core royal family grown to the limit? Or is the galactic great lord himself a core royal family grown to the limit? King Qijue was filled with uncertainty. Lin Yuan's strike already proved his strength. Even if King Qijue exerted his full power, he couldn't produce such a strike. Theoretically, a normal great lord might match the potential of a core royal family grown to the limit without relying on the bloodline power of the founder. But that's just theoretical. Such a great lord is even rarer than a heavenly venerate. A core royal family grown to the limit can reach that level with the bloodline power of the founder, so how can a normal great lord reach that level? Therefore, King Qijue was more inclined to believe Lin Yuan was a core royal family grown to the limit. Moreover, what Lin Yuan just exhibited was clearly the fierce sun world inherent in the fierce sun divine body. SE of the novel _fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A core royal family traveling outside my fierce sun ancient country? King Qijue pondered silently. Fierce sun ancient country has existed for countless ages, and some core royal families who have grown to the limit often venture out to break the shackles that prevent them from stepping into heavenly venerate. They often choose to travel outside, walking through various ancient countries. The resources and inheritance of the fierce sun ancient country cannot offer the hope for further advancement, so they borrow the power inheritance of other ancient countries. Of course, such core royal families are extremely rare, as the number of core royal families is scarce, and even rarer are those who plan to travel various ancient countries after reaching the limit. Galaxy. King Lingshan gazed at Lin Yuan, his mind filled with turbulent thoughts. He too made the same conjecture as King Qijue, thinking Lin Yuan is a core royal family from fierce sun ancient country traveling outside. It happened that he passed by Qingfen domain, happened to encounter Spirit Might King starting a war, happened to arrive when King Lingshan revealed all his strength, happened. Many coincidences led to the current scene. My luck. King Lingshan felt somewhat helpless. If any of these coincidences hadn't aligned, this event wouldn't have occurred. His luck was indeed not good. This is troublesome. King Lingshan looked at Lin Yuan. If the opponent was an extreme core royal family of the same caliber as him, then the plan to invade Qingfen domain was essentially a failure. Not only was it a failure, but Purple Dream Domain also had to prevent an invasion from Qingfen Domain. After all, beside Lin Yuan, there was King Qijue on their side. King Qijue might not have grown to the limit, but he is not someone a peak Great Lord can match. Currently, there is no one strong enough in Purple Dream Domain to hold back King Qijue. Is Galaxy really a core royal family from my ancient country? An extreme core royal family? In the distance, a group of great lords from Qingfen Domain were looking at each other. They could sense the power of Lin Yuan's strike. Having reached the level of Great Lord, their vision was sharp, and they immediately made similar conjectures. After all, only this hypothesis barely made logical sense to explain what was happening before them. Qingfen, I didn't expect you to have such fortune. A peak Great Lord glanced at Lord Qingfen. As for the master-disciple relationship between Lord Qingfen and Lin Yuan, it was nothing more than this extreme core royal family traveling the world, hiding his identity. He might even have certain agreements with Lord Qingfen, and is temporarily staying hidden in Qingfen City. Lord Qingfen blinked his eyes, inevitably self-doubting. I have grown to the limit, but have never faced other extreme core royal families from ancient countries. King Lingshan stared at Lin Yuan, a faint battle intent flickering in his eyes. At this moment, he had forsaken the outcome of the war and only wished to have a proper fight with Lin Yuan, the extreme core royal family from Fierce Sun ancient country. Originally, King Lingshan was reluctant to intervene in wars of low intensity. If not for Spirit Might King's involvement, he wouldn't have come. Now that he has encountered a peer-level opponent, in the face of an impending war defeat, King Lingshan longed to engage Lin Yuan in battle. The previous battle with King Qijue didn't even count as warm-up. It couldn't be compared with Lin Yuan's suppressive strike using the Fierce Sun Divine Body just now. Galaxy, take my slash. King Lingshan extended his right hand. A silver-long knife appeared in his hand, gently slicing toward Lin Yuan. A subtle, thin blade light flashed and vanished, slicing through the chaotic time and space, and came towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood unmoving, the Fierce Sun Divine Body operating autonomously. The closer it got to him, the more intense the heat became, forming layers of time and space. Hiss. Hiss. The collision between the blade light and the heat spread shockwaves far and wide, sweeping across billions of miles. This strike from King Lingshan was already at full force. Its power was so great that even the shockwaves caused King Qijue, watching the battle nearby, to retreat violently. So this is the clash between extreme core royal families. King Qijue's expression was serious. He too had sparred with extreme core royal families from Fierce Sun ancient country, but those were intramural duels and the opponent would naturally not use full power. Buzz buzz buzz. The shockwaves continued to spread further, causing the great lords watching from afar to tremble in their hearts. Is this the strength of extreme core royal families? No wonder they can exchange a few moves with a heavenly venerate. The great lords couldn't help but think. Among heavenly venerates, extreme core royal families are the strongest, which is basic knowledge among various ancient countries. So it was blocked? King Lingshan, holding the silver-long knife, looked at Lin Yuan who remained unmoved, and sliced again. This knife emitted blade light that split into 2, then 4, then 8. In no time, the entire world around King Lingshan was filled with densely packed silver blade light. Rise! Endless silver blade light formed a great array, enveloping Lin Yuan. Try something else, these tricks can't really harm me. Seeing this, Lin Yuan gently flicked his sleeve. The Fierce Sun Divine Body operated once more. The terrifying world of the Fierce Sun contracted, causing the infinite silver blade light array to quickly disintegrate. Humph! King Lingshan withdrew his silver-long blade. A swirling vortex faintly appeared in his eyes, and a soul-shaking mental impact descended. A mental attack technique? Lin Yuan immediately detected it, but his mental will was entirely hidden deep within his inner universe. Currently, Lin Yuan's inner universe was unparalleled in its vastness, the source of the Fierce Sun stationed at the center, with the universe and space-time transformed by the infinite void surging grandly. The mental will attack technique that King Lingshan exerted with all his strength was diluted and dissipated the moment it entered the inner universe. This guy. King Lingshan frowned, unsure if his mental awareness attack had any effect, let alone shake Lin Yuan's will. Since that's the case, King Lingshan didn't want to continue probing Lin Yuan. Whether it was the previous 2 blade strikes or the mental attack technique, They were just to test Lin Yuan's capabilities. After all, King Lingshan was facing an extreme core royal clan member of the same level. Naturally, he had to be cautious. Next is my strongest killing move. Even before the words left his mouth, King Lingshan's figure dissipated on the spot, replaced by endless spirits. What is spirit? The spirit is a special kind of energy, existing in all things. The ancestor of the Deling ancient country is the source of the world's spirit. The ancestor of the fierce sun ancient country is the eternal fierce sun in the sky, high above, worshipped by all living beings. But the ancestor of the Deling ancient country is the spirit of all things in the world, the source of all spirits, existing among everything. Ha ha ha, I can feel the extreme abundance of spirit within you, merge with me. The voice of King Lingshan faintly sounded. At this moment he had transformed into the spirit of the world, even vaguely able to control the spirit within all things. Lin Yuan's brow slightly furrowed. He could sense King Lingshan nearby, but couldn't pinpoint his exact location. At the same time, Lin Yuan also noticed the qi within his body beginning to agitate. Is this the technique of controlling the spirit of all things from the Deling ancient country? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Deling ancient country frequently clashed with the fierce sun ancient country, and Lin Yuan naturally had heard of their techniques and abilities. However, with Lin Yuan's mastery over his physical body, breaking free could be described as perfect. The great lord of the Deling ancient country couldn't control the spirit within him. But the technique King Lingshan displayed broke the shackles, and could influence the spirit within Lin Yuan once more. Of course, it was only an influence, far from control. Even so, Lin Yuan felt his internal qi somewhat chaotic, and a frustration began to build in his heart. Forget it, I won't play with you anymore. Lin Yuan wanted to witness the techniques of the core royal family of the Deling ancient country, but now he lost interest. Rumble. Lin Yuan slightly moved his mind, and the physical body divine ability, world unfolded. The invisible world descended and merged with the fierce sun world. For a moment, Lin Yuan's control over the surrounding spacetime reached an inconceivable level. The power of the divine ability, world, is determined by the inner universe. And the current inner universe of Lin Yuan? Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Yuan stood there, seemingly transformed into an eternal fierce sun. Wherever the sunlight touched became his domain. Points of spiritual light seemed forced to emerge, converging again to recreate the image of King Lingshan. King Lingshan looked somewhat bewildered. This move of transforming into spirit was not about having a high offensive power, but it was extremely troublesome, even requiring some effort from a heavenly venerate to deal with. But Lin Yuan? He directly forced him out of the spirit state? How is this possible? The methods of the core royal clan of Deling are only SOSO. Looking at King Lingshan, Lin Yuan's physical body divine ability, world formed a terrible suppression, leaving King Lingshan unable to resist at all. His physical body, soul, and will began to crumble piece by piece. This kind of power? Impossible. King Lingshan found it hard to believe. He struggled with all his might, yet to no avail. He could only watch himself disintegrate piece by piece. I have grown to the extreme, an invincible great lord. How is this possible? How is this possible? King Lingshan stared at Lin Yuan, filled with confusion. In this source world, among the many ancient countries, those core royal clansmen who have grown to the extreme are considered invincible great lords. Invincible great lord? Lin Yuan withdrew the divine ability world, his gaze indifferent. You are an invincible great lord. Then what am I? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1122. Visitors from the capital, request subscription. Lin Yuan stood in the void, quietly watching the form and spirit of King Lingshan disintegrate. Then he casually collected the various weapons and treasures left by this Deling royal family member. The royal families of the Deling ancient country, their methods are strange and difficult, especially that ability to transform into spirit. Even a heavenly venerate would probably have a headache dealing with it. Lin Yuan sighed slightly in his heart. Transforming into spirit is to integrate into spirit and become spirit. and spirit exists among all things. King Lingshan's move, as long as it doesn't face a heavenly venerate, is practically invincible. But unfortunately, I just happened to completely counter it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. King Lingshan transformed into spirit, blending into everything. But Lin Yuan's physical body divine ability world forms an extrinsic universe centered on himself. Within the scope of the extrinsic universe, he can control everything. Actually, merely relying on the control power of the extrinsic universe. Even if he can suppress King Lingshan who has become spirit, has merged into spirit, it is still difficult to force him out. The duration of the extrinsic universe is limited. But after Lin Yuan's internal universe merged and devoured the source of the fierce sun, the scope of the extrinsic universe covering the area is equivalent to the fierce sun opening the heavens. Within this range, Lin Yuan's control over everything in the surrounding time and space reaches nearly its peak, which is why he could easily force King Lingshan out of the state of merging into spirit. By combining the internal universe as the foundation, the divine ability world, and the divine ability fierce sun opening the heavens, Lin Yuan's methods become terrifyingly vast. This is just the enhancement of the divine ability world. The improvement of his own foundation after the internal universe merges and devours the source of the fierce sun is also immeasurable. Moreover, with the concealment of the internal universe, unless Lin Yuan goes all out, or activates the divine ability world, fierce sun opening the heavens, with great connection to the ancestor of fierce sun, won't be easily exposed. Search * the novel F. Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After collecting the various weapons and treasures left by King Lingshan, Lin Yuan glanced at them. Among the numerous weapons, the silver long knife was the most striking, and it was also King Lingshan's primary combat weapon. Heavenly Venerate level weapon? Lin Yuan instantly recognized the level of this weapon. A heavenly venerate of this realm, comparable to the great saint in the chaos void. Not bad. Lin Yuan was slightly satisfied. Although he didn't wield blades, a heavenly venerate level weapon could be easily exchanged for other resources of the same level. This silver long knife, considered King Lingshan's main combat weapon, is superior even among heavenly venerate level weapons. Besides the silver long knife, there was also a heavenly venerate level armor and several other weapons. In terms of treasures and rare items, what King Lingshan carried with him was remarkably plentiful. The core royal families of this Feng Yuan world, they are truly rich. Lin Yuan's heart was joyful, and he could also infer that these weapons, treasures, and rare items probably made up most of King Lingshan's assets. Under normal circumstances, participating in the wars of two ancient countries, even if only in local skirmishes, those great lords who participate generally wouldn't carry precious weapons and treasures with them. After all, the variables of war are too great, and if one were to fall, those would all end up in the hands of the enemy. But King Lingshan? As a core royal family member grown to the limit, King Lingshan never imagined he would die. In all the possible scenarios King Lingshan envisioned, the worst outcome was that there would also be a core royal family sitting in Qingfen domain, and they would fight desperately with him, leading to a stalemate in the battle. In any possible result, King Lingshan never expected anything to happen to himself. This is also very normal. A core royal family who has grown to the limit is invincible among great lords, unless encountering a heavenly venerate. Otherwise, it is very challenging to fall to death, and a heavenly venerate? On the battlefield, once a heavenly venerate level strongman appears, it indicates that the intensity of the war has fully escalated. And a high and mighty heavenly venerate wouldn't go so far as to kill him, a core royal family member at the limit. After roughly scanning through the spoils of war, Lin Yuan looked down at the battlefield below. At this moment on the battlefield, 20 or 30 great lords of the Deling ancient country, whether newly promoted or peak great lords, all began to flee madly. It was evident they also knew the result of the fight between Lin Yuan and King Lingshan. Trying to escape? Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered. To deal with these ordinary great lords, Lin Yuan naturally didn't need to activate the divine ability world again. The power of the fierce sun world swept over, and like fish in water, all 20 or 30 great lords were captured and suppressed. Galaxy. The hearts of the 20 or 30 great lords were filled with anxiety and fear. "Rest assured I won't kill you," Lin Yuan stated directly. The most cost-effective way to deal with these war captives is not to kill them, but to wait for the war to end, and then let the Deling ancient country ransom them back. Lin Yuan had no hatred towards these great lords' war captives. They were simply on opposing sides, so there naturally wouldn't be any venting of anger. And even if killed, the other side would not completely die, as life-saving measures could still revive them, albeit at the loss of a primary combat body. The meaning isn't very significant. Exchanging these captives for the Deling ancient country's ransom is what serves Lin Yuan's interests most. Great lords fought for the Deling ancient country, and now being captured, would the Deling ancient country really stand by idly? Spirit Might King? Lin Yuan's expression moved slightly, looking toward a distant place. There a presence was rapidly retreating. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. Moments later, when he reappeared, he was already near the Spirit Might King. Compared to these ancient royal families who comprehend and exploit bloodline power, Lin Yuan's mastery of the rules is equally adept, particularly the spatio-temporal fusion rule, which he achieved in the 8th realm long ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1123. Visitors from the capital, subscription requested. _2 Previously, by continually comprehending the chaos secret patterns, I enhanced my perception of the chaos rule, which also drove my understanding of thousands of other rules like the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Therefore, in the pursuit and assassination aspect, unless those royal family members who are skilled at these techniques, no one can escape Lin Yuan. Galaxy, you want to capture me? The Spirit Might King sensed Lin Yuan's aura approaching, so he simply stopped running and stood silently on the spot. Impossible. The Spirit Might King shook his head, and immediately his physical body and soul began to perish. Other great lords can be captured, and then have the Deling ancient country ransom them back. But he, the Spirit Might King, cannot do such a thing. This is not about ransom, but as Deling royalty, becoming a prisoner of war to the fierce Sun ancient country? This would be a disgrace to the Deling ancient country. Therefore, upon realizing he couldn't escape, the Spirit Might King decisively chose to obliterate this physical body. Compared to losing all face as a prisoner of war, the Spirit Might King would rather abandon this physical body. Lin Yuan saw this, feeling slightly regretful, but he had expected it. The reason he didn't spare the King Lingshan but directly killed him was because he felt the opponent was impossible to suppress. Upon realizing he wasn't Lin Yuan's opponent, the King Lingshan would surely choose to end himself as well. This is also the only thing the ancient country's royalty can do. Quite a few treasures. Lin Yuan continued to collect the Spirit Might King's remaining treasures, though not as rich as King Lingshan, but quite affluent among the great lords. This time taking action. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face, considering the wealth carried by the royal families such as King Lingshan and Spirit Might King, and the treasures and rare items of dozens of great lords. For those dozens of great lords, while Lin Yuan had the idea of exchanging them for ransom, he definitely would take the many treasures and weapons they carried before bargaining. After tallying them briefly, Lin Yuan found he was already enormously profited. Furthermore, besides those trophies acquired from the enemy's hands, Lin Yuan could also use the meritorious service obtained on the battlefield to exchange treasures from the Red Pine King. And with Lin Yuan's recent performance, nearly overturning the battle situation single-handedly, how significant would the meritorious service be? The Ling ancient country. In a certain mansion within the capital, deep within layers of formation prohibitions, a piece of white crystal stone suddenly emitted a faint glow, and then a figure coalesced. It was the King Lingshan. The resurrected King Lingshan using life-saving means appeared extremely weak. However, compared to physical and soul weakness, the King Lingshan was also greatly troubled mentally. Did I really die? Noble, dying at the hands of a life under a heavenly venerate? The King Lingshan murmured, feeling sure Lin Yuan was definitely not a heavenly venerate, at most like him. a core royalty of the fierce Sun ancient country at their limit. The core royalty reaching their limit, their combat power being virtually invincible among the great lords, even facing fellow core royalty at the same level, unable to achieve victory, but also hard to perish, let alone being directly slain. Was it because my bloodline talent was restrained by that galaxy? The King Lingshan began to retrospect, flashes of combat scenes crossing his mind. He employed the strongest killing move, merging into the spirit of all things, but in the end, that galaxy used some method unknown to him, reached the ultimate control over the surrounding world and space, even reverse controlling the spirit of all things. This was also the key to King Lingshan's downfall. After merging into spirit, he was nearly in an undefeated position, but similarly lost many other techniques. Added to breaking out of the merged spirit state and being mentally shocked, that's how he was so easily killed by Galaxy. If I hadn't utilized transforming into spirit this killing move, maybe I could have held on a bit longer. The King Lingshan mused silently. Search * The Oval Fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yes. Just held on a bit longer. Although the King Lingshan realized he was restrained by Galaxy, that ultimate control power seeming almost above everything. Even if he hadn't transformed into spirit, the outcome wouldn't be different. At most he could hold on a bit longer. By withdrawal time for those great lords of the Deling ancient country? Galaxy. Could it be that the core royalty of the fierce Sun ancient country made progress in breaking through the shackles of the celestial race? That's why Galaxy possessed such combat power? The King Lingshan calmed his mind, speculating inwardly. Lin Yuan's power clearly exceeded normal limits, surpassing core royalty by a large margin, yet not crossing into the celestial race. That's why the King Lingshan harbored this suspicion. This could also be a good thing. It indicates that once we core royalty reach the limit, it's not a roadblock ahead, there's still potential for further improvement. The King Lingshan had a burning look in his eyes, compared to his own defeat. Discovering that the path ahead could still be taken would be of greater help to him. Swish. Lin Yuan put away the spoils from the Spirit Might King, his figure vanished, returning once more to the battlefield. Senior Galaxy. At this moment, King Qijue stepped forward excitedly, expressing his gratitude. I never expected you to pass by here and lend a helping hand. If not for you this time, dozens of surrounding domains would likely have fallen. It's nothing. Lin Yuan looked at King Qijue, immediately understanding his meaning. King Qijue must have taken him for a core member of the fierce Sun ancient country, who had grown to the limit. After all, Lin Yuan's power was evident, further enhanced by the methods involving the fierce Sun divine body. If Lin Yuan wasn't an ultimate core royal, even King Qijue wouldn't believe it. Lin Yuan did not deny it, as this could indeed explain his current level of strength. Senior Galaxy. At this moment, the Red Pine King also came over, his tone apologetic, saying, Earlier I didn't know your identity, so I spoke in that manner. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Yuan had defeated the Thunder Spear Great Honored, and the Red Pine King had personally summoned Lin Yuan. The two had exchanged a few words. In fact, the Red Pine King's attitude back then was quite cordial, without displaying any kingly demeanor, but once considering Lin Yuan's identity, the Red Pine King felt somewhat uneasy. No need to say such things. Lin Yuan didn't care much. What should we do next? Invade the Purple Dream Domain? Lin Yuan glanced at the two royal great lords and said casually. Now all the great lords from the Purple Dream Domain, and dozens of surrounding domains had been suppressed by Lin Yuan, rendering the enemy's dozens of domains as mere empty shells. As long as the Red Pine King was willing to attack, there would definitely be little resistance faced. Invade the Purple Dream Domain? The Red Pine King hesitated slightly, then shook his head and said, Let's forget it. With the fall of the King Lingshan, the Deling ancient country will certainly take action. Attacking the Purple Dream Domain now. Even if we can capture it, it will be hard to defend, there's no need for this. The Red Pine King had little ambition. He sought no merits but avoided mistakes. Merely preserving the Qingfen domain was sufficient. Fair enough. Lin Yuan nodded. The Red Pine King's considerations were not unreasonable. In the distance, More than 20 great lords looked at each other. The scene of Lin Yuan battling the King Lingshan earlier had truly left them in shock. Originally thought to be a fierce fight, in the end, the King Lingshan did not last long. Senior Galaxy's power. The Fire Axe Great Venerable looked shocked, and the Great Venerate Hongya was no better off. Especially the Great Venerate Hongya, who prior had quite a good relationship with Lin Yuan, never even considered this newly advanced Great Lord to be a core royal grown to the limit. Especially given Lin Yuan's displayed strength, it clearly wasn't just about having grown to the limit as a core royal. Qingfen City, the area of the teleportation formation. Currently, the largest teleportation formation suddenly lit up, and after dozens of breaths, several figures emerged. These figures led by an old man with a red beard, followed by 3 or 4 young men and women. The King Lingshan of the Deling ancient country has indeed grown to the limit. Amazing. A young man spoke, glancing around and slightly relaxing. It seems we arrived in time. Currently, there was no major issue at Qingfen City, and the teleportation formation was operating smoothly, indicating that the King Lingshan hadn't yet acted against Qingfen City. Thus, it wasn't in vain for them to come. These figures were the support sent by the capital of the Fierce Sun ancient country upon learning that the King Lingshan's power exceeded expectations. The 3 or 4 young men were all royal subjects at the Great Lord level, and the leading old man with the red beard was a core royal who had grown to the limit. In the entire Fierce Sun ancient country, core royals were scarce, and those who had grown to the limit even scarcer. The red-bearded old man had arrived so quickly, indicating he highly valued the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain. The red-bearded old man's gaze was slightly different as he looked towards the battlefield. What's wrong? 3 or 4 young men watched the red-bearded old man stand still, showing no intention of rushing to the battlefield, feeling anxious. Although they didn't know what King Qijue and the Red Pine King relied upon to hold off a core royal grown to the limit like the King Lingshan for so long. But clearly the sooner they get over there the better. Don't worry. The red-bearded old man glanced at the young men, and with some confusion said, "The war is already over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11:24 The War is Over? A few young men and women looked at the red-bearded old man. They had just arrived, and the war was over? And how did the war end? Which side won? King Lingshan is dead, killed by a strong warrior called Galaxy. The red-bearded old man patiently explained. Just now, King Qisong had already informed him of the latest intelligence from the battlefield. And even without King Qisong, he would soon learn of such matters. King Lingshan is dead. The young men took a deep breath. Now Qingfen City was safe and sound. Yet the red-bearded old man said the war was over. They vaguely speculated that perhaps an unforeseen turn of events on the battlefield led to King Lingshan's defeat. But the red-bearded old man said, "King Lingshan is dead? Dead and defeated are completely different matters." According to the information they received, King Lingshan was a core royal clan member who had grown to his limits. Such a powerful warrior, who could kill him? A heavenly venerate? The entire Fierce Sun ancient country only had a few heavenly venerates, each with a renowned name, and none called Galaxy. Did Qisong say that Galaxy is from our Fierce Sun ancient country's core royal clan? The red-bearded old man pondered in his mind. Now that the war was over, and it ended with the Fierce Sun ancient country's victory, he was not in any rush. Which clansman could it be? The red-bearded old man was curious. Indeed, the Fierce Sun ancient country had some ancient core royal clan members who traveled abroad, attempting to find ways to break the chains of their bloodline. Come, let's pay a visit. The red-bearded old man glanced at the young men beside him, got up, and flew toward the battlefield. Since he was here, he also wanted to meet the core royal clan member King Qisong mentioned. After all, this Galaxy who decisively killed King Lingshan, his strength must far exceed a core royal clan member's limits. On the battlefield, Lin Yuan was casually chatting with King Qisong and King Qijue. If it weren't for Senior Galaxy's intervention, the Qingfen domain and several dozen surrounding domains would surely be lost, King Qisong said with emotion. Senior Galaxy's kindness to me is truly immense. Although the war failed, it was partly because King Lingshan's strength exceeded expectations. But a loss is a loss. Having lost dozens of large domains of territory, King Qisong would certainly have to go to the capital for punishment. It's not a matter of kindness, Lin Yuan shook his head. Even without King Qisong, he wouldn't have stood by and watched Qingfen domain fall. To you, Senior Galaxy, it may not be much, but to me, it's an enormous kindness. King Qisong spoke solemnly. But I'm not sure how I should thank you, Senior. Treasures and rare items. Senior Galaxy surely wouldn't care for them, and what Senior Galaxy desires, I can't provide. King Qisong himself is just an ordinary royalty, his strength slightly stronger than the peak of a great lord, but far off from extreme core royalty. With such a disparity in power, what looks like a treasure to King Qisong, to Lin Yuan, naturally isn't worth considering. So I've decided to forego all merits from this war and transfer them all to Senior Galaxy, allowing you to choose from the national treasury in the capital. King Qisong proposed. This war to resist the Deling ancient country's invasion, King Qisong as the highest commander, would be punished for losing. But if they won, he would surely receive massive rewards. Unlike powerful figures like Lord Qingfen and Great Venerate Hongya, they would receive rewards given by King Qisong himself. While the rewards King Qisong received came directly from the Fierce Sun capital. The Fierce Sun capital is the core of the Fierce Sun ancient country, where countless treasures of this source world converge, highly coveted even by heavenly Venerate level powerhouses. If you give me your merits, what will you do? Lin Yuan looked at King Qisong. Without Senior Galaxy, I wouldn't even have merits to speak of and would already be on my way to receive punishment. King Qisong said, I am already very satisfied with the current outcome. Besides this war's merits, I really don't know what else could repay Senior Galaxy, please accept it. Without you, Qisong would have faced punishment, and I would have suffered great losses too. King Qijue chimed in. At the very least, his primary battle body would definitely have been destroyed by King Lingshan. His personal weapons would not be preserved, plus the time and effort needed to cultivate a new primary battle body. Thinking about it, King Qijue felt fortunate. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's intervention, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yuan looked at King Qisong's resolute expression, pondered for a while, and nodded saying, in that case, I will accept it. I am glad Senior accepted. King Qisong's face broke into a smile. By the way, King Qisong seemed to recall something and immediately said, Senior, King Qibao wishes to meet you. King Qibao. Lin Yuan looked at King Qisong. As soon as King Lingshan revealed their extreme core royal strength, I immediately requested reinforcement from the capital. King Qisong explained. King Qibao is the strong warrior sent from the capital, specifically to counter King Lingshan. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. Specifically counter King Lingshan? Either an equal extreme core royal or a heavenly venerate. Lin Yuan speculated the latter was impossible. Dispatching heavenly venerate level force lightly in such a local war could very well drive the situation toward an unpredictable development. So he is probably an ultimate core royal family member as well. King Qibao is here. Red Pine King looked toward Qingfen City, where at this moment a red-bearded elder's figure appeared, and then he flew over in this direction. After approaching a certain distance, the red-bearded elder no longer continued to teleport through space, but flew directly over. An ultimate core royal family member? Lin Yuan looked at the red-bearded elder from afar, faintly sensing a terrifying aura emanating from him. It was a terrifying aura not weaker than King Lingshan's. Soon enough, the red-bearded elder approached. This must be the Galaxy Brother. The red-bearded elder, known as King Qibao, looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Let's go, we'll talk more slowly when we get back. Red Pine King, standing by, said, I have already ordered someone to prepare a special top-grade meal for us, so we can chat while we eat. Red Pine King had already arranged everything and immediately took Lin Yuan and others to his temporary small city cave residence. Yu family. Several old ancestors along with Yu Qiaolong also received detailed intelligence reports about the war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain. The war between the two major domains determined the future destiny of their families, so the Yu family was naturally extremely concerned. What? Yu Qiaolong looked at the intelligence report in front of him, somewhat unable to react. In the war between the two domains, Galaxy Great Venerate suddenly took action. With an absolutely overwhelming stance, swept across the entire battlefield. And even the core royal family member King Lingshan died at the hands of Galaxy Great Venerate. This kind of news, which could be described as shocking, would definitely spread throughout the entire Qingfen domain at the fastest speed. After all, the fact that a core royal family member of the Ling ancient country had died on the battlefield was sure to boost morale. However, Yu Qiaolong and several old ancestors were left with a head full of confusion. Galaxy Great Venerate? How come this Galaxy Great Venerate sounds so familiar? Galaxy Great Venerate? I remember that Yan's Great Venerate title was Galaxy. In fact, upon seeing the words Galaxy Great Venerate, they had already associated it with Lin Yuan. Especially several of Yu family's old ancestors, as 12-layer Self-Dao realm practitioners, their minds worked at lightning speed. How could an incident familiar to them appear? It wasn't familiarity but disbelief. Because the deeds of that Galaxy Great Venerate in the intelligence report were simply unbelievable. King Lingshan had grown to become an ultimate core royal family member, claimed to be invincible among the great lords. Yet he perished at the hands of Galaxy Great Venerate? Sar the novel F.I.R. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This Galaxy Great Venerate, is it really Yu Yan whom they knew? Could there be some misunderstanding? Yu Qiaolong couldn't help but say. The content of the intelligence report was truly incredible, leading him to start doubting its truth. Not a misunderstanding. A great venerate has personally contacted me. An ancestor of the Yu family spoke with a trembling voice. Even though the Yu family had produced Yu Yan, a new great venerate, other great lords wouldn't contact the Yu family without reason. How significant is the status of a great venerate? How many are there in a major domain? This. Yu Qiaolong was in disbelief. It's still necessary to personally confirm this. Another Yu family ancestor looked at Yu Qiaolong. Qiaolong, later you will need to go to Qingfen City personally to see what the situation really is. Yes. Yu Qiaolong steadied his mind. He also wanted to know if the Galaxy Great Venerate in the intelligence report, seemingly like a god, was really his son. Inside the temporary small city cave of Red Pine King, in a luxurious pavilion, Lin Yuan and King Qibao sat facing each other. As for Red Pine King, King Qijue? After chatting for a while and seeing that King Qibao and Lin Yuan had something to discuss, the two kings sensibly withdrew. Galaxy brother, you shouldn't be a core royal family member on a journey, right? King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan, testingly asked. Red Pine King and King Qijue hadn't reached the level of realization. King Qijue, although a core royal family member, hadn't grown to the ultimate level and hadn't accessed much information. So they believed Lin Yuan to be some ultimate core royal family member traveling by chance through Qingfen domain. But King Qibao, as an ultimate core royal family member, King Qibao knew most of the ultimate core royal family members of the ancient country, and found none resembling Lin Yuan. Yes. Lin Yuan admitted frankly, I've been cultivating in the past, condensing seeds of the fierce sun one by one, and hence have acquired my current strength. Lord Qingfen believed Lin Yuan's bloodline experienced regression to an ancestral level, reaching the core royal family tier. Lin Yuan now followed Lord Qingfen's conjecture to explain himself, presenting as a fortunate individual whose bloodline regressed to an ancestral state. Fierce Sun ancient country had existed for countless ages. Similar situations had indeed occurred where an individual's bloodline underwent regression to the core royal family level, eventually leading to their rise. This was also the most suitable and indisputable explanation for Lin Yuan, as condensing seeds of the fierce sun itself was beyond ordinary logic, something fundamentally unattainable for outsiders, except for core royal family members. So that's the case. King Qibao immediately accepted Lin Yuan's explanation, able to sense the abundant fierce sun aura from this Galaxy Great Venerate. Even if the bloodline regressed to the core royal family tier, achieving this level of cultivation without external inheritance aid. King Qibao looked solemnly at Lin Yuan. Even those born within the core royal family in ancient country, enjoying all sorts of external supports, could find it challenging to reach the ultimate level. King Qijue was an example of this. But Lin Yuan? He had a regressed bloodline, received no external aid since childhood, yet achieved his current level. King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan with eyes filled with awe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:25 The Importance of Lin Yuan. Please subscribe. The height that life can reach largely depends on two aspects. One is innate talent and aptitude. The other is the influence of external forces. Both are indispensable. In fact, the latter may even be more important than the former. Without external assistance, even with strong talent and aptitude, one would still take many detours. Conversely, as long as there are enough external influences and aids, even with mediocre talent and aptitude, the final achievement will not be much lower. Talent and aptitude determine the upper limit, while external influences determine the lower limit. In King Qibao's view, Lin Yuan's bloodline reverts to his ancestors. There's no need to speak much about his talent and aptitude, it must be top-notch. But in the absence of guidance from the many resources and inheritances of the fierce Sun ancient country's royal family, if he can grow to the limit on his own, and even defeat and kill King Lingshan, who is also a core royal of the limit, this is absolutely unprecedented. At least in the endless ages, the fierce Sun ancient country has never produced such a prodigy. In the past, there were some cases of the revival of ancestral bloodlines in ancient countries, eventually leading to a rise. But here, rise refers to being nurtured by the ancient country before rising. And Lin Yuan? Before today, King Qibao had never heard of the name Galaxy. Lin Yuan had already risen without even contacting the royal family of the ancient country. If growing to the limit of the core royal family is not considered a rise, what is? Moreover, Lin Yuan not only grew to the limit, but also just killed King Lingshan, who was also a limit royal family. Brother Galaxy, you possess the Yang divine body, a descendant of the ancestor. Now I formally invite you to join my lineage of the fierce Sun ancient country's royal family. King Qibao composed himself and immediately invited. Upon confirming that Lin Yuan was indeed a pure descendant of the fierce Sun, King Qibao's first thought was to draw him in. To completely draw Lin Yuan to the side of the ancient country. What a joke! For such a prodigy. What do you wait for if not to draw him in? If he were to be let go, King Qibao would probably regret it for billions or even 1,000,000,000,000 years. As for whether Lin Yuan's identity would cause any issues, King Qibao didn't think much about it. First, the dense fierce sun aura emanating from Lin Yuan was not fake. Second, what problems could arise? The fierce Sun country is one of the strongest forces in this realm. No matter what links Lin Yuan has, it can bear them. These 2 points are enough. Join the lineage of the fierce Sun ancient country's royal family? Lin Yuan looked at King Qibao. In fact, even without King Qibao's remarks, Lin Yuan had planned to visit the capital of the fierce Sun ancient country in a while. The ancestor of the fierce Sun ancient country is a 13th layer time life. And this is the only known 13th layer force currently confirmed by Lin Yuan. Of course, other ancient countries are not included in this scope. In the Chaos Void, numerous Chaos Great Saints and Supreme Great Saints are arduously seeking traces of 13th layer time life. Yet in this Feng Yuan world, is there a clear opportunity to contact them? Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't miss it. The hardest threshold for a complete 12th layer to break through to the 13th layer is passing through a time cycle. And how to pass through the time cycle, whether there are any auxiliary means, the Eye of Myriad Laws frankly said there aren't any. Spreading one's own path of evolution, strengthening anchor points and waymarks, technically speaking, isn't an auxiliary means. But the Eye of Myriad Laws is merely a secret treasure left by a 13th layer time life, naturally incomparable to a true 13th layer life. The Eye of Myriad Laws saying there is no way doesn't mean a true 13th layer time life has no way. Moreover, enhancing the potential to pass through the time cycle is still far off for Lin Yuan currently. His actual realm is only at the dominator level. Let's not mention it for now. There are many direct, visible benefits too, such as a massive amount of resources and inheritance. The importance of resources is unquestionable, and so is inheritance. Infinite Void is a 13th layer inheritance, allowing Lin Yuan's foundation to reach an immensely terrifying level. The ancestor of the Fierce Sun, as a 13th layer time life, presumably also left a corresponding 13th layer inheritance. If Lin Yuan were to obtain it, it would undoubtedly enhance his own strength substantially, although breaking through to the 13th layer is still far off. Enhancing one's foundation? That's needed at any time. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Brother Galaxy, most of this world's strongmen, especially those heavenly venerates, choose to join one of the 6 major ancient countries. There's nothing shameful about it. King Qibao said. Leaving aside the other 5 major ancient countries, my Fierce Sun ancient country has the many inheritance treasures bestowed by the ancestor. Those heavenly venerates wanting to go further? Relying on their own cultivation? How long would that take? Whether they can ultimately achieve it is also another matter. But by joining my Fierce Sun ancient country, with a clear path to inheritance, it's much easier. King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan and continued. Some great lords are unwilling to be bound, so they don't choose to join any ancient country, but the heavenly venerates. There's almost no neutral heavenly venerates. They've all already aligned with one or another ancient country's camp. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. Like the Great Lord Hongya and Great Lord Fire Axe, they haven't been ennobled by the Fierce Sun ancient country, and this is already the limit for strongmen in the neutral camp. Without joining any country, relying solely on a Great Lord's own capabilities, the chance of stepping into a heavenly venerate is minimal. Even if they happen to become a heavenly venerate, upon realizing that heavenly venerate cultivation is many times harder than that of Great Lords, they will naturally join one ancient country, seeking further progress. If Brother Galaxy is willing to join my royal lineage, I will personally report to His Majesty, and the nurturing Brother Galaxy receives will undoubtedly be top-notch. King Qibao immediately assured. Unlike those heavenly venerates who joined allegiance, Lin Yuan's ancestral bloodline is rich, reaching the level of the core royal, and is naturally bound to the Fierce Sun ancient country. The royal family of the ancient country will certainly hold back when dealing with heavenly venerates who have joined allegiance, not cultivating them wholeheartedly. And even if they bestow inheritance, it won't be the top grade, most core inheritance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1126. The Importance of Lin Yuan, Request Subscription. _2 But Lin Yuan is different. Though part of the royal family, and a core member at that, if Lin Yuan wishes to join the royal bloodline, his status and treatment will far surpass those who have pledged allegiance as heavenly venerates. Alright, I am willing to join. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, nodded and said. At present, the benefits of joining the ancient country's royal family far outweigh the disadvantages. The only hidden danger is that Lin Yuan does not truly possess the core royal bloodline. However, since blending and consuming the Fierce Sun source within his internal cosmos, Fierce Sun's radiance has spread from the internal cosmos throughout his body, naturally absorbing the radiance emitted by the eternal Fierce Sun in the external world. The Fierce Sun bloodline within Lin Yuan is also rapidly becoming purer, now almost reaching the standard of a normal royal bloodline. After a period of time, transforming to the core royal bloodline concentration is estimated to be not difficult. The divine skill Fierce Sun opening the sky is essentially the innate method of the ancestor of Fierce Sun. Constantly operating this divine skill can autonomously purify the Fierce Sun bloodline within. Of course, this bloodline transformation and purification only have an effect in this source world. As for the primordial spirit in the chaos void, it is useless. Firstly, the primordial spirit in the chaos void does not possess the Fierce Sun bloodline. The so-called purification of the bloodline requires the existence of said bloodline. Secondly, the chaos void does not have the eternal Fierce Sun above the source world sky. Lin Yuan can feel that the purification and refinement of the fierce sun bloodline within mainly come from being enveloped by the eternal fierce sun's radiance above the sky. Good. Good. King Qibao couldn't help but smile upon hearing Lin Yuan's agreement. With your joining Galaxy, in the future our royal family lineage can really let off some steam. Let off steam. Lin Yuan looked at King Qibao. Galaxy hasn't interacted with the royal family before, it's normal not to know. King Qibao explained. Within the fierce sun ancient country, competition is very intense. Mainly the royal families competing with those heavenly venerates. The most precious resources are limited, the royal family wants them, and the heavenly venerates want them too. Although the heavenly venerates' ancestor bloodline is not dense, their strength is great, and their voice in the capital is not low. If not for the fact that every emperor of the ancient country must possess the royal bloodline, I fear our royal family would be suppressed by those heavenly venerates. King Qibao sighed. This matter is difficult to manage, belonging to the internal affairs of the fierce sun ancient country, as most heavenly venerates also have the blood of the ancestor of fierce sun flowing within them. Though somewhat diluted, they are considered ancestor descendants. If it were external enemies invading, the ancestor could be asked to sweep them away, but competition between the same bloodlines? The ancestor is reluctant to intervene. I see. Lin Yuan's expression became clear. He had heard early on that the heavenly venerates looked down on the ancient country royal family. This disdain likely isn't purely disdain but also involves conflicts of interest. The great power of the ancient country is mostly in the hands of the emperor, and as emperors they will certainly favor their kin, but cannot be too biased. If they anger those heavenly venerates, it's not easy to handle. For instance, if in the wars between ancient countries, they collectively hold back, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, every emperor of the ancient country tries to maintain a certain fairness between the royal family and the heavenly venerates for the greater picture. Of course, the most core inheritance and resources of the ancient country are only eligible for the royal family to compete over, which is the biggest advantage of being part of the royal family. This is precisely why the heavenly venerates look down on the royal family. But with your talent, Galaxy, once you join the royal bloodline, touching upon our true royal inheritance and resources will surely advance you rapidly, perhaps breaking the heavenly venerate's shackles in the future. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation. The so-called heavenly venerate shackle is the iron law that the royal family cannot step into being a heavenly venerate. No ancient country royal member has crossed into being a heavenly venerate so far. This is the ongoing reason for the continuous struggle between the royal family and the heavenly venerates within the ancient country. In terms of strength, excluding the emperor and a handful of royal members with ancient country foundation, the strength of the heavenly venerate side overwhelms the royal side. If a heavenly venerate were to emerge from the royal side, the situation between the two would be completely rewritten. I'll do my best. Lin Yuan nodded. Doing your best is enough. King Qibao grinned, holding great expectations for Lin Yuan. Without having been trained by the royal family, reaching this level, once exposed, what would it be like? Any strong beings, whether royal-blooded or heavenly venerates who joined later, experience a period of rapid advancement when first exposed to royal inheritance resources. King Qibao introduced various internal matters of the royal family to Lin Yuan in detail, then curiously asked. Qijue showed me the footage of Galaxy's fight with King Lingshan. Since Galaxy brother could kill King Lingshan, you must have progressed far in breaking the heavenly venerate shackle. Could we spar a bit so I can witness it? King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation. He wasn't doubting Lin Yuan's strength. Many had seen the matter of killing King Lingshan. It couldn't be faked. King Lingshan, as a core royal family of the Ling ancient country, wouldn't be acting to court Lin Yuan. King Qibao was simply curious about Lin Yuan's strength, since he had grown to the limits of the core royal family, knowing the difficulty of progressing further at this level. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. He was also curious to see the methods of the core royal family of fierce sun ancient country, who had reached their limits. While King Lingshan was extreme core royal family, he belonged to the Ling ancient country, and the core royal family's methods could vary between ancient countries. Good, let's go to a higher realm space. King Qibao immediately stood up. Soon, the two reached a higher realm space. Here, the area is vast, even the aftermath of Heavenly Venerate's combat, descending onto the ground, would significantly diminish. Galaxy-'ll make a move. Red Pine King's form began to blur, vaguely hinting, as if a great sun condensed. Lin Yuan's mind slightly moved, the fierce sun divine body automatically activated, forming a vast fierce sun world. Rumble. Red Pine King also began to activate the fierce sun divine body, similarly forming a fierce sun world, and the two worlds kept colliding and sparring. The fierce sun divine body is the strongest physique of fierce sun ancient country. Every awakened member possesses unique fierce sun divine bodies, but in general aspects, they are similar. For example, the fierce sun worlds formed by the automatic operation of the divine body are abilities that every fierce sun divine body possessor has. The strength of the fierce sun world is related to the foundation of the fierce sun divine body. Boom. 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 The two colossal fierce sun worlds kept colliding, and it was evident that the fierce sun world formed by Lin Yuan was stronger. Lin Yuan looked at the serious expression of Red Pine King, slightly enhancing the strength of the fierce sun world. The strength of the fierce sun world depends on the foundation of the fierce sun divine body, and also on the foundation of each strong being. The foundation is the base. Lin Yuan's internal cosmos has fused and swallowed the fierce sun's source. His foundation is unprecedentedly strong. Not just the fierce sun world. Even the simplest punch can unleash earth-shattering power. The infinite void inheritance enhances Lin Yuan's all-round abilities, rather than limiting to just one. Not good. King Qibao's expression slightly changed. He could clearly feel the pressure increase from Lin Yuan's fierce sun world, his own fierce sun world beginning to distort under the opponent's oppression. What kind of foundation is necessary to make the fierce sun world so powerful? King Qibao was shocked inside. Originally, he thought whether Lin Yuan used certain one-time methods to easily kill King Lingshan. But now, through the collision of their fierce sun worlds, he no longer had this idea. The collision between fierce sun worlds is entirely a contest between both sides' foundations, without any tricks. After all, the fierce sun world originates from the fierce sun divine body, and the divine body stems from oneself. External forces can enhance attack and defense, but cannot directly enhance the fierce sun divine body. I concede Galaxy. King Qibao persisted for a while, but in the end was unable to endure. If continued, he would have to resort to killing means contradicting the sparring. Thus King Qibao spoke without hesitation. I concede. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1127, Departure, end of this volume. Please subscribe. Conceded? Lin Yuan immediately retracted his fierce sun divine body, and the vast, blistering fierce sun world rapidly dissipated. Galaxy, with your strength, you'd likely rival those heavenly venerates. King Qibao couldn't help but say. For a core royal who has grown to their limit, at most, they can contend a few moves with a heavenly venerate by relying solely on themselves. As for full-blown combat, they certainly can't defeat a heavenly venerate. But at this moment, the feeling King Qibao had about Lin Yuan was in no way inferior to those heavenly venerates. Although Lin Yuan had not exerted his full strength, and both sides only collided in the world of the fierce sun. In an actual fight, there are still too many variables, as the strongest part of the heavenly venerates is not their fierce sun divine body. But King Qibao still had such a feeling. I don't think I am a match for a heavenly venerate yet. Lin Yuan said. Even if not, there's not much difference. King Qibao said, with a tone of certainty. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan did not deny it. It was indeed so. Right now, Lin Yuan's strength was already very close to that of a true heavenly venerate. Actually, to say that he could compare to them was entirely accurate, as Lin Yuan could completely contend with some newly ascended heavenly venerates. When I complete the second layer of infinite void, and undergo a significant transformation of my internal universe, I can truly contend with the heavenly venerates and the chaos great saints. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Originally, the second layer of infinite void was only to make Lin Yuan's internal universe achieve a size approaching that of the chaos great saints. In terms of strength, he naturally was not yet the true opponent of a chaos great saint. But the fusion and devouring of the fierce sun source within his internal universe resulted in an unexpected evolutionary enhancement, causing him to possess the internal universe of a great saint level even before completing the second layer of infinite void. It's predictable, if the second layer of infinite void is completed, Lin Yuan's internal universe may surpass that of a normal chaos great saint's internal universe. By then, even if there are shortcomings in other areas, on average he would still possess genuine great saint level combat power. Ha 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 ha, good. King Qibao was delighted. The stronger Lin Yuan was, the happier he became, for it meant that the future foundation of the fierce Sun ancient country's royal lineage would be more solid. In the future, even if Lin Yuan doesn't break the shackles of the heavenly venerate, with his current strength, the royal family would still be confident when facing those heavenly venerates. Galaxy, when will you accompany me to the capital? King Qibao asked. He was eager to bring Lin Yuan back. Wait a little longer. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, based on the current speed of his bloodline's transformation and tempering, it would take a few more months before it reaches the concentration close to that of a core royal bloodline. By then, Lin Yuan could proceed to the capital without concern. All right. King Qibao nodded. He didn't ask much about why they needed to wait, as it was Lin Yuan's concern. This fluctuation of space and time? Below, King Qisong and King Qijue were receiving several young men and women. These young men and women had come along with King Qibao, aiming to support the war efforts here. King Qibao was a pinnacle core royal, as was King Lingshan. The peak combat strength of both sides was about the same. At this time, having an additional great lord was very important, not to mention that these young men and women belonged to the royal great lords, with combat ability akin to ordinary peak great lords. Is King Qibao sparring with Senior Galaxy? King Chiju's pupils narrowed slightly, and the expressions of the others also changed. King Qibao was acknowledged as a pinnacle core royal, as was Galaxy, whose strength was confirmed by defeating King Lingshan. These two were sparring? King Qibao. Several young men and women exchanged looks. Since they had followed King Qibao here, they evidently belonged to the same royal branch, and naturally hoped King Qibao would win. The royal lineage of the fierce Sun ancient country was similarly divided into many branches, with those having a pinnacle core royal as their pillar considered to be powerful. However, soon, the expressions of these young men and women changed. Did King Qibao lose? Although they couldn't sense specifics, they could feel the collision of those two extremely fiery auras, with the one belonging to King Qibao clearly at a disadvantage. And eventually, both fiery auras quickly dissipated. Clearly, the sparring had ended. Senior Galaxy is too strong. King Qisong couldn't help but feel. When Lin Yuan defeated King Lingshan earlier, perhaps it was due to the latter having only recently reached his peak. But King Qibao? He was a veteran pinnacle core royal. Beside him, King Qijue also showed astonishment in his expression. He could see that Lin Yuan and King Qibao were merely sparring lightly, yet the latter conceded so quickly, indicating just how powerful Lin Yuan truly was. Qisong, you're incredibly lucky. King Qijue glanced at King Qisong and said, if it weren't for Lin Yuan, the two of them wouldn't be sitting here leisurely chatting. Indeed. King Qisong nodded. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, several months had gone by. Qingfen City was bustling with people, prosperity unchanged. At this moment, the topic about Great Lord Galaxy in Qingfen City was definitely the most frequent. Several months ago, the battle between two domains occurred. Great Lord Galaxy made a move, slaying the King Lingshan, reversed the situation, and saved Qingfen Domain and dozens of neighboring domains. Everyone, I know more intelligence related to that war. Inside a plain tavern, a group of 11th Order beings gathered. Among them a dark-skinned man spoke. Let's hear it. The other 11th Order beings were interested. They weren't even in the Self-Tao realm, So they didn't know much about the two-domain battle, only understanding that Great Lord Galaxy played a pivotal role, almost sweeping the entire battlefield single-handedly. Yu Qiaolong was also among them. Having set off from the Yu family several months ago, he only arrived in Qingfen City today. Over the months, more and more information reached the Yu family. The feats of Lin Yuan were almost confirmed, and even on his journey, Yu Qiaolong heard a lot of rumors regarding Great Lord Galaxy. Do you know how Great Lord Galaxy killed that King Lingshan? The dark-skinned man said proudly. King Lingshan is an ultimate core royal clan, his strength invincible among great lords. Even if Great Lord Galaxy could kill him, it would be after a hard battle. An 11th order being speculated. That's the most logical assumption. Actually, if it weren't for various rumors stating Great Lord Galaxy killed King Lingshan, the 11th order beings present would believe King Lingshan merely fled, not died. Killing an ultimate core royal clan. Is it that easy? Wrong, wrong, wrong. The dark-skinned man shook his head. Great Lord Galaxy killed that King Lingshan with hardly any effort. It was over in a few moves. Upon hearing this, all other 11th order beings looked at each other in disbelief. Killed King Lingshan? A few moves? Really? That's an ultimate core royal clan? Could it be Great Lord Galaxy has stepped into Heavenly Venerate? Many 11th order beings spoke up. I don't know about that, but I'm sure Great Lord Galaxy is definitely not Heavenly Venerate. The dark-skinned man said. If Heavenly Venerate made a move, the Deling ancient country over there wouldn't have done nothing. War between ancient countries, if it's only a localized conflict, the involvement of Heavenly Venerate level experts is prohibited. That's an unwritten rule. Because if one side deploys a Heavenly Venerate, the other side would certainly dispatch a Heavenly Venerate too. But now the Deling ancient country is silent. Evidently Great Lord Galaxy is not Heavenly Venerate. Don't believe it? The dark-skinned man glanced around and continued. You've all heard about how Great Lord Galaxy captured all great lords from the Deling ancient country, right? If the King Lingshan battled fiercely against Great Lord Galaxy, these great lords from Deling ancient country would have surely fled back by now. The dark-skinned man said. Indeed. If King Lingshan didn't perish swiftly, those great lords from Deling ancient country would surely have reacted. Search * the novel, F. Iyer. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early, and in the highest quality. Many 11th order beings pondered, and found the dark-skinned man's words quite reasonable. Great Lord Galaxy killed King Lingshan likely without spending much time. The battle must have been a one-sided crush. Otherwise, on Deling ancient country's side, not a single great lord would have escaped, all becoming captives of Great Lord Galaxy. Great Lord Galaxy. In the corner of the tavern, Yu Qiaolong quietly listened. He had heard such discussions too many times along the way. The shock in his heart had never subsided. Sky-burning court. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the fierce sun source within his body universe constantly radiating fierce sunlight, resonating with the eternal fierce sun outside, consequently drawing strands of mysterious fiery aura into him. Under the diffusion of these strands of fiery aura, the fierce sun bloodline flowing within Lin Yuan quickly became rich and pure. Already reached the threshold of core royal family bloodline. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Indeed, within fierce sun ancient country, there exist methods for purifying fierce sun bloodline, but none of them is anything less than extremely challenging, like becoming a king? Lin Yuan's capability to effortlessly purify and refine his bloodline is absolutely inconceivable. In fact, Lin Yuan's method of purifying and refining fierce sun bloodline, although seemingly simple, is tougher than becoming a king of an ancient country. First, one must awaken the fierce sun opening heaven divine skills, an ability derived from the ancestor of fierce sun, which probably even a king doesn't have. Secondly, possessing an infinite void, internal universe is even more daunting. These two conditions, each alone, are tougher than becoming an ancient country king. Both combined? Only Lin Yuan could achieve this. Time to leave. With a thought, Lin Yuan appeared outside Sky Burning Court. Simultaneously, he created an avatar, stationed in Sky Burning Court. Because the Deling ancient country will exchange ransoms for the captured great lords soon, Lin Yuan needs to leave an avatar here. Additionally, this avatar can handle numerous other mundane matters. Before the space-time teleportation formation in Qingfen City, King Qibao had long been waiting. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, he smiled and said, "Galaxy, is everything ready?" "Ready." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Then let's head to the royal capital. It's far more prosperous than this domain." King Qibao smiled. "Only in the royal capital can your potential, Galaxy, truly be unleashed. Let's go." King Qibao immediately activated the space-time teleportation formation, connecting to the distant royal capital, and promptly stepped into it. Lin Yuan glanced at the space-time teleportation formation, hesitated not, and similarly stepped inside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:28 Fierce Sun Capital, Request Subscription. Fierce Sun's capital city, Space-Time Teleportation Area. Fierce Sun Ancient Country is one of the strongest dominions of this world, ruling over vast and extensive territories. Even someone as mighty as the Heavenly Venerate would find it difficult to traverse the Fierce Sun Ancient Country effortlessly. The Heavenly Venerate has mastered the art of space-time to the extreme, but even so, it requires millions of void traversals to barely travel from one end of the ancient country to the other. Millions of void traversals? Even if one could traverse 100 times in a single breath, millions would still require 10,000 breaths. If there's really something urgent, the situation would already be too late. Moreover, the maximum distance void traversal heavily drains the Heavenly Venerate's mental energy, and none can achieve uninterrupted traversals for millions of times. But the space-time teleportation area in Fierce Sun's capital city can transport to any domain city in any major domain of Fierce Sun Ancient Country in just over 10 breaths. The war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, from King Lingshan revealing the supreme core royal strength to King Qibao arriving via the space-time teleportation formation, took over 30 breaths altogether. Most of this time was spent transmitting informational intelligence and deciding which Supreme Core Royal to send for support. Fierce Sun Ancient Country has a thorough understanding of its numerous major domains within its territories, relying not only on the high and mighty ancestral intimidation, but also on this spiderweb-like space-time teleportation formation. The space-time teleportation formation of Fierce Sun Ancient Country is open to outsiders, yet the price is hefty, making it unaffordable for those below the level of a ruler. Even rulers refrain from using the space-time teleportation formation, unless there are critical matters. At this moment, in the capital's space-time teleportation area, numerous powerhouses from various major domains of the ancient country are coming and going, exchanging intelligence amongst themselves. Have you heard? The war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain? Qingfen Domain is a major border domain of our Fierce Sun Ancient Country, and Purple Dream Domain is likewise a border domain of Deling Ancient Country, so friction is common there. What's surprising about a war? Indeed, this kind of war limited to dozens of major domains happens almost periodically at the borders of our Fierce Sun Ancient Country. I'm not talking about the war, but King Lingshan's involvement in it. King Lingshan? The youngest core royal of Deling Ancient Country? Yes, as soon as King Lingshan acted, he displayed the power of a Supreme Core Royal. A Supreme Core Royal? Then it's over. Qingfen Domain is likely overtaken. Qingfen Domain wasn't overtaken. A great lord named Galaxy intervened and killed King Lingshan. Numerous rulers from various major domains conversed, and amongst rulers, they all have connections. If an important piece of intelligence arises, it first spreads among them. King Lingshan's growth to supremacy already commands the attention of rulers and even great lords, let alone the fact that the Supreme King Lingshan was killed. It's rumored that this great Lord Galaxy is a Supreme Core Royal who traveled abroad, seeking further advancement, and now easily killed King Lingshan, implying significant progress. Impressive, though King Lingshan had not been in his supreme state for long. To easily kill him? Even the Heavenly Venerate would find it difficult. Which Supreme Core Royal of our Fierce Sun Ancient Country is this great Lord Galaxy? The rulers immediately expressed interest, Knowing more about top-tier information related to Fierce Sun Ancient Country is certainly beneficial. In the depths of the space-time teleportation area, dozens of figures have been waiting for a long time. The leading figure, a woman in a blue dress, glanced at the conversations among the many strong practitioners outside, her expression unchanged. A tall man standing behind lowered his voice, saying, "His Majesty sent us here to escort Great Lord Galaxy to the newly constructed palace." Did Great Lord Galaxy not have a palace before? Even core royals traveling abroad had a palace in the capital before their journey. Every king, whether royal or heavenly venerate, has a palace in the capital. The palace is prepared before the king's decree is issued. Yet this Great Lord Galaxy needs them to lead to the new palace, suggesting there was no palace before. This is indeed strange. Could it be that before traveling abroad, Great Lord Galaxy was not a king? But any core royal, whether they reached supremacy or not, would be declared as king. Information regarding Great Lord Galaxy has already been spreading vigorously in the capital, with general consensus identifying him as a supreme core royal. If not a supreme core royal, who could kill King Lingshan at Great Lord level? Sir the novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even those heavenly venerates in their Great Lord realm couldn't possibly achieve this. Heavenly venerates can suppress supreme core royals, relying on their realm. If on the same level, heavenly venerates likely aren't matched against core royals. This is why every core royal desires to step into the heavenly venerate realm. But His Majesty values this Great Lord Galaxy greatly, bestowing the palace right next to our ancient country's sun vein. I recall that many heavenly venerates wanted that palace, yet all were declined by His Majesty, only to now give it to this Great Lord Galaxy. The third figure's tone carried a slight sentiment. The sun vein of Fierce Sun Ancient Country is a sacred place for cultivation, and the closer one is to it, the more benefits it brings. The Emperor's quarters were built upon the sun vein. The new palace bestowed upon Great Lord Galaxy abuts the sun vein, and the advantages for cultivation, though not quite as good as the Emperor's quarters, aren't far off. Many kings' palaces belong to the edges influenced by the sun vein. That palace adjacent to the sun vein has been eyed by countless kings, especially those heavenly venerates. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1129 Fierce Sun Capital, Seeking Subscription. _2 But generations of emperors of the ancient country were reluctant to bestow it, preferring it to remain vacant rather than grant it away. After all, it's extremely difficult for a normal king to completely perish and fall. Once bestowed, it would be hard for the Fierce Sun Ancient Country to reclaim it. Alright, this is His Majesty's decision, not something you can discuss. The leading woman in green swept a glance at the figures conversing, speaking calmly. Yes. The figures immediately fell silent. At this moment, not far away, a massive space-time transference formation began emitting subtle space-time fluctuations, forming a space-time passage stretching from a distant place to here. It's coming. The dozens of waiting figures immediately perked up. They had been ordered to wait here for this moment, to welcome the Great Lord Galaxy. Whoosh! The space-time passage took shape, and several figures emerged from it. At the forefront were a red-bearded old man and a young man. King Qibao and the Great Lord Galaxy? The waiting figures immediately recognized King Qibao, and the young man standing alongside him should be the Great Lord Galaxy. The aura of the Great Lord Galaxy. I've never sensed it before. Could it be from the core royal family of an unimaginably ancient period? Uncertain. The dozens of figures each had different thoughts, and they immediately followed the woman in green to meet them. Lin Yuan and King Qibao traveled via the space-time passage from the distant Qingfen domain to arrive at this capital of the Fierce Sun Country. Crossing such a vast distance in 10 breaths, even if space-time comprehension reaches the peak of the 9th realm, it's impossible. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He left an avatar in Qingfen City, able to roughly sense the distance from his original form, and this capital of the Fierce Sun Country. Lin Yuan observed his surroundings, faintly feeling an inexplicable pressure. The entire capital of the Fierce Sun country seemed like an unprecedented secret treasure, capable of suppressing ordinary heavenly venerate level experts with slight operation. Buzz buzz buzz. An inexplicable fluctuation swept silently over. Don't overthink it. This is the sensing formation of the capital, to prevent experts from other ancient countries from infiltrating. King Qibao explained through sound transmission beside him. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The capital is the most prosperous and core place of the Fierce Sun ancient country, as well as the most important location, requiring profound inspections for any expert entering the capital. So I have passed? Lin Yuan asked. Naturally. King Qibao laughed. The abundant Fierce Sun aura within Lin Yuan directly precludes the possibility of experts from other ancient countries. The sensing formation of the capital, while routine, applies not only to Lin Yuan but also includes King Qibao within its range. After exiting the space-time passage, Lin Yuan saw dozens of figures walking towards them. Greetings to the Great Lord Galaxy. The woman in green leading them bowed respectfully, and the dozens of figures behind her followed suit. They did not know Lin Yuan's real name or core royal title, so they could only use the currently known Great Lord Galaxy to address him. King Qibao, seeing this scene, smiled and looked at Lin Yuan saying, "These people were sent by His Majesty to greet you." His Majesty? Lin Yuan nodded. The His Majesty here refers naturally to the Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country, also the strongest existence in the entire Fierce Sun ancient country in terms of combat power. Of course, the Emperor's strength relies on external aid. His Majesty holds you in high regard. King Qibao said. Come, I'll take you to your mansion. After King Qibao spoke, the woman in green and the others stepped forward, leading Lin Yuan and King Qibao onto a warship. Within the capital of the Fierce Sun country, void traveling is forbidden, even to a heavenly venerate. To reach a certain place, one must either fly honestly, or use flying treasures such as warships. The latter requires application to the ancient country, and operating a warship in the capital is usually a symbol of status. Whoosh! The warship soared into the sky, heading beyond the space-time transference area. At this moment, numerous strong individuals, entering and exiting the space-time transference area, noticed the warship emerging from the depth of the area. That warship, is it a royal warship? The 9-pattern Imperial warship? Unless there is a personal order from His Majesty, no one can mobilize this warship. Who exactly requires the 9-pattern Imperial warship for a reception? Many experts gazed up in amazement as the warship departed. The last time His Majesty deployed the 9-pattern Imperial warship for a reception was after a grand victory against the Xianin ancient country in a large-scale war, when the commander-in-chief of the Fierce Sun ancient country returned to the capital to such treatment. Xianin ancient country, like the Fierce Sun ancient country and Deling ancient country, is one of the 6 hegemonic ancient countries of this world. But now? For the past hundreds of thousands of years, the Fierce Sun ancient country has not engaged in high-intensity warfare with the other 5 ancient countries, mostly involving local skirmishes. Even if victorious, one would return to the capital to receive rewards, but the deployment of the 9-pattern Imperial warship for reception would be impossible. On the warship, Lin Yuan overlooked the capital below. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I was on this warship. King Qibao was in a good mood, looking at Lin Yuan and saying, "It's thanks to your honor, Galaxy." Very soon, the warship stopped in front of a magnificent mansion. Lin Yuan and King Qibao stepped out, followed by the woman in green and dozens of figures. Great Lord Galaxy, this is your mansion. The woman in green flipped her hand, producing a token and respectfully handed it to Lin Yuan. This is the token for the mansion. Refining it will allow you to control the entire mansion. Lin Yuan accepted the token, refining it within a breath. Through this token, Lin Yuan could sense every detail of this mansion, and also control everything within it, including the great formations enveloping the mansion. The mansion's formations are derived from those of the capital, and can draw upon a trace of the capital's formation power. Galaxy, give this mansion a name. King Qibao said beside him. A name? Lin Yuan pondered and said, let's call it Galaxy Mansion. After all, His title is Galaxy, so naming the mansion Galaxy is normal and also very convenient. Se the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he controlled the mansion token to engrave the word Galaxy atop the mansion. Galaxy Royal Mansion? The dozens of figures behind mumbled to themselves. Often, a mansion's name corresponds to the title of a conferred king. But Galaxy? They originally thought Galaxy was an alias, but now Lin Yuan using it as the mansion's name clearly meant he had taken Galaxy as his official title. That's fine. King Qibao nodded. The royal family of the Fierce Sun ancient country usually includes Qi in their official titles, such as King Qibao, Red Pine King, and King Qijue. But it's not absolute. It mainly depends on the thoughts of the conferred king themselves. This mansion is now your abode, Galaxy. I wonder if I can have a look inside. King Qibao smiled and said, "This is a genuine sacred place for cultivation, right beside the sun vein of the capital, yet His Majesty never had the heart to grant it to someone. Please enter." Lin Yuan immediately controlled the token to open the entrance of the mansion. Such intense Fierce Sun origin source. Entering the mansion, Lin Yuan immediately felt the scorching aura filling the space. Under this aura's coverage, Lin Yuan felt extremely comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring, with his internal Fierce Sun bloodline circulating more smoothly. "How is it?" King Qibao asked, watching Lin Yuan with a smile. His mansion, although not filled with such Fierce Sun origin source, was not considered inferior. It was Lin Yuan's first encounter with such a cultivation environment. Very good. Lin Yuan carefully sensed it, saying solemnly, cultivating in such an environment, Lin Yuan's efficiency and enlightenment would absolutely be surprisingly high. Especially in aspects related to the sun and Fierce Sun, his progress might improve by leaps and bounds. Ha ha ha, then it's all right. King Qibao smiled brightly. Tomorrow His Majesty will meet with you, so just settle in for today. King Qibao said. Lin Yuan nodded. Just then, King Qibao seemed to receive some information, immediately looking at Lin Yuan and saying, "Galaxy, the final merits of the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain have been determined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1130 Possession of the Ancestor of Fierce Sun, request subscription. The merits have been awarded? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Sir the Nafire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, the Red Pine King was the commander. Qingfen Domain won, and logically, the greatest credit should go to Red Pine King. Yet Red Pine King transferred all the war merits to Lin Yuan. The merits obtained by the war commander can be directly exchanged in the ancient country's treasury for resource inheritance, which is extremely precious. This is also the greatest confidence for the Fierce Sun ancient country, and its fervent kings to win the war. Why do the high and mighty heavenly venerates obey the ancient royal family? Isn't it precisely because of the numerous resources and inheritances within the ancient country's treasury? Your merit is 120,000, Galaxy brother. King Qibao said. 120,000 merits, not a small amount. A normal heavenly venerate level secret treasure weapon costs about 78,000 merits. Lin Yuan nodded. In the war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, Lin Yuan reaped numerous rewards, with merits being only a part of them. Additionally, there are spoils obtained from various great lords on the battlefield, and the ransom from the De Ling ancient country soon after, etc. The 120,000 merits have been distributed. If Galaxy Brother wants to redeem them, you can go directly to this place. King Qibao gave Lin Yuan a location, the entrance to the national treasury. Anyone who has merits with Fierce Sun ancient country can enter to redeem rewards. Good. Lin Yuan inwardly looked forward to it. The treasury of Fierce Sun ancient country encompasses all sorts of resource inheritances, and most importantly, most resources will never appear in the outside world. Lin Yuan was about to continue chatting with King Qibao. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked toward the outside of the mansion. "What's wrong?" King Qibao asked. "Someone is visiting me," Lin Yuan said. Having just arrived in the capital, without relatives or acquaintances, someone visiting so soon? Ha ha ha, I almost forgot. King Qibao smiled. "This mansion has been watched by many, Galaxy brother. Even if your majesty doesn't announce externally, it couldn't stay hidden." "I see." Lin Yuan nodded. Moreover, the 9-pattern warship that greeted Lin Yuan was quite conspicuous and would definitely receive much attention. Should Galaxy brother go out and take a look? King Qibao smiled and said, "Those who immediately come to pay respects to Galaxy brother generally have good intentions. Then let's meet them." Lin Yuan nodded and immediately walked out of the mansion with King Qibao. Galaxy brother. Galaxy brother. One figure after another quickly walked up. "Just now, I was curious who warranted His Majesty sending the 9-pattern warship for greeting. Didn't expect it to be Galaxy brother." No wonder, no wonder. Those who came to pay respects to Lin Yuan were mostly from the royal family, and at this moment, all these royals looked at Lin Yuan with great enthusiasm. Lin Yuan responded to each of the royal members one by one. Long before arriving in the capital, King Qibao had explained the situation in the capital to him. The capital of Fierce Sun Ancient Country mainly has two factions. One is the royal family faction, the other is the Heavenly Venerate faction. Within the royal family, there are 17 major branches. Each branch has an ultimate core royal member stationed. Outside the 17 major branches, there are some royal families, but they cannot form a scale, and can only depend on the 17 major branch royals. Theoretically, based on Lin Yuan's strength, he could completely establish the 18th royal branch. The ones coming to visit me are mostly royals. As for those Heavenly Venerate followers, not a single one? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. Is it that the Heavenly Venerates don't know he took over this mansion? Obviously not possible. It seems those Heavenly Venerate kings do not have goodwill towards my presence. Lin Yuan understood the reason. The important resources of Fierce Sun Ancient Country are undoubtedly tilted towards core royals. Each additional core royal equates to a portion of resources being distributed away, naturally causing displeasure among the Heavenly Venerates. Especially since Lin Yuan's exhibited strength exceeds that of a normal ultimate core royal member, walking far on the path of breaking the Heavenly Venerate's shackles. This makes the Heavenly Venerates even more wary. However, Lin Yuan is not worried. Within Fierce Sun Ancient Country, the royal family is the absolute ruler, and the Heavenly Venerates, even if wary, dare not take any actions. After handling the royal family members who came to visit, Lin Yuan parted with King Qibao and headed to the entrance of the National Treasury. Carrying a hefty amount of 120,000 merits, Lin Yuan was eager to see the inherited treasures within the National Treasury. This is also Lin Yuan's main purpose in coming to the capital, to accelerate cultivation with the help of these resources. The capital of Fierce Sun is vast like a spatial temporal maze. Lin Yuan, guided by the map given by King Qibao, finally arrived before a great hall. Lin Yuan looked at this great hall in front of him. With no one guarding outside, only 2 statue guardians standing. Lin Yuan carefully observed the 2 statue guardians, and faintly felt an inexplicable aura fluctuation from them. These statue guardians possess at least Heavenly Venerate level combat power. Lin Yuan's brow faintly twitched, sensing a threat. Given Lin Yuan's current strength, only a Heavenly Venerate level expert could pose a threat to him. Bloodline and merit verified, permission to enter granted. As Lin Yuan observed the statues guarding the entrance, a voice faintly echoed in his ears. "Can I go in now?" Lin Yuan immediately proceeded forward. The entrance to the grand hall opened, and Lin Yuan stepped inside. Upon entering the hall, Lin Yuan found himself in an independent space. Nearby, flames gathered to form a phantom elder who smiled and said, "Descendant of Fierce Sun, please select the treasure inheritance you wish to exchange. Please take a look." The phantom elder waved his hand. Infinite flames intertwined, forming an array of treasure resource information. These treasure resource inheritances are ranked from high to low based on the merit required. The phantom elder said with a smile. Lin Yuan nodded, immediately starting to examine from the highest point. First in line was not a resource treasure inheritance, but an opportunity. It required 1 trillion merits to exchange, an opportunity to become one with the ancestor. Being one with the ancestor, perceiving the profound mysteries of the ancestor level. Lin Yuan's eyes widened instantly. Become one with the ancestor? Become one with the ancestor of Fierce Sun? The ancestor of Fierce Sun is a 13th level temporal life form. To merge with such a being, viewing timelines from a 13th level perspective is something Lin Yuan wouldn't even dare imagine. What kind of existence is a 13th level temporal life form? How would they allow ants to merge with them? For training disciples, a 13th level temporal life form wouldn't need to train any disciples at all. If they were truly interested, they would create legacies like the creator of the Chaos Voids, Infinite Void Legacy, and toss them out. Whoever obtains them can train. As for merging, not to mention 13th level temporal life forms, even Lin Yuan wouldn't allow other life forms to merge with him. After all, in a merged state, they can perceive Lin Yuan's physical body and soul, and many secrets are hard to hide. The ancestor of Fierce Sun truly. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, realizing that the ancestor of Fierce Sun was indeed troubled to nurture his descendants, even offering a chance to merge. Although unsure how to increase the chance to survive time cycles, merging with a temporal life form and perceiving the past and future timelines would undoubtedly enhance understanding of the essence of time. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The drop of temporal bloodline left by the Moyu Tower Master allowed Lin Yuan to understand much. How much more if he were to merge with a living 13th level temporal life form? But 1 trillion merits. Lin Yuan's mouth slightly twitched. He previously thought carrying 120,000 merits was a huge fortune. But now compared to 1 trillion merits, it's almost negligible. It's important to know that the war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain was almost single-handedly turned by Lin Yuan. Besides, he killed King Lingshan, the Extreme Core Royal. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan obtained 120,000 merits. Normally winning such a level of war, which means repelling the invasion of the enemy domain, the commander's merit would be around 20 to 30,000. Or even less. That's why King Qi Bao said Lin Yuan's 120,000 merits were already a lot. Over half of Lin Yuan's 120,000 merits came from killing King Lingshan, the Extreme Core Royal. No matter what, the opportunity to become one with the ancestor of Fierce Sun must be grasped. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Although 1 trillion merits are extremely distant for Lin Yuan now, at least there's hope. This opportunity is countless times better than those great saints in the Chaos Void. Those unparalleled great saints in the Chaos Void paid unknown prices to pursue traces of 13th level temporal life forms, while Lin Yuan could directly merge with 13th level temporal life forms. What a rare chance is this? Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and continued to look down. The following resources of treasure inheritance, opportunities to enter mysterious places, are equally precious, making Lin Yuan envious. For instance, the opportunity to train in this world's primordial lands. Lin Yuan once entered the immortal realm's primordial lands, where the rules of a world manifest truly. Perceiving rules were as simple as eating and drinking. The training opportunity in this world's primordial lands? How many true rules must be manifested? Although this training opportunity does not require 1 trillion merits, it requires 90 billion merits, which is still somewhat out of reach for Lin Yuan. Additionally, there are some secret treasure weapons, with incredible power. Lin Yuan calmed himself and continued to look down. For me, there's no need to exchange for secret treasure weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He preferred to exchange for inheritance guides, because comprehending the inheritance guides can equally be applied to the true form's primordial spirit incarnation in the Chaos Void, offering higher value for cost. As for secret treasure weapons, bringing them to the Chaos Void requires paying the price of world-breaking origin force. Although Lin Yuan currently has plenty of world-breaking origin force, having absorbed and accumulated over 1 million world-breaking origin forces during the cosmic cataclysm, there's no need to use the precious world-breaking origin force on this. Besides, compared to external forces like secret treasure weapons, Lin Yuan prefers enhancing his own strength. Using secret treasure weapons to boost strength comes with many limitations, and if lost, one would revert to their original state. Which one should I exchange? Lin Yuan directly set his target on inheritance guides worth under 10,000 merits. Indeed, many inheritance guides valued at several million or tens of millions of merits were more enticing to Lin Yuan, but unfortunately he didn't have enough merits. You'll be the one. After watching for half a day, Lin Yuan finally made up his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131 Meeting the Emperor, Request for Subscription. The inventory of the Fierce Sun ancient country's treasury, the recorded treasures, resources, inheritance guidance, and so on are indeed countless. But those that fit the criteria set by Lin Yuan, those that benefit him the most, preferably inheritance guidance, under 120,000 merit points, are the Novel Fire NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Only a few meet these three conditions. At a glance, there are only a few dozen. Actually, the inventory of the treasury includes a large number of inheritance guides worth only hundreds to 1,000 merit points, but they don't have much effect on Lin Yuan. Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram? Lin Yuan carefully examined the introduction of such inheritance guides. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram is inscribed with Chaos Secret Patterns, and the Chaos Secret Patterns are the essential veins of Chaos rules. It is also the only method Lin Yuan knows so far that can directly enhance the understanding of Chaos rules. Chaos rules have long evolved into thousands of rules and paths with the creation of heaven and earth. To enhance the understanding of other rules and paths, one just needs to comprehend the corresponding ones within the myriad rules and paths that operate in the world. But Chaos rules? Among the myriad rules and paths that operate in the world, there are no Chaos rules. Thus, the normal ways to enhance understanding of Chaos rules can only be indirectly achieved by comprehending the myriad rules and paths. However, Chaos Secret Patterns are the manifestation of Chaos rules. Comprehending Chaos Secret Patterns can directly enhance the understanding of Chaos rules. In the previous wars between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, Lin Yuan comprehended many war machines, essentially comprehending the Chaos Secret Patterns contained within them. Didn't expect there to be these Chaos Secret Patterns for exchange in the treasury. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Originally he planned to see if he could secure a war machine beyond grade A for comprehension. Indeed, even the opportunity to possess the ancestor of Fierce Sun is available. What are mere Chaos Secret Patterns? Lin Yuan pondered silently. The so-called absolute secrets of an ancient country are only relative. Currently, Lin Yuan is the core royal family of the ancient country, and with enough merit, previous secrets are not so secret to him. Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. There are 81 in total, among which there are 9 representing the Chaos First Realm. There are 18 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams for the Second Realm, the rest explain the Chaos Third Realm. Lin Yuan looked at the detailed introduction of the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Each of the 9 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams in the First Realm requires 10,000 merit points to exchange. Together, they require 90,000 merit points. As for the 18 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams of the Second Realm, each exchange costs 20,000. The 54 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams of the Third Realm, each costs 100,000 merit points. My understanding of Chaos rules is close to the peak of the Second Realm, so there's no need to exchange the first 9 diagrams. And for the 18 diagrams of the Second Realm, only the last 1 or 2 need to be exchanged. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Given the constraint of only 12,000 merit points, he naturally had to be frugal. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram is explained in a sequence from shallow to deep based on Chaos rules. 12,000 merit points, exchange for the last 2 diagrams of the Second Realm, and the first diagram of the Third Realm. Lin Yuan looked at the diagrams, feeling the aura emanating from them, ensuring that the diagrams he purchased were parts of Chaos rules he hadn't comprehended yet. For ease of selection, each Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram reveals a small part to prevent purchasing parts already comprehended. 54 diagrams of the Chaos Third Realm. Unfortunately, I can only exchange for the first one now. Lin Yuan glanced at the remaining 53 diagrams. Additionally, Lin Yuan was quite tempted by other filtered inheritance guides, but after careful consideration, he chose the Chaos Mystic Pattern diagram. Still too poor right now, Lin Yuan thought, but for me, the first diagram of the Chaos Third Realm is enough for now. As for the later diagrams, I can wait until I accumulate enough merit points. King Qibao had told him that, as the core royal family, there's a fixed source of merit for everyone, including those heavenly venerates and kings, which is also the foundation of stability for the entirety of the Fierce Sun ancient country. Whether it's the royal family or the heavenly venerates and kings, though there is internal strife, it is mainly for the ancient country's interests. The so-called strife is merely internal. When it affects the overall interests of the ancient country, whether royal family or heavenly venerates, they will unanimously face outward. An illusory elder formed by flames patiently waited beside him. The treasury's inventory of treasures, resources, and inheritance guides is all-encompassing, and anyone making a first selection will be dazzled. And even if they can't afford it, there's no problem in looking around for a while. I will exchange for these 3 Chaos Mystic Pattern diagrams. Lin Yuan looked towards the illusory elder and spoke. The illusory elder was slightly surprised. Descendant of Fierce Sun, are you sure you don't want to exchange for a superior weapon? 12,000 merit points are enough to exchange for several weapons and secret treasures at the heavenly venerate level. For every strong person, whether great lord or heavenly venerate, a suitable weapon secret treasure is the quickest and most substantial way to enhance one's combat power. As for inheritance guides like the Chaos Mystic Pattern diagram, how profound and mysterious are chaos rules, even with the chaos secret patterns depicting the basic veins. Who knows how long it would take to fully comprehend them? It's rare for Lin Yuan to use all 12,000 merit points to exchange for such inheritance guides. I'm sure. Lin Yuan nodded. A suitable weapon secret treasure can be bought from outside, but such chaos mystic pattern diagrams are only available in the treasury. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1132 Meeting the Emperor, Request for Subscription. _2 After experiencing the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain, Lin Yuan is now quite wealthy. Speaking of Lin Yuan's character, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily resort to action, so he was not in a hurry for weapons and armor for now. These are 3 Chaos Mystic Pattern diagrams. The illusory elder smiled slightly, and in front of him appeared 3 diagrams covered in shining light, with chaos chi swirling around them. Descendant of Fierce Sun, please swear in the name of Fierce Sun not to spread these 3 Chaos Mystic Pattern diagrams. The illusory elder looked at Lin Yuan. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. In the name of Fierce Sun. Lin Yuan repeated as the illusory elder requested. The moment Lin Yuan finished speaking, an exceedingly obscure gaze glanced at him from the eternal Fierce Sun above the firmament. Lin Yuan had a feeling that if he ever broke his oath, he would be struck by that eternal Fierce Sunday. A strike from a 13th level time life form. Who could withstand it? Any means of resurrection would be futile, erasing everything from the source. In the Chaos Void, there also exists a method of swearing in the name of the Chaos Void origin, but how could that outcome compare to swearing in the name of a 13th level time life form? The Chaos Void holds no specific disdain, but a 13th level time life form does. No wonder there are so many inheritance guides in the treasure house, and not a single one has ever been leaked. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if powerful enemies from other ancient countries infiltrated the capital of Fierce Sun, and had already obtained some inheritance guides, they still couldn't spread them out, rendering it somewhat pointless. I wonder what consequences they'll face if I leak these secret diagrams in the Chaos Void. Lin Yuan pondered. Without a doubt, as long as it's in this origin world, the moment the oath is broken, the ancestor of Fierce Sun would perceive it. But in the Chaos Void? It's another dimensional space where even a 13th level time life form can hardly make an impact. After making the oath, Lin Yuan deducted 120,000 credits and simultaneously accepted the 3 chaos mystic pattern diagrams. The fundamental veins of chaos rules manifest. The moment Lin Yuan received them, he was immediately struck by the chaos mysteries contained within. Compared to the chaos secret patterns within the war machines, these chaos mystic pattern diagrams were more direct and foundational. After pausing for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately got up and left, returning to the royal residence to delve deeply into these chaos mystic pattern diagrams. Your comprehension is extraordinary, greatly increasing your enlightenment of chaos rules when gleaning the chaos mystic pattern diagrams. A large amount of inspiration surged through Lin Yuan's mind. Compared to understanding war machines, directly comprehending the chaos mystic pattern diagrams was significantly more efficient. The chaos secret patterns on the war machines are combinations and integrations of various chaos secret patterns, each war machine possessing different abilities. Some excel in assault, some in defense, others in domain suppression, and so on. Major ancient countries classify the chaos secret patterns on war machines as top secret, not because of the chaos secret patterns themselves. The 81 chaos mystic pattern diagrams are possessed by the Fierce Sun ancient country, Deling ancient country, Xianin ancient country, and other 5 great ancient countries. The true value of the war machines lies in the utilization of the chaos rules they contain. Mastering the corresponding application methods allows for mass production of similar war machines, and even uncovering the weaknesses of such war machines. In comprehending the war machines, Lin Yuan needed to perceive various chaotic rule mysteries among them, with some war machines containing chaos secret patterns residing in portions of the 1st, 3rd, and 7th mystic pattern diagrams. During periods of comprehension, Lin Yuan had to categorize them, expending some effort. But directly comprehending the chaos mystic pattern diagrams was far simpler, allowing for sequential and straightforward immersion. Chaos Second Realm Peak? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Initially, according to his prediction, with a continuous supply of war machines for comprehension, reaching the Chaos Second Realm Peak might take at most 1,000 years or so. Now only 500 years had passed. Although he was close to the Second Realm Peak, based on the previous speed of comprehension enhancement, he estimated it might still take 400 to 500 years to completely step into it. But now, through the understanding of the Chaos Secret Map, Lin Yuan felt stepping into the Second Realm Peak could be accomplished in just a few years. Chaos rules consist of only 3 realms, and reaching the Second Realm Peak leaves just one step away from the highest, the 3rd realm. Most critically, after reaching the Second Realm Peak, Lin Yuan could contemplate evolving the Yin-Yang Taiji power through chaos rules. The great lord of this origin world, despite a foundation inferior to that of a chaos void venerable, was able to stand as an equal due to the ability to evolve exclusive chaos power at the great lord level. In the chaos void, this is a level only accessible to great saints. The next day, Lin Yuan ceased his training and came outside the royal residence. King Qibao was already waiting outside, smiling as he looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Galaxy, quickly come with me to see His Majesty." See His Majesty. Lin Yuan had anticipated this, knowing that upon arriving in the capital, he would surely need to meet the Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country. Actually, when you first arrived in the capital, His Majesty wanted to see you, King Qibao said. But he was concerned that you might not adapt, so he waited until today. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Yuan said. No need to thank, we're all family. King Qibao immediately took Lin Yuan to the core palace of the capital. It was also where the palace of the Fierce Sun ancient country was located, the safest place in the entire capital. The hall was grand and majestic. Lin Yuan followed King Qibao and quickly arrived at a grand hall. Qibao Galaxy. The emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country was a weathered man with a rustic appearance and deep eyes. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and King Qibao, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Your Majesty. King Qibao bowed slightly. Lin Yuan discreetly appraised the emperor with a glance. In Lin Yuan's perspective, the emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country seemed to be integrated with the palace and the entire Fierce Sun capital. That King Lingshan waged war just to become emperor of the Deling ancient country. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. becoming one with the entire capital? His physical body and bloodline would undergo transformations, and even an ordinary royal family member, over time, would have their bloodline concentration naturally reach the level of the core royal family. CTH Novel F.ir. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Moreover, becoming the emperor of an ancient country allowed for the control of the entire ancient national capital's grand formation, effortlessly suppressing heavenly venerate-level powerhouses. This transcendence over everything, overlooking everything, indeed lures many powerhouses to pursue it. Seeing a royal member like you, I feel hopeful about the future of the ancient country. The emperor looked at Lin Yuan, smiling as he spoke. Upon Lin Yuan's entrance into the grand hall, he immediately confirmed that Lin Yuan carried the core royal bloodline of Fierce Sun, along with a rich Fierce Sun aura. In terms of strength, the emperor was undeniably the strongest, but the emperor's strength was temporary, while Lin Yuan's strength belonged to himself. Alright, let's discuss serious matters. The emperor reflected for a moment, then looked at Lin Yuan and said, Galaxy, now that you've chosen to join our royal family, naturally, it's not without purpose. With your strength and potential, you can oversee some special resource treasures. The emperor said with a smile. Oversee resource treasures? Lin Yuan's heart was stirred. The territory of the Fierce Sun ancient country was vast, and similarly, there were resource treasures naturally nurtured by the heavens and the earth. It's like the secret realms nurtured by the chaos void, producing special resources of invaluable worth. Overseeing these resource treasures meant securing them for the ancient country. 90% of the resources produced were to be handed over to the ancient country, while he could keep 10% for himself. In addition, based on the preciousness of each resource treasure, the overseer could receive regular credit income. It should be noted that credits in the Fierce Sun ancient country were extremely difficult to obtain. Lin Yuan managed to reverse the situation in the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain. Yet the final credit evaluation was only 120,000. But by overseeing resource treasures, one could reap continuous credit rewards, naturally attracting many title-seeking kings. A valuable resource treasure was like a money tree. Title-seeking kings had substantial daily consumption, and the more precious the treasures they oversee, the more income they gained, greatly assisting themselves. Galaxy, here is the current map of all treasures in the Fierce Sun ancient country. Select 3. The emperor waved his hand, and before him appeared a map of the entire territory of the Fierce Sun ancient country, with many areas gleaming brightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1133 Concession Request Subscription. I can choose any? Lin Yuan was surprised. In a way, the capital is also a treasure land. It houses Fierce Sun ancient country's largest sun vein, the sacred training ground for all who walk the path of the sun attribute. Select 3 from the resources treasure lands that have not yet been granted. The emperor looked at Lin Yuan, shaking his head as he spoke. Look carefully. All right. Lin Yuan nodded, looking at the map of the Fierce Sun ancient country's territory. The Fierce Sun ancient country's domain is vast and extensive, not limited to any particular spatial layer. As long as it falls within the space-time boundaries, it belongs to the Fierce Sun ancient country. Choose 3 from any unclaimed treasure lands. Beside him, King Qibao was slightly shocked. The resource treasure lands of Fierce Sun ancient country are graded from 1 to 9. First grade treasure lands are the most valuable, 9th grade the least. Typically, royal members granted to the rank of king are given 1 or 2 treasure lands, but they are usually 4th or 5th grade. Want to manage more precious resource treasure lands? It's possible. You can exchange them with merit. But Lin Yuan? The emperor's intent was to let him choose any 3 from all unclaimed treasure lands? Doesn't that mean he can directly choose 3 first-grade treasure lands? Managing a first-grade treasure land not only earns merit granted by the ancient country, but the resources produced by the treasure land itself are exceedingly precious. Even if 9/10 is submitted to the ancient country, keeping just 1/10 is enough to make a heavenly venerate level expert envious. The resources produced by a treasure land are not one-time, but are continuously replenished. Certain special resources are beyond price. As soon as they appear, they are purchased, unattainable during ordinary times. Consider carefully, treasure lands aren't better simply because they are more valuable. The emperor cautioned. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. So why do treasure lands need a strong expert to manage? Because they must bear risks. These risks come from many causes. Some treasure lands are located at the border between two ancient countries and may face invasions from hostile ancient countries. Other treasure lands are connected to certain perilous places. For instance, Fierce Sun Ancient Country's first-grade treasure land known as Star Sand River. It produces the precious resource star sand, a rare refinement treasure for the body, effective even for heavenly venerate, sought after by experts from various ancient countries. However, the bottom of this star sand river connects to a mysterious world, and occasionally, powerful beings from that mysterious world will invade along the star sand river. The manager of Star Sand River must ensure its security, so that star sand can be continuously produced and submitted to the ancient country. Of course, generally speaking, the more valuable the managed resource treasure land is, the more benefits it provides. As for hidden dangers, if a resource treasure land is too dangerous, no matter how precious it is, no expert will choose it. Managing a resource treasure land, failing to meet the ancient country's resource submission requirement will incur punishment, so the emperor advised Lin Yuan to consider carefully. Lin Yuan watched for a while. Actually, even before coming, he had already familiarized himself with many of the resource treasure lands of Fierce Sun Ancient Country. After all, any core royal member will be granted one or two treasure lands, and Lin Yuan estimated he wouldn't be an exception, just not expecting the emperor to allow him to choose freely. Our Fierce Sun Ancient Country's continuous wars with other ancient countries are essentially for competing over more precious resource treasure lands. The emperor smiled and asked, Galaxy, have you decided which 3 treasure lands to select? Lin Yuan looked at the numerous flickering lights on the domain map before him, indicating all the treasure lands he could choose from. After brief contemplation, he circled his chosen 3 resource treasure lands. Heiyu Nest. The emperor and King Qibao glanced. Lin Yuan's choice included 2 first-grade treasure lands and 1 second-grade treasure land. Among them, Heiyu Nest was one of the 2 first-grade treasure lands. Heiyu Nest produces the special resource Heiyu, which can refine beings' mental will. For experts, mental will is crucial. Its impact on strength enhancement isn't as apparent as the body and soul, but it's extremely important. Precisely because of this, Heiyu Nest is classified as a first-grade treasure land. Lin Yuan's selection of Heiyu Nest incorporated his own considerations. The strength of mental will is more akin to rule comprehension, able to synchronize with chaos void, and this Feng Yuan world. Managing Heiyu Nest can obtain 1/10 of the Heiyu from this first-grade treasure land, which Lin Yuan can entirely use on himself to refine his own mental will. The enhancement of mental will of the Feng Yuan world body naturally elevates the mental will of the true self in chaos void as well. Heiyu Nest is at the border between Fierce Sun Ancient Country and Xianin Ancient Country. It's not safe there. The emperor pondered while looking at Lin Yuan. The Heiyu of Heiyu Nest is also useful to the experts of Xianin Ancient Country. Managing the treasure land would require constantly facing potential invasions from Xianin Ancient Country's experts. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He has already planned to station 1 primordial spirit permanently at Heiyu Nest. Generally speaking, conflicts between 2 ancient countries, unless it's a large-scale or total war, won't typically deploy heavenly venerate level forces. Heiyu Nest, despite being a valuable first-grade treasure land, will only show its true worth with long-term occupation and stable Heiyu harvest. Sending a heavenly venerate to occupy Heiyu Nest for a short time, only to be quickly overtaken by an enemy heavenly venerate, doesn't provide much benefit. Lin Yuan has the strength of a primordial spirit, and although it doesn't match his true form, it surpasses the normal limit of core royalty. Holding the fort at the Heiyu Nest is more than sufficient. Besides the Heiyu Nest, another primary treasure site is fairly dangerous. Lin Yuan plans to send another primordial spirit to oversee it. As for the last secondary treasure site, Although its resource output cannot compare to Heiyu, it poses little risk, being located in the heart of the fierce Sun ancient country. Lin Yuan only needs to send an incarnation for its guardianship. Since you have already decided, here are the imperial edicts for the 3 treasure sites. The emperor said, and with a flick of his hand, 3 crystal stones appeared. These 3 crystal stones faintly resonated with the 3 treasure sites, serving as imperial edicts from the fierce Sun ancient country. Leaving the imperial palace, King Qibao spoke with concern. Galaxy, do you know who is currently substituting to suppress the Heiyu nest in place of the ancient country? The Heiyu nest is located at the border between the fierce Sun ancient country and the Xianin ancient country. Even without being officially granted, someone would still be appointed to suppress it. Of course, the substitute suppressor cannot gain the usual merits acquired from guarding such a valuable resource site, and can only take 1/10 of the resource income. Even so, given Heiyu's worth, 1/10 of it is enough to make many powerhouses envious. It's Qiyang Heavenly Venerate, King Qibao said. Search * the novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Qiyang Heavenly Venerate, although not a member of the ancient country's royalty, possesses strength that is formidable even among the other venerates. Would Qiyang Heavenly Venerate dare defy the emperor's edict? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. He was to take over the Heiyu nest by the ancient country's edict. Would Qiyang Heavenly Venerate dare refuse to vacate it? He wouldn't dare defy it, but there are many things one can do as long as they don't overtly violate it. King Qibao shook his head. Qiyang Heavenly Venerate has a great need for Heiyu, which is why he is sitting in at the Heiyu nest on behalf of the ancient country. Though Qiyang Heavenly Venerate wouldn't openly defy your edict to take over, he could delay, using the pretext of an imminent Xianin ancient country invasion, to completely delay your takeover. Every bit of delay lets him reap more Heiyu, which is quite advantageous for Qiyang Heavenly Venerate, and there would be no apparent breach of the emperor's edict. King Qibao said. Very well. I have had dealings with Qiyang Heavenly Venerate before. I will train to make a trip to the Heiyu nest. King Qibao thought for a moment then spoke. Thank you, King Qibao. Lin Yuan also understood King Qibao's goodwill. Having traversed the ancient country for so long, King Qibao knew many things in the shadows. With him by his side, Qiyang Heavenly Venerate would have to find a compelling reason if he wanted to delay any further. Heiyu nest. As a primary treasure site of the fierce Sun ancient country, it naturally had a space-time teleportation formation connecting to the capital city. Whoosh, a space-time passage was connected here, and an old man with a red beard and a young man stepped out from it. At the Heiyu nest, every million years 100 caddies of Heiyu are formed in the core area, of which 90 caddies are turned over to the ancient country, while the overseer can keep 10 caddies. King Qibao explained, but according to the information I have, the Heiyu generated every million years at the Heiyu nest always exceeds 100 caddies, typically ranging between 110 to 120 caddies. A million-year production of 100 caddies of Heiyu is merely the minimum output of the Heiyu nest. In reality, this is often exceeded, and the excess naturally falls into the hands of the guardian. On the surface, it is said that the guardian can obtain 1/10 of the Heiyu production, but in reality, it's closer to 2/10. Lin Yuan and King Qibao had just arrived. From within the depths of Heiyu nest, a man in a red robe emerged. A flicker of flame could be vaguely seen between the eyebrows of the man in the red robe. A clone left by Qiyang Heavenly Venerate at this location. Qibao. Qiyang Heavenly Venerate looked calmly at King Qibao, then glanced at Lin Yuan standing beside him. Qiai, I come under the imperial edict with Brother Galaxy to take over this Heiyu nest. King Qibao promptly mentioned the ancient country's emperor. Take over Heiyu nest? Qiyang Heavenly Venerate fell into silence, for he too had received the edict to relinquish the Heiyu nest, so it was no surprise. Indeed. I have brought Brother Galaxy here already. King Qibao gazed at the red-eyed venerable while secretly sending a message to Lin Yuan. Brother Galaxy, no matter what excuse Qiyang Heavenly Venerate comes up with to delay, say nothing and leave everything to me. I refuse to believe he would dare openly defy the Emperor's edict. King Qibao had already prepared to completely fall out with Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate. He was determined to help Lin Yuan take over the Heiyu nest smoothly. If they let it drag on, who knows how long it would take, and more importantly, it would open them to ridicule from other venerates. You are Galaxy? Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate ignored King Qibao, staring at Lin Yuan. Such intense Qi Yong aura. Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate was secretly startled. As a venerate himself, he could perceive far more than King Qibao, subtly sensing Lin Yuan's formidable foundational aura. Forget it. By now the Heiyu is of little benefit to me, and with Galaxy's formidable strength, he is bound to be heavily nurtured by the ancient country. Who knows, we might even have future dealings. It's unnecessary to thoroughly offend him. Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate thought privately. If it had been another ordinary royal family prince, he would surely have delayed further since he could sell Heiyu even if he didn't use it himself. But Galaxy? Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate weighed the pros and cons, and knew how to advance and retreat wisely. Thinking of this, Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate spoke in a deep voice. Since the Emperor has issued an edict, I will leave at once. Brother Galaxy, be cautious of the Xianin ancient country on that side after you take over this treasure site. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1134 Breakthrough, Subscription Request. Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate's brow burned with flame, like a miniature fierce sun, perfectly cooperating with Lin Yuan to take charge of Heiyu Nest. I realized a flaw in my spiritual will previously, and spent a great amount of resources to gain the opportunity to be the temporary guardian of Heiyu Nest. Now that flaw is almost patched up. Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate thought to himself. The special resource Heiyu within Heiyu Nest is greatly beneficial to the spiritual will of living beings. However, Heiyu is hard to obtain. Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate needs it, and so do other Heavenly Venerates. Only by becoming the temporary guardian of Heiyu Nest can one steadily acquire Heiyu. Since the flaw in spiritual will is resolved, Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate is reluctant to continue occupying Heiyu Nest, especially as the renowned Galaxy Great Lord is coming to take over. With the spiritual will resolved, it's time to prepare for that step. Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate's mind wandered. In this world, every Heavenly Venerate from the 6 ancient countries desires to take that step. It is said that in the extremely ancient times, there existed only one ancient country, and later the second ancient country, then the third ancient country was born. Until now, the 6 ancient countries stand side by side. If I could take that step, I would establish the 7th ancient country, like the ancestors illuminating this world, eternal and immortal, knowing both past and future. Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate yearned immensely. Why do the Heavenly Venerates follow the commands of the ancient countries? It's all to enhance the possibility of taking that step. Over the years, I've amassed enough merits. Enough to exchange for a chance to possess an ancestor. To experience the height and vision of an ancestor in advance. Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate served the fierce Sun ancient country for many years. With the strength of a Heavenly Venerate, he experienced hundreds of wars with other ancient countries and reaped benefits from sitting at resource strongholds. He has accumulated 100 billion merits. Enough to possess an ancestor once. I've lived long enough. Continuing further would be merely endless repetition. Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate understands the risks of taking that step, even if he has prepared for years and added the final ancestor possession. The hope remains slim. Sir the Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But however slim, it is still hope. Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate feels he should take a chance. At worst, he would fully immerse himself within some loop time segment. Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate continued to instruct Lin Yuan, as he prepared to take that step, seeing everything with clarity. What do struggles between Heavenly Venerates and royal families matter? If he succeeded in establishing the 7th ancient country, those struggles would naturally be forgotten. If failed, immersed in a time loop, those struggles hold no meaning to him. Therefore, Qi Yong Heavenly Venerate's instructions to Lin Yuan were quite sincere, with no hidden misguidance. After instructing, Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate directly left, disappearing into the space-time teleportation formation from Heiyu Nest. Lin Yuan smoothly took over this top-tier resource stronghold, commanding all the grand formations and killing formations of Heiyu Nest. It's due to King Qibao that this went so smoothly. Lin Yuan smiled and said to King Qibao, "Strange." King Qibao frowned in thought. Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate always acts extremely dominantly. Back then, to compete for the temporary guardian opportunity of Heiyu Nest, he nearly completely offended 4 to 5 other Heavenly Venerates. That's why outsiders speculated that Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate had a great demand for Heiyu. Now he abandons it so easily? King Qibao seemed full of doubt, but this resource stronghold he indeed gave it up without doing any secret tricks, directly leaving, and Galaxy, you have fully taken charge of all the grand formations and killing formations of Heiyu Nest. Regardless of Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate's nature, he has indeed treated me well. Lin Yuan said. His instructions to me just now were indeed reasonable. They are indeed reasonable. King Qibao nodded. That's why I didn't say anything from start to finish. What Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate told you were all things to be cautious about when stationing at a resource stronghold on the border. Forget it. King Qibao pondered for a moment, then shook his head saying, Anyway, this matter is a good thing. Smoothly taking over Heiyu Nest saves a lot of time. I originally intended to speak thoroughly with Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate. Yes, it's a good thing. Lin Yuan nodded. Taking over this top-tier resource stronghold without a hitch is indeed good. Even holding an imperial decree from the ancient country. If a strong figure like Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate were to secretly obstruct, it would be troublesome. Since none of that happened, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Galaxy, how do you plan to station at this resource stronghold? King Qibao asked Lin Yuan. I'll station with a clone. Lin Yuan's thought subtly moved, and his Taiyan primordial spirit emerged, entering the core of Heiyu Nest, commanding all the grand formations and killing formations. The guardians of resource strongholds rarely use their true form, usually stationing with clones, incarnations, or simply subordinates. Each resource stronghold has a space-time teleportation formation, besides grand formations and killing formations for protection. If any unforeseen event occurs, as long as it lasts 10 breaths, it's enough for guardians to provide support. A clone is best. After all, this is a top-tier resource stronghold. King Qibao nodded. Even Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate stationed at Heiyu Nest with a clone. Top-tier resource strongholds are extremely valuable. Dispatching incarnations or subordinates to guard remains unreliable. Let's go to the next stronghold. King Qibao immediately brought Lin Yuan into the space-time teleportation formation, heading to Lin Yuan's second resource stronghold, deep within Heiyu Nest. Lin Yuan Taiyan primordial spirit sat cross-legged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1135 Breakthrough, Subscription Request. _2" Is this Heiyu? A piece of dark, profound jade appeared before Lin Yuan. Vaguely, an alluring aura circulated within it. The next full aggregation of Heiyu is still tens of thousands of years away, but Heiyu here has already fully consolidated. Currently, a small part of Heiyu has matured early, similar to becoming ripe ahead of time, and as the guardian, Lin Yuan naturally could extract it. Simply by feeling the aura of Heiyu from up close, Lin Yuan seemed to experience layers of illusions, and his spiritual will was invisibly sharpened and elevated. My current spiritual will index is roughly 70 million points, Lin Yuan thought to himself. After advancing to the 12th layer, Lin Yuan's spiritual will index surged to 60 million points. Now a few thousand years have passed, and his spiritual will index increased by 10 million points. The speed of progress can be quite bewildering. 70 million points of spiritual will index completely reached the peak of the sovereign realm, even entering the domain of the chaos realm. However, compared to Lin Yuan's current power, merely 70 million points in spiritual will index is considered a weakness. It should be noted that Lin Yuan's current combat power fully matches that of an ordinary Chaos Great Saint. 70 million points in spiritual will index is quite inconspicuous among them, even weak. Which chaos great saint hasn't gone through multiple cosmic eras? Their spiritual will index generally exceeded 1 billion. However, the impact of spiritual will index on power is not that significant, unlike the tangible differences in physical strength. Next, the task of this primordial spirit is to refine Heiyu as much as possible to enhance spiritual will. Lin Yuan looked at the floating Heiyu before him and began refining it directly. Instantly, waves of penetrating aura surged deep into Lin Yuan's soul, invisibly refining the strength of his spiritual will. While spiritual will strength may not be very useful during combat, it should not be too weak, especially during breakthrough attempts, where weak spiritual will could lead to failure. The stronger one is, the more they focus on their spiritual will. Qiyang Heavenly Venerate would rather completely offend several other Heavenly Venerates to occupy Heiyu Nest, all to compensate for weaknesses in his spiritual will. Another top-grade resource stronghold, known as Greenwave Cliff. The acting guardian is named King Chi Kuei. Unlike Qiyang Heavenly Venerate, King Chi Kuei is a core royal who has grown to his limit. Hahaha Galaxy, I just received the royal decree instructing you to take over Greenwave Cliff, and I've been waiting here early this morning. King Chi Kuei was a very imposing man, with hearty laughter and boundless enthusiasm. Come, this is a fine wine I've been saving for years. King Chi Bao hasn't tasted it. Chi Kuei, you're saying this right in front of me? King Chi Bao rolled his eyes. So what if I say it face to face? King Chi Kuei said carelessly. Thank you, King Chi Kuei. Lin Yuan said next to them. In King Chibao's initial estimate, the most challenging of the 3 treasure lands Lin Yuan was supposed to take over was the Heiyu Nest. After all, it involves a Heavenly Venerate king, specifically the extremely domineering Qiyang Heavenly Venerate among the Heavenly Venerates. As for the other 2 resource strongholds, there wouldn't be any problems. The acting guardian of Greenwave Cliff is indeed one of the royal family itself. The 3 of them drank fine wine and chatted for a while. King Chi Kuei then voluntarily handed over the main battle formations of Greenwave Cliff to Lin Yuan. He then got up and left through the space-time teleportation formation. After King Chi Kuei disappeared, King Chi Bao laughed at the side. Chi Kuei must feel quite frustrated inside. King Chi Bao said with a smile. Frustrated? Lin Yuan looked at King Chi Bao, his expression thoughtful. How could he not be? Giving up such a prime stronghold. If it weren't for the emperor personally intervening, King Chi Kuei wouldn't have surrendered so smoothly. King Chi Bao said casually. Does the emperor have a great deal of prestige among the royal family? Lin Yuan asked. Do you think prime strongholds like these would fall to the hands of a royal king without deliberate favoritism from the emperor? King Chi Bao asked. Probably not. Lin Yuan nodded. If the emperor didn't show favoritism, obtaining a prime stronghold would rely on personal power. Even for core royals grown to their limits, when it comes to strength, at most they can hold their own against those Heavenly Venerate kings, but in an actual battle, they would certainly lose. Therefore, the emperor has tilted resources heavily towards the royal family, and royal powerhouses must support the emperor's orders unconditionally. King Chi Bao said. Those Heavenly Venerate kings, if they feel uncomfortable, might feign compliance with the royal decrees, obstructing in secret. But the royal kings? They naturally wouldn't dare to do so. I see. Lin Yuan realized internally. Indeed. To the exalted ancestor of Fierce Sun. What's the difference between royal, so-called Heavenly Venerates? They're all his own bloodline descendants, and this can be seen in how possession opportunities are also open to Heavenly Venerates. What does the emperor mean by this? Even though Galaxy might have great potential, he hasn't truly broken the Heavenly Venerate barrier. Directly bestowing Greenwave Cliff upon him? And then Heiyu Nest as well? Isn't this favoritism too much? King Chi Kuei walked out of the space-time teleportation formation and entered his own residence, his expression not looking great. When he was crowned a king, he was only bestowed with a 4th-grade treasure land. To this day, he hasn't guarded a truly top-grade treasure land. Greenwave Cliff was only temporarily under his guardianship. But now, directly bestowing 2 prime strongholds to Galaxy? Those are top-grade treasure lands. Even the strongest heavenly venerates need to make immense contributions to earn them as rewards. While royal kings find it easier to obtain, it's still incredibly difficult to be decreed one. With the emperor's bias, what can I do? King Chi Kuei sighed. From the perspective of the entire royal family, Galaxy Great Lord has the hope of breaking the heavenly venerate barrier that traps the royal family. And awarding him 2 top-grade treasure lands is not excessive. But the treasure land that he worked hard to become acting guardian of, which happened to be one of these, left King Chi Kuei feeling uneasy. Successfully taking over 2 prime treasure lands, the remaining second-layer treasure land was equally smooth. Lin Yuan allowed the Tian Divine Spirit to oversee Heiyu Nest and Greenwave Cliff, while for the second-layer treasure land, he dispatched an avatar to oversee it. The value of second-layer treasure lands does not compare to prime treasure lands, and the danger is not high, making it suitable for an avatar to guard. Even if danger arises, the avatar only needs to hold for 10 or more breaths until Lin Yuan's true form arrives to provide support. For the 3 treasure lands, aside from obtaining 1/10 of the resources produced, each 10,000 years of guardianship will earn merit rewards. Lin Yuan returned to his residence, calculating in his mind. For each 10,000 years of guardianship, a top-grade treasure land will grant 100 merit and second-layer treasure land 10 merits. This means, from now on, Lin Yuan will gain 210 merits every 10,000 years. While 210 merits may not seem much, it is endless. Every 10,000 years, there will be an income. 10,000 years, to great lords and heavenly venerates, is merely a brief retreat. Many great lords, heavenly venerates calculate their retreats in millions of years. 10,000 years equals 210 merits. A million years amounts to 21,000 merits. This counts as a very considerable income. Many powerful heavenly venerates have fought for the ancient country for billions of years without guarding 2 prime treasure lands. Continue comprehending the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and continued to comprehend the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Currently, the 3 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams Lin Yuan has redeemed are adequate to comprehend the path to the 3rd realm. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. The 27th Pattern Diagram. Lin Yuan looked at a diagram entwined with Chaos Qi. Strands of Chaos Qi continuously formed patterns, like a certain fundamental principle of the universe, sparking inspiration and understanding in Lin Yuan's mind. Every strand of Chaos Qi, despite seeming ordinary, was like the Tao origin, woven with countless complexities. Sar the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Your enlightenment is extraordinary. Viewing the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram significantly enhances your understanding of chaos rule. In a dazed state, the 27th Pattern Diagram before Lin Yuan began to clear up. I understand. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, as if clearing the clouds to see the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram consists of 81 pieces. These 81 mystical patterns were bestowed by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, exhausting the essence of chaos rule in its profound intricacies. The 27th Chaos Mystic Pattern is the last of the 18 mystical patterns within the 2nd realm of chaos. Comprehending this pattern signifies reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd realm in understanding the chaos rule. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan felt delighted in his heart. Originally, while observing this chaos mystic pattern, there were still many aspects he couldn't comprehend. But now all doubts were gone. Every thread of entwined chaos Qi seemed so wonderfully simple in Lin Yuan's eyes. Ancestor of Fierce Sun. Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion, stripping away the essence of the chaos rule, and displaying it in the form of a mystical pattern. Such a method was simply astonishing. However, even with such excellent cultivation conditions, throughout the endless years of the Fierce Sun ancient country, not a single 13th layer has been born. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel the pressure. In fact, since this origin world was born until now, there have been only 6 known 13th layer temporal beings, each establishing a great ancient country. Besides the very first 13th layer temporal being, the remaining 5 13th layer temporal beings consist of 3 from the ancient country established by the first and 2 from another ancient country. And the fierce sun ancient country? It has not produced a 13th layer except for the ancestor. Search * the novel. F. Iyer. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The heavenly venerates of the fierce sun ancient country, as long as they experience enough time, can generally accumulate 1 trillion credits to possess the ancestor once, even 2 or 3 times. Moreover, they will basically comprehend all 81 chaos mystic patterns. Lin Yuan mused silently. 1 trillion credits seem unattainable in a short time, but guarding a first-class treasure land for 10,000 years yields 100 credits. It's merely holding guardianship for 10 trillion years. For the heavenly venerates, 10 trillion years is not considered long. Moreover, every time there is a full-scale war between ancient countries, whenever the heavenly venerates intervene, they earn rewards of credit. Forget it. It's too early to think about these things now. Lin Yuan calmed himself. Currently, he's at the mastery realm. Considering ascending to the 13th layer will only be contemplated after achieving perfection in the chaos realm. Let's look at the 28th chaos mystic pattern. With a slight mental movement, a new pattern appeared before Lin Yuan. From the 28th onwards, the 81 chaos mystic patterns elaborate the mysteries of the third realm of chaos. 54 mystical patterns encompass the chaos third realm, demonstrating the extreme obscurity and difficulty at this level of the chaos rule. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Watching the chaos mystic pattern, you gain insights into the chaos rule. Merely contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan felt that the essence of the chaos rule contained in this chaos mystic pattern exceeded the sum of the previous 27. Marvelous, truly beautiful. Lin Yuan carefully observed and reflected, estimating that comprehending this mystical pattern would take about 1,000 years. In other words, barring any accidents, 1,000 years later, Lin Yuan's understanding of the chaos rule would reach the third realm of chaos. Chaos void. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The pinnacle of the chaos second realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. I can attempt to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji power of chaos. Evolving one's unique power path through the chaos rule is an endeavor that only chaos void great saints can achieve. Lin Yuan's ability to attempt it now was entirely due to his profound foundation in the comprehension of rules. One must know that even in an origin world where the scope of rule comprehension far surpasses that of the chaos void, it would require a great lord to hope to evolve a chaos-exclusive power path. But Lin Yuan? He began trying from the mastery realm. In fact, if not for the intricate difficulty of evolving the Yin-Yang Taiji power of chaos, requiring a high level of comprehension of the chaos rule, Lin Yuan could have attempted it in the path-splitting realm. Compared to the singular approaches like chaos flame, chaos shadow, and chaos life, the chaos Yin-Yang Taiji is a new power born from the fusion of 2 entirely different paths. Within his internal universe, Lin Yuan's form emerged distinctly, roaring. A massive amount of chaos chi gathered in front of him, resembling a chaotic ocean. Hot and cold breaths churned continuously in the depths of that ocean. With insights at the pinnacle of the chaos second realm, it is indeed possible to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji power of chaos, but at what speed? Lin Yuan sensed a bit, and found that it would take at least 10 million years to evolve successfully. 10 million years? Although 10 million years is nothing to Lin Yuan, having stepped into the 12th layer, lifespan limitations are no longer a concern. It's still too long. From becoming an evolver until now, how much time has even passed? Using insights at the pinnacle of the chaos second realm to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji of chaos, it's somewhat too forcing, thus requiring 10 million years. If the comprehension of the chaos rule reaches the third realm, the time for evolution would likely be significantly reduced. Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. The Yin-Yang Taiji power of chaos, within it, is based on chaos as the foundation, the vessel. The higher the comprehension of chaos rule, the naturally shorter it will take to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji power. The pinnacle of the chaos second realm requires 10 million years to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji power. Should Lin Yuan's insights reach the third realm of chaos, it might only take 10,000 years. Progressing further to attain insights at the pinnacle of the chaos third realm? Perhaps just 1,000 to several thousand years will suffice. Take it slow. I'm not in a rush. Even if it truly takes 10 million years, I can afford to wait. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, contemplating in his heart. However, the help from Heiyu for mental willpower is indeed substantial. It's only been half a year, and my mental willpower index has increased by at least 5 million points, reaching 75 million. Lin Yuan thought to himself. No wonder the Heiyu nest is considered a first-class treasure land. The ancestor of the fierce sun ancient country is a 13th layer time life form. What treasures haven't those great lords and heavenly venerates seen? Even so, they still scramble to compete for the position of guarding the Heiyu nest. This shows the effectiveness of Heiyu. It took me just over half a year to increase my mind willpower index by 5 million points. It must be because I just started using Heiyu. It won't take just half a year to gain such an increase again. Previously, Lin Yuan had never used Heiyu, which is why he could achieve such a significant increase. The reason Qiyang Heavenly Venerate willingly gave up the Heiyu nest is not only because he didn't want to offend Lin Yuan, but also because his mind willpower issues have been mostly resolved, and Heiyu no longer has a significant effect on him. When I've accumulated extra Heiyu, I can bring it to the Chaos Void and sell it to those venerable saints. Lin Yuan thought silently. At least until now, he had never heard of any treasure in the Chaos Void that could enhance mind willpower so effectively. Previously, Lin Yuan had traveled through the Myriad Realms Gate and descended into the Boundless Void, where he slew void creatures in the Void's secret realm, which also increased mind willpower strength. But this kind of enhancement has a limit, and can only increase up to 40 or 50 million points at most. Nothing compares to Heiyu, which has a significant effect on the mind willpower of those at the Heavenly Venerate level. Between Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Ombwa Void Domain, it is a vast desolate void. The term desolate void is a general term referring to the area between two void domains. Void domains are areas rich in chaos chi, suitable for creatures to cultivate and survive. Under the nourishment of chaos chi, they more easily give rise to strong beings. The desolate void between void domains has thin chaos chi, and few strong beings reside here permanently. If one compares the chaos void to an ocean, each void domain is like an island in the ocean, while the desolate void occupies 99% of the ocean's space. Simply put, in the boundless chaos void, the desolate void occupies most of the area. At this moment, the previously lifeless desolate void suddenly emanated terrifying waves of breath. A fiery red aura continuously collided with an aura of endless dark shadow, and the aftermath spread in all directions. Natural universes nurtured by the chaos void began prematurely moving towards a great destruction. 9 Phoenix, just what will it take for you to stop? The source representing the endless dark shadow aura, which is the shadow demon Great Saint, spoke again. When other Chaos Realm beings break through to the Great Saint level, they are usually congratulated by other Great Saints. Yet after becoming a Great Saint, he, the Shadow Demon Great Saint, was soon after pursued by 9 Phoenix Great Saint. This pursuit has continued until now. It has made the Shadow Demon Great Saint miserable, wondering if he can continue to focus on cultivating. Stop! 9 Phoenix Great Saint sneered. If you can resurrect all my kin, I'll stop. How about that? Can you do it? That's impossible. The Shadow Demon Great Saint shook his head. 9 Phoenix Great Saint, being a naturally phenomenal life form, and most of his kin had crossed into the 12th layer, freeing themselves from the constraints of the river of time. How can they be resurrected? Freeing themselves from the constraints of the river of time indeed breaks the shackles of lifespan, but at the same time, it also loses the opportunity for resurrection. Humph. 9 Phoenix Great Saint said nothing in response, instead using the chaos flame, filled with boundless vitality, to strike toward the Shadow Demon Great Saint. The Shadow Demon Great Saint's form became indistinct, and the chaos flame struck the distant desolate void. However, bang! A faint tearing sound echoed. Where the chaos flame had struck, a fragment of space-time appeared, seemingly revealing a corner of a great world. Wisps of xianhuang qi spread and coiled around. What is that? 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately noticed this scene. Rarely in sync, they stopped and observed the fragment of spacetime that appeared. This fragment of spacetime should be one of the entrances to a universe, originally hidden in the depths of spacetime, but was revealed by my strike. 9 Phoenix Great Saint was skeptical. It's not a natural universe, but a postnatal universe. Only an absolute great saint, perhaps even a strong one among absolute great saints, could have created such a vast universe. Shadow Demon Great Saint similarly discerned much. In the chaos void, there are 2 types of universes. One is the natural universe, a universe nurtured by the chaos void. The other is a postnatal universe, created by beings at the absolute great saint level. A postnatal universe cannot have the indestructible qualities of a natural universe, but in terms of foundations, it surpasses the latter by far. After all, it was created by an absolute great saint. An absolute great saint can create a postnatal universe and set their own rules within it, often using it as their lair. Opportunity. This is a great opportunity. The Shadow Demon Great Saint was wildly joyous inside. A universe created by an absolute great saint? Especially considering the current situation. This absolute great saint should no longer be present, or else it could never have been struck to reveal a corner. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent, Star Tears Fragment World. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, pondering over the 20th Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. With a flick of his right hand, a piece of beast skin appeared. The beast skin floated and drifted, emitting an indefinite aura. The mysterious map on its surface faintly glimmered with light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1137 Xianhuang Universe, Subscription Requested. The desolate void between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and the Ombo Void Domain. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint rarely stopped the slaughter, carefully observing the corner of the universe's aura that had been revealed. The hatred between her and the Shadow Demon Great Saint was indeed relentless and unending. But this glimpse of the universe discovered now involved a peerless Great Saint. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint could not help but take it seriously. Although a peerless Great Saint is also at the peak of the Chaos Realm, the same as the Chaos Great Saint Realm, their combat power is significantly higher than the latter. Moreover, every peerless Great Saint has much exploration and understanding in impacting the 13th dimension. The peerless Great Saints search through the Chaos Void, pursuing traces of life at the 13th dimension, and have gained some insights and rewards. These rewards are undoubtedly crucial for the Chaos Great Saints, and may even increase the likelihood of impacting the 13th dimension. Both Chaos Great Saints and Peerless Great Saints can impact the 13th dimension, but the latter has made far more preparations, and their chances of success are naturally higher. Unexpectedly, shortly after being promoted to the Great Saint, I discovered a universe opened by a Peerless Great Saint. A great opportunity, a tremendous opportunity. The Shadow Demon Great Saint's heart surged with excitement. At the stage of Chaos Realm's perfection, few things could attract him. Resources? Chaos Great Saints do not lack resources, as they have reached the pinnacle in all aspects, and having more resources does not enhance them much. The Peerless Great Saint's combat power surpasses the Chaos Great Saints not because of resources, but due to the Chaos path they have evolved on their own. Weapons. Actually, Chaos Great Saints also do not lack weapons. Unless it's weapons of the 13th dimension level, their interest is generally not significant. For any Chaos Great Saint, there is only one thing that attracts them most. That is the 13th dimension. Impacting the 13th dimension is the goal of every Chaos Great Saint. Many Chaos Great Saints have lived through long cosmic eras, and their relatives and friends have mostly died, leaving only the obsession to impact the 13th dimension. The interior of this universe already shows trends of breaking apart, otherwise, it couldn't have been blasted out a corner. Even without my attack, hundreds or thousands of cosmic eras later, this corner would still be exposed. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint also continuously observed. She could clearly perceive that this universe developed postnatally was unbelievably ancient, originating from tens of thousands of cosmic eras ago. After so many cosmic eras have passed, many time-spaces inside this universe are near collapse and remain unrepaired, suggesting its creator likely hasn't returned. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint drew many conclusions. Not returning to a universe you developed for such a long time? Letting its interior time and space collapse can only mean a few possibilities. 1. This peerless great saint is dead. 2. This peerless great saint is impacting the 13th dimension, and has not succeeded yet, being trapped in a time loop. 3. This peerless great saint reincarnated. Amongst the three possibilities, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint believes the second is closest to the truth. But no matter which one, it signifies that this peerless great saint may have difficulty appearing in the world again. Even considering the third reincarnation possibility, having not recovered all memories and returned to the peak for such a long time, the hope of returning to this universe is slim. 4. Chaos Realm Strong reincarnation means the hope of recovery is greatest in the first life. Failing to recover in the first life means significantly fewer awakened memories in the second, and even less in the third, fourth, and so on. Even for a peerless great saint, if they haven't returned to the peak in the third life, they typically can't return anymore, losing memories with each reincarnation. 9. Phoenix. You should also know the importance of this universe. The grievances between us can be set aside temporarily to join hands in exploring this universe. The Shadow Demon Great Saint glanced at the Nine Phoenix Great Saint, speaking. Normally, before a peerless Great Saint impacts the 13th dimension, they would leave everything behind. Their weapons and treasures, insights and experiences, exploration of the 13th dimension, and so on. Indeed, impacting the 13th dimension basically has only two possibilities: success or being trapped in a time loop. If successful, ascending to become a time life of the 13th dimension. The weapons, treasures, insights, and explorations left behind are of no importance. Even if others know, they just know. If they fail, trapped in an eternal time loop, the weapons, treasures, insights, and explorations left behind have no impact. And if it helps create a 13th dimension time life, it might even rescue them from the time loop. Indeed, the time loop of a perfected 12th dimension can be interfered with by a 13th dimension life. Of course, even for a 13th dimension time life, forcibly breaking a certain time loop would come at a great cost, but it's always a glimmer of hope. And for such a perfected 12th dimension life that is rescued by external interference, it would equate to losing the opportunity to impact the 13th dimension. Join hands to explore. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint looked at the Shadow Demon Great Saint. Indeed, even if you kill me, your closest family and clan cannot be resurrected, but as long as you step into the 13th dimension, you can reverse the timeline and resurrect your deceased closest family and clan. The Shadow Demon Great Saint spoke. The revival of deceased beings in the 12th dimension is based on the river of time, using the life imprint as an anchor point for resurrection. So, when one ascends to the 12th dimension, shedding the constraints of time life, the life imprint leaps out of the river of time, losing the ability to be revived. However, for 13th dimension time life, 13th dimension time life can see many future timelines and past timelines. The resurrection means they can accomplish is to resurrect against the timeline. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1138 Xianhuang Universe Subscription Requested. _2 This resurrection power does not require any reliance. As long as one has existed before, they can be resurrected. Advance to the 13th realm? Nine Phoenix Great Saint fell silent. She paused the fight with Shadow Demon Great Saint due to this consideration. The universe opened by this Supreme Great Saint likely stores insights on advancing to the 13th realm. If she can acquire them, her future hope of advancing to the 13th realm might increase. As for why the Supreme Great Saint has not returned, it is basically impossible for them to advance to the 13th realm. Yet every great saint who has perfected the chaos realm is full of confidence, walking their own paths. Even if this supreme great saint failed to reach the 13th realm, it does not mean she will fail too. Alright. 9 Phoenix Great Saint weighed the pros and cons and finally made a decision. All grudges are insignificant when facing the challenge of the 13th realm. Upon hearing this, Shadow Demon Great Saint sighed in relief. He was worried that 9 Phoenix Great Saint might continue to go berserk and ignore this universe. Now let's join forces to smash this section of the universe, then proceed inside. Shadow Demon Great Saint said, for what they were seeing was only part of this universe. The entire universe remained intact. To enter, they either need the method to access it or forcefully smash their way in. Yes. 9 Phoenix Great Saint nodded. Rumble. The full force combined strike of the two great saints was much stronger than 9 Phoenix's earlier attack. The terrifying chaotic power tore through space-time and hurled towards the revealed section of the universe. Buzzing. In an instant, the universe suddenly emitted infinite Xianhuang Qi, rapidly diluting the combined strike of 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Great Saint under its protection. Meanwhile, a heavy wave of space-time fluctuations spread in all directions, the strike from the two great saints reverberating like hitting an ancient bell, the terrifying sound waves expanding through the boundless space-time. Not good. Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint's expressions changed. Their combined strike not only failed to smash this section of the universe, but even failed to shake it. A postnatal universe left from eons ago holds terrifying depths. Even when its internal space-time neared collapse, it easily blocked the strike of these two great saints. What was the strength of the supreme great saint who originally opened this universe? Yet Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint could not think deeply about these matters, for the result of their combined strike was the emergence of terrifying space-time ripple waves. These space-time ripple waves spread toward the surrounding void domains. What's going on? These space-time fluctuations? Within each void domain, Chaos Venerables faintly sensed and looked towards the source of the space-time fluctuations. This fluctuation? Is it the fluctuation of a universe? A postnatal universe? The universe opened by a supreme great saint? Inside a postnatal universe opened by a supreme great saint, surely lies many treasures and profound insights, possibly even realizations for advancing to the 13th realm. Great opportunity. This is a great opportunity. The eyes of each Chaos Venerable burned with passion. Advancement to the 13th realm is not merely the goal of Chaos Great Saints. Even those new to Chaos Realm have this yearning. This exists within the postnatal universe opened by the Supreme Great Saint. Even if the realizations for advancing to the 13th realm are not obtained, the treasures and divine artifacts left by a Supreme Great Saint are sufficient for Chaos Venerables to benefit endlessly. Let's go. Go over there now. Immediately, some Chaos Venerables could not hold back and moved toward the source of the space-time fluctuations. Indeed, this space-time fluctuation from the postnatal universe also contains waves of great saint-level power. This means that besides that universe, there should be Chaos Great Saints. Yet does it matter? Normally, Chaos Venerables do not wish to offend a great saint. However, faced with an irresistible opportunity, what does a Chaos Great Saint matter? A postnatal universe created by a peerless great sage. The heavy fluctuations of time and space continued to spread, also alarming some Chaos Great Saints. In the Chaos Void, each void domain would have a few Chaos Venerables, but as for a Chaos Great Saint, even dozens or hundreds of void domains might not have one. Is it the aura of the Shadow Demon and the 9 Phoenix? Those two are quite lucky, stumbling upon an undiscovered postnatal universe. A Chaos Great Saint, eyes deep and penetrating, immediately deduced the cause and effect of the situation. The grudge between the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint is not a secret among the Chaos Great Saints. The battles between the two Great Saints were just a spectacle for the other Great Saints, who weren't bothered to intervene as long as it didn't affect them. In the ancient Ming Chaos continent, in the fragment world of Star Tier, Lin Yuan's expression was solemn as he looked at the beast's skin floating before him. This piece of beast skin was something Lin Yuan obtained from a golden box, inscribed with the mark of the profound Xianhuang. According to the description by the six-armed silhouette in the spirit of the Xianhuang secret realm, the golden box likely passed through the hands of His Majesty Xianhuang. The treasure inside is a precious artifact of the profound Xianhuang lineage. Is it a map? Lin Yuan discovered the root of the beast skin's anomaly was the map on its surface. Has the location marked on the map emerged? Lin Yuan thought to himself, pondering that the map on the beast skin depicted a tomb. And according to the spirit of the Xianhuang secret realm, this tomb belonged to His Majesty Xianhuang. However, the map included areas within the mausoleum, but Lin Yuan did not know the coordinates of its location. Only when the mausoleum emerged, revealing its aura to resonate with the map, could it be known. Originally, Lin Yuan held little hope for the map. After all, who knew when His Majesty Xuanhuang's tomb would emerge? Even after millions of cosmic eras passed without any sign, he assumed it would remain the same for millions more. But now? SE of the Novelier. N.E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The anomaly on the map of the beast skin led Lin Yuan to speculate that His Majesty Xuanhuang's tomb might have truly emerged. Specific space-time coordinates. Lin Yuan split a trace of his primordial spirit, exploring the map on the beast skin, vaguely resonating with the mausoleum the map corresponded to. Is it there? Lin Yuan gazed in a certain direction, his eyebrows furrowing. Too far. Even with only a rough correspondence, Lin Yuan could sense the vast distance between the mausoleum and his current position. Even with Lin Yuan's current understanding of time and space, traveling with full effort and continuously void traveling, it would still take hundreds or even thousands of years to reach it. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt a slight stirring in his heart. The galaxy. Ancient Ming Chaos Venerable sent a message. Lin Yuan looked opposite, where the form of the ancient Ming Chaos Venerable coagulated. Of course, what coagulated was merely the incarnation of the ancient Ming Chaos Venerable, and it could only descend and coagulate with Lin Yuan's consent. A major event has occurred. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable's expression was solemn as he swiftly conveyed the information he had just received. Between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Onbo Void Domain, a postnatal universe has appeared in the desolate void. How important is a postnatal universe? It is enough to drive the great saints to madness. Once this news spreads, it will only spread rapidly with terrifying speed. As a seasoned Chaos Realm entity, the ancient Ming Venerable knew many venerables, and naturally received this news. A postnatal universe? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, though waves stirred within his heart. The location mentioned by the ancient Ming Venerable was precisely the space-time coordinates Lin Yuan sensed through the map on the beast skin. Coupled with the sudden appearance of a postnatal universe, Lin Yuan could almost confirm that this postnatal universe was related to His Majesty Xianhuang, possibly even created by him. The mausoleum represented by the map on the beast skin is likely within this postnatal universe. Now many venerables are rushing there, including some at the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm, and possibly even great saints. If it weren't for the postnatal universe being so far away, I would have gone to take a look myself. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable said with a shake of his head. It is indeed very far, Lin Yuan nodded. The desolate void between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Onbo Void Domain would require him to travel through the void continuously for hundreds of years to reach. The ancient Ming Venerable estimated it would be thousands or tens of thousands of years before he could arrive. Forget it, it's too far. Even if I rush there, the contention would probably be long over by the time I arrive. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, considering it quietly to himself. With his foundation, a postnatal universe is not something he absolutely must have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139 The Teleportation of the Eye of Myriad Laws, requesting subscription. They continued to chat for a few more sentences. SE of the Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ancient Ming Venerable then got up to say goodbye. He had come specifically to inform Lin Yuan of this matter, purely for the sake of sharing information. This was something Lin Yuan had entrusted him with before. If anything major happened in the Chaos Void, remember to let him know. Ancient Ming Venerable took this matter seriously, which is why he came as soon as possible. After the Ancient Ming Venerable left, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and fell into contemplation. In the postnatal universe, the most valuable thing is none other than the exploration of the 13th level by Supreme Saints. This is also the key to the madness of those Chaos Great Saints. If one achieves perfection at the 12th level and attempts the 13th level, perhaps gaining just a bit more insight, in the end, they could step into the 13th level. But in Lin Yuan's mind, this was just that. In the source world, Lin Yuan could even come into contact with true time life forms of the 13th level, and even possess them, experiencing the perspective and height of the 13th level. Compared to the Chaos Great Saints and Supreme Saints of the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan's conditions were simply far superior. And the commotion in that postnatal universe was so great that even Ancient Ming Venerable knew about it. This basically meant it was spreading within the Chaos Realm circle, estimating that nearby great saints would flock there. With great saints taking action, Lin Yuan did not think a postnatal universe from tens of thousands of cosmic eras ago could withstand for much time. Even if he rushed there now, it would be meaningless. Hundreds of years later on arrival, the entire postnatal universe would probably be turned over, not even a drop of soup left. What a pity. Lin Yuan looked at the beast's skin in front of him, the map on it flickering with light. Depending on the map on the beast's skin, if Lin Yuan could reach that postnatal universe, he'd definitely have a great advantage, even with competition from other Chaos Great Saints. In the end, he could probably obtain most of the resources left by His Majesty Xianhuang within the postnatal universe. His Majesty Xuanhuang's exploration and insight into the 13th level. Lin Yuan was not as eager as those Chaos Great Saints, but the numerous resources, weapons, and treasures left by a Supreme Saint at the end, Lin Yuan was still very interested in them. Chaos Great Saints had no desire for resources because their own abilities had reached extremes, and no amount of resources could enhance their strength. But Lin Yuan? He was currently in a phase of strength enhancement. With constant practice of the infinite void second layer, his internal universe changing each day, and his desire for resources never stopped. This is why he had the idea to take the Black Jade from the Source World through the Myriad Realms Gate, and sell it at high prices to those Chaos Great Saints. The Black Jade, capable of enhancing the willpower of the heart, probably no Chaos Great Saint could resist, and they would go to any lengths to purchase it. Compared to plundering through slaughter, Lin Yuan still preferred to acquire resources through peaceful trade. It's just His Majesty Xianhuang. Lin Yuan looked at the beast's skin map, feeling reluctant. After all, how valuable must the inheritance of a Supreme Saint be? And how much cultivation time could it save him? Ask the spirit of the Xianhuang secret realm. Lin Yuan still wanted to understand more. Xianhuang secret realm. Due to the cosmic collapse, the Xianhuang secret realm was also affected. The originally vast secret realm world now reduced to a radius of 100 meters. Furthermore, the spirit of the secret realm had fallen into slumber. The avatar Lin Yuan left here opened its eyes, and began to call upon the spirit of the secret realm. Master. The six-armed figure of the spirit of the secret realm awoke from slumber, looking at Lin Yuan with a slight confusion. With the universe now plunged into absolute silence, why was Lin Yuan waking it up at this time? Tell me about His Majesty Xianhuang. Lin Yuan immediately said. The matters regarding His Majesty? The six-armed figure blinked cautiously asked, which aspect? Weapons and treasures. Lin Yuan said. If His Majesty Xianhuang truly fell into a time loop while attempting the 13th level, then his treasures and weapons would definitely be left in his resting palace, waiting for successors to claim. After all, external forces have almost no effect on the attempt of the 13th level. Weapons the six-armed figure thought for a moment. Among His Majesty's many weapons, the seal of Xianhuang is the most powerful. Under a single strike, ordinary Chaos Great Saints would be annihilated, unable to resist. And then there's the armor of Xian Huang, invulnerable to all laws, imperishable amidst tribulations. Wearing this armor, even supreme saints of the same level would find it difficult to inflict the slightest harm. Lin Yuan listened quietly, becoming increasingly tempted, as His Majesty Xuanhuang's main battle weapons totaled 6, each incredibly powerful. Even among supreme saints there were very few able to match them. At that time, when His Majesty was still present, those supreme saints did not dare contend with His Majesty. The six-armed figure said with a sigh. Among the supreme saints, His Majesty Xianhuang definitely belonged to the most powerful tier. While supreme saints and chaos great saints are both at the perfect state of the chaos realm. But though their realms are the same, the power to fight and kill varies in strength. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Master, what on earth has happened? The six-armed figure tentatively asked. The map on the beast's skin. Lin Yuan briefly explained the matter. The universe developed by His Majesty has been discovered. The six-armed figure lamented. If His Majesty Xianhuang were still alive, no one could find the universe he developed. Now that the universe has been discovered and besieged by all the saints and venerables, it means that His Majesty Xianhuang indeed hasn't appeared in the chaos void for a long time. Master, the weapons and treasures left by His Majesty should all belong to you. The six-armed figure looked at Lin Yuan, and couldn't help but say, as the spirit of the secret realm created by His Majesty Xianhuang, the six-armed figure naturally did not want to see His Majesty's weapons and treasures fall into the hands of outsiders. Lin Yuan, having taken over the Xianhuang secret realm, is considered the heir of His Majesty, the rightful successor of that postnatal universe. As for outsiders, those venerables and saints coveting it, in the eyes of the six-armed figure, they are intruders, plunderers. I will try my best. Lin Yuan nodded. Starlight fragmented world. Lin Yuan pondered, considering the many possibilities of entering that postnatal universe. In fact, there's no need for much consideration. The biggest problem blocking Lin Yuan now is how to reach the vicinity of that postnatal universe in the shortest time. If he can't get there, everything is for naught. Hard. Lin Yuan mused for a while, unable to see much hope. With the current understanding and mastery of the eightfold realm of spacetime, it would take hundreds of years to reach the postnatal universe. To arrive in a short time, perhaps a qualitative breakthrough in time perception is needed, like reaching the ninth realm of spacetime? But a breakthrough in time perception? It requires a lot of accumulation, and with Lin Yuan's current perception, stepping into the ninth realm, it's possible, but it would take time. This leads to a dead-end loop. Relying solely on myself, it's impossible to get there in a short time. But what if I rely on external forces? Lin Yuan shifted his thinking, silently considering. For example, in the fierce Sun ancient country, wanting to travel from the capital to the edge domain, even a powerful heavenly venerate would need to perform millions of void traversals. But with the ancient country's space-time teleportation formation, it can be reached in just over 10 breaths. The space-time teleportation formation here is an external force. 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Lin Yuan looked towards the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion has branches throughout the chaos void. Every void domain has a subdivision, and the Eye of Myriad Laws can descend upon any subdivision in an instant. If the Eye of Myriad Laws is willing to help Lin Yuan, there's hope to get there in a short time. Go and ask. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then immediately formed an incarnation, and descended upon the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Inside the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, as soon as Lin Yuan entered, he came to the deepest space. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion awaited Lin Yuan with a smile. The last evaluation of Lin Yuan by the Eye of Myriad Laws was something he had memorized to this day. A future 13th order life form? My heavens! To be evaluated like that by the Eye of Myriad Laws, even those unparalleled great saints couldn't achieve such a thing, right? The unparalleled great saints are only a step away from the 13th order, but that step is like a chasm, almost impossible to cross. I want to see the Eye of Myriad Laws. Lin Yuan immediately said. Please wait a moment. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion considered briefly before immediately starting to contact the Eye of Myriad Laws. If other strong individuals came, directly requesting to see the Eye of Myriad Laws, the pavilion master wouldn't bother to respond. The Eye of Myriad Laws is such an existence that you can't just meet it upon request. But Lin Yuan? The pavilion master knew exactly what to do. Before long, time and space slowly rotated, forming a whirlpool. A massive eye condensed, gazing down upon Lin Yuan. What's the matter with me? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan with interest. I want to go here. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush, directly stating the space-time coordinates. What's your relationship with that young Xian Huang? The Eye of Myriad Laws expressed surprise in its tone, staring at Lin Yuan for a moment. That young Xian Huang. Lin Yuan pondered and immediately understood that the Eye of Myriad Laws was referring to His Majesty Xian Huang. His Majesty Xian Huang is incredibly ancient. Not to mention this era, even in the time of the Moyu Tower Master, few powerful individuals were aware of him. But the Eye of Myriad Laws clearly knows His Majesty Xian Huang well, even calling him that kid. I have inherited part of the legacy left by His Majesty Xian Huang. Lin Yuan didn't hide, he spoke directly. As an unparalleled great saint, His Majesty Xian Huang had opened 33,333 Xian Huang secret realms as his legacy grounds. No wonder. The Eye of Myriad Laws suddenly understood. That young Xian Huang is a pity. If he weren't trapped by his heart demon, there would have been a slim hope for him to become the 13th Order. The Eye of Myriad Laws muttered to itself, clearly recalling something. Heart demon. Lin Yuan listened from the side. This was the first time he had heard such a statement. Even the spirit of the secret realm didn't know. From the 12th Order to impact the 13th, the most taboo thing is the obsession with heart demons. Because the time loop you fall into will change according to your weaknesses, your mental state must be absolutely perfect to have a chance to endure. If there is an obsession with a heart demon, the time loop will revolve according to the obsession with the heart demon, making escape almost impossible. The Eye of Myriad Laws explained. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. However, he was puzzled. Even such an unparalleled great saint as His Majesty Xian Huang had something he couldn't see through? Otherwise, how could an obsession with the heart demon form? All right. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed at Lin Yuan and said, You came to me, wanting me to teleport you to the vicinity of that postnatal universe? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded, quite favorably asking for assistance. The Eye of Myriad Laws showed a hint of amusement in its eyes, but I have agreed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1140 Everything is ready. Subscription requested. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed down at Lin Yuan. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion spread across each void domain, with every pavilion acting as an anchor point. As long as the Eye of Myriad Laws desired, it could completely teleport Lin Yuan from the 10,000 Paths Pavilion on the ancient Ming Chaos continent to the one in the Ripple Cloud Void domain. The Xianhuang universe was right next to the Ripple Cloud Void domain. Once Lin Yuan reached this void domain, he would be very close to the Xianhuang universe. Thank you. Lin Yuan steadied his mind. As long as the Eye of Myriad Laws did not refuse, all was well. What do I need to offer? Lin Yuan asked. He knew very well that the Eye of Myriad Laws would not help for free. Being an ancient entity that has traversed countless cosmic eras, the Eye of Myriad Laws believed in fair trade. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion adhered to this principle as its conduct guideline. S.E. the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. One must pay before obtaining. Offer, let me think. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. If it were another Chaos Great Saint, it would certainly demand a hefty price. Currently, the only quick way to reach the Xianhuang universe is through the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Even if the Eye of Myriad Laws demanded a fortune, Lin Yuan would have to acquiesce. But Lin Yuan was not like other Chaos Great Saints. In the eyes of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Lin Yuan holds more potential to step into the 13th stage than those peerless great saints. Even though the hope here remains minute. Therefore, the trade with Lin Yuan needs careful handling. If priced high, it might breed resentment in Lin Yuan's heart, becoming counterproductive. If priced low, it would not align with its principle of fair trade. Previously, when the Eye of Myriad Laws helped Lin Yuan spread numerous martial Tao paths, it wasn't just a simple offering. It required a promise from Lin Yuan. A promise in exchange for the 10,000 Paths Pavilion's best efforts to spread various martial Tao paths? And this promise bore no causal bindings. It seemed like the 10,000 Paths Pavilion suffered a loss. Even a peerless great saint's promise wouldn't be worth the Eye of Myriad Laws doing this. But in essence, the promise sought by the Eye of Myriad Laws was a future promise from Lin Yuan after stepping into the 13th stage. A promise from a 13th stage time being? Simply put, if Lin Yuan truly becomes a 13th stage time being, the initial investment of the Eye of Myriad Laws would reap returns 10 or 100,000 times over. Thus, helping spread martial Tao paths was not a loss for the Eye of Myriad Laws, but somewhat of a gain. After all, throughout numerous cosmic eras, it was the first time the Eye of Myriad Laws encountered a being as terrifyingly potential as Lin Yuan. Just 50,000 chaos stones. The Eye of Myriad Laws thought for a while and spoke. 50,000 chaos stones? Lin Yuan looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws. If it were just straightforward traveling from the ancient Ming Chaos continent to the Xianhuang universe, 50,000 chaos stones would be an astronomical price. Though it would take Lin Yuan centuries to traverse the distance, ordinary chaos venerables might take tens of thousands or 100,000 years to arrive. Is tens of thousands or 100,000 years of travel akin to 50,000 chaos stones? No chaos venerable would be willing to make such a trade. 50,000 chaos stones is quite a sum for a venerable, while tens of thousands or 100,000 years in their eyes mean little. Moreover, during tens of thousands or 100,000 years of travel, chaos venerables can undertake other activities, and nothing is hindered. But as the Xianhuang universe is emerging, more and more venerable saints are rushing there. At this time charging 50,000 chaos stones, Lin Yuan finds the Eye of Myriad Laws rather wise. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. Previously, in the inheritance space left by Tuolong Great Saint, there were numerous treasures, allowing Lin Yuan to accumulate quite some chaos stones. Let me go back and prepare. After speaking, Lin Yuan's avatar dissipated directly. Star-tier fragment world. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, pondering the forthcoming journey to the Xianhuang universe. The Xianhuang universe was established by Xianhuang. According to current intelligence, it is gathering numerous chaos venerables, including chaos great saints. If Lin Yuan were to engage in the contention within the Xianhuang universe, even if possessing advantages like Xianhuang Inheritor and Beast Skin Map, his strength cannot be too weak. At least he shouldn't just dispatch an avatar. An avatar severely limits his strength exertion, with Lin Yuan's avatar reaching a combat power up to the threshold of Chaos Venerables. The true form should go, leaving a primordial spirit behind. Lin Yuan thought silently. Undoubtedly, his true form combat power is the strongest. And leaving a primordial spirit in the fragment world can also ensure the safety of the human civilization homeland as much as possible. Moreover, with a primordial spirit left, even if Lin Yuan's true form encounters incidents in the Xianhuang universe, he can recover very swiftly. As for reviving through preservation means, it consumes too much time. Lin Yuan's true form and primordial spirit share a trinity relationship. As long as one exists, the other two can rapidly coalesce even if utterly obliterated. Reviving via preservation means can't achieve rapid coalescence. Regarding weaponry, carrying 3 pieces of Chaos Realm tier secret treasures will suffice. Lin Yuan contemplated inwardly. His myriad techniques chiefly revolve around his physical form and inner universe, to crush foes with an absolute foundational advantage. Having prepared everything, Lin Yuan summoned Xianyuan Supreme and other Supremes. Galaxy, what's the matter? Xianyuan Supreme, Xiaqin Supreme looked at Lin Yuan. I need to send my true form out for an errand. During this period, you should pay close attention. Lin Yuan spoke. Though he would leave a primordial spirit, The combat power of a primordial spirit is naturally far inferior to the true form. In case of offense against enemies at the Great Saint tier, a mere primordial spirit might fail to hold back. Of course, how exalted are great saints! Even if human civilization wanted to offend, it wouldn't have such a privilege, hardly even coming into contact with them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141 Everything is ready, subscription requested. _2 It's never wrong to consider things from the worst possible outcome. After all, Lin Yuan's departure in his true form really will put human civilization in a relatively vulnerable state. Alright. The Xianyuan Supreme and Xiaqin Supreme did not know why Lin Yuan left in his true form, but they did not ask further. Having chosen the Chaos Realm secret treasure to bring along, Lin Yuan's true form quietly disappeared from the fragment world of star tiers. Outside the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. It is his first time, in his true form, coming so close to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Previously, all his contact with the 10,000 Paths Pavilion was through casually created avatars. Buzz. Lin Yuan stepped into the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. In an instant, he appeared in the deepest space. The Eye of Myriad Laws seemed to have never left, always waiting there. The Eye of Myriad Laws glanced at Lin Yuan, showing a hint of surprise. No wonder you dare to contest in the Xianhuang universe. The Eye of Myriad Laws remarked in slight astonishment. Even with a casual look, it could vaguely sense how profound Lin Yuan's foundation was, surpassing even the usual Chaos Great Saints. And this is just the Sovereign Realm. If the Sovereign Realm is already like this, what will become when you step into the Chaos Realm? Reaching its perfection? Wouldn't you be an invincible great saint? Pondered the Eye of Myriad Laws. Originally, the Eye of Myriad Laws investing in Lin Yuan was risky. For example, if Lin Yuan did not reach the 13th stage in the future, not even an exceptional great saint is worth the investment from the Eye of Myriad Laws. But if he were an invincible great saint, such a great saint could sweep over other exceptional great saints of the same era. Even the mighty Xianhuang of old wasn't considered an invincible great saint. Usually, only one invincible great saint might emerge during a Chaos Void era. Often, there are no invincible great saints at all. As the power of exceptional great saints mostly reaches a limit, none able to sweep the others. To nurture an invincible great saint? It's exceedingly difficult. At this moment, the Eye of Myriad Laws believed that Lin Yuan's future would be either as a 13th stage temporal being, or as an invincible great saint. A promise from an invincible great saint is not a loss to the Eye of Myriad Laws. Seems my foresight wasn't bad, thought the Eye of Myriad Laws, feeling pleased. When will the transmission occur? Lin Yuan asked. No hurry, we can begin now. The Eye of Myriad Laws replied with a smile. By the way. The Eye of Myriad Laws seemed to remember something, reminding. This appearance of the Xianhuang universe has attracted many great saints. Several have approached me, wanting me to send them near the Xianhuang universe. The ability and techniques of the Eye of Myriad Laws aren't considered a secret among great saints, as many Chaos Great Saints, being too far away to reach the Xianhuang universe, would seek help from the Eye of Myriad Laws. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. When he headed there in his true form, he was prepared for the worst and had anticipated these scenarios. Do not resist now. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed down at Lin Yuan, the surrounding fluctuations of spacetime subtly growing intense. Qinglan Void Domain. Within one Chaos Continent's 10,000 Paths Pavilion, a figure coalesced, striding in. The figure was tall, exuding an aura of wild archaic essence, appearing instantly within the deepest space of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Greetings, wild barbarian great saint. The pavilion master of this 10,000 Paths Pavilion had been waiting for a while, bowing slightly to the tall figure out of respect. I seek the Eye of Myriad Laws. The wild barbarian great saint stated. Yes. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion immediately began to contact the Eye of Myriad Laws. Before long, spacetime slowly began to rotate, a giant eyeball formed. looking down at the wild barbarian great saint. Wild barbarian, what do you want with me? The Eye of Myriad Laws spoke calmly, without a hint of fluctuation. I want to go to this space-time coordinate location. The wild barbarian great saint dove straight to the point. You also wish to go to that Xianhuang universe? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at the wild barbarian great saint. Indeed, I once read in the records of a broken ruin about this unparalleled great saint, and the postnatal universe he developed is quite valuable, said the wild barbarian great saint. Originally, he wanted to keep this matter hidden without disclosing the information about that postnatal universe. But the Eye of Myriad Laws directly revealed the name of the postnatal universe. So the wild barbarian great saint did not continue to conceal it. No problem. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. However, you know I always prefer fair trade. Okay, tell me. The wild barbarian great saint nodded. 10 billion chaos stones, or 10 great saint-level weapon treasures. The Eye of Myriad Laws named the price. 10 billion chaos stones. The wild barbarian great saint's eye twitched. Even though he had prepared himself to be fleeced by the Eye of Myriad Laws before he came, he still felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing the offer. 10 billion chaos stones? Even for a chaos great saint, 10 billion chaos stones is a massive amount. And as for 10 pieces of great saint-level weapon treasures, even more so. The distance between Qinglan Void Domain and that Xianhuang universe is only a few decades worth of traveling effort for the wild barbarian great saint. If it weren't for the fear of running out of time, he would have gone there himself. But now, just for one teleportation, he has to pay 10 billion chaos stones? If you're unwilling, then forget it. The Eye of Myriad Laws immediately said. Willing, I'm definitely willing. The wild barbarian great saint took a deep breath and looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws. But can it be a bit cheaper? I don't have that many chaos stones on me right now. Then how much do you have? The Eye of Myriad Laws directly asked. 3 billion chaos stones, 2 great saint weapons. The wild barbarian great saint said. Those 2 great saint weapons cannot be given to you. Otherwise my combat power will decrease. And even if I reach the Xianhuang universe, I won't be able to obtain anything valuable. 3 billion chaos stones, it's too little. The Eye of Myriad Laws said. He was unwilling to fleece Lin Yuan, but that didn't mean he wouldn't fleece these chaos great saints. Eventually, the wild barbarian great saint and the Eye of Myriad Laws reached an agreement, exchanging 3 billion chaos stones and 30% of his gains from the Xianhuang universe for the opportunity to be teleported near the Xianhuang universe. You do nothing and get 30% of the gains? The wild barbarian great saint felt rather helpless. You can also choose to pay 10 billion chaos stones. The Eye of Myriad Laws said. CTH Nellfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then forget it. The wild barbarian great saint shook his head. Although he was certain of the great value of the Xianhuang universe, he couldn't ensure that his 30% gains from it would exceed 7 billion chaos stones. The primary goal of the wild barbarian great saint was also His Majesty Xuanhuang's exploration, an understanding of the 13th stage. In a mysterious place within the chaos void, a chaos great saint with 2 horns on his head appeared before an ancient, modeled altar. Great Altar Spirit, I wish to travel to this spatial coordinate in the shortest time possible. The 2-horned great saint spoke. Buzz, the ancient, modeled altar slightly trembled, and a voice rang in the 2-horned great saint's ear. I want 60% of your gains from this journey. 60% of the gains? The 2-horned great saint fell silent. Handing over 60% of the spoils he risked battling with other great saints to the altar? The 2-horned great saint understood the altar's capabilities and methods. Once 60% of the gains were set, it would not change. Even if he wanted to hide, he couldn't. Then tell me, to which unparalleled great saint does this postnatal universe belong? The 2-horned great saint was unwilling to make a wasted trip, only to end up working for the altar, so he wanted to first understand the origins of that postnatal universe. If it only belonged to an ordinary unparalleled great saint, then there was no need to pay such a price to go there. In battling other great saints, he too would incur losses, and he didn't want his 40% share of the gains to not even cover those losses. That universe is called the Xianhuang universe, left behind by the Xianhuang Great Saint. The Xianhuang Great Saint was one of the unparalleled great saints closest to becoming an invincible great saint in that era. A voice from the ancient, mottled altar resounded in the two-horned great saint's ears. An unparalleled great saint closest to an invincible great saint. The two-horned great saint's expression changed slightly, as invincible great saints only existed in legend. To become an invincible great saint, one must first sweep through all unparalleled great saints of one's time, and be universally acknowledged by all unparalleled great saints of that time. But achieving this requires terrifying strength. It's not just about defeating a certain unparalleled great saint to gain that recognition. Then 60% of the gains it is. The two-horned great saint agreed. An unparalleled great saint approaching the level of an invincible great saint. Traveling to the postnatal universe he developed was worth paying such a price. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142 Great Saints. Please subscribe. Ripple Cloud Void Domain. Wanchuan Chaos Continent. 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The neighboring void domains have been quite unsettled lately. Several deputy pavilion masters whispered among themselves. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion spread across various void domains, but only the pavilion master could be directly appointed by the Eye of Myriad Laws. As for the deputy pavilion masters, most of the daily affairs of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion were managed by them, while the pavilion master dealt with uncertain paths of evolution and communication with the Eye of Myriad Laws. Indeed, many venerables have been passing through nearby. One of the deputy pavilion masters remarked with a sigh. The Wanchuan Chaos Continent was opened by the Wanchuan Venerable, but usually, aside from the Wanchuan Venerable, it was rare to see another Chaos Venerable in millions or tens of millions of years. However, recently, Chaos Venerables have been arriving from other surrounding void domains. It's said that the postnatal universe was opened by an extraordinary being, which is why so many venerables are attracted to it. The deputy pavilion masters chatted, armed with extensive intelligence thanks to the backing of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. If not for the gathering of so many venerables, I would have liked to take a look myself. Another venerable spoke, tone slightly curious. As deputy masters of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, they were merely beings of the mastery realm, and dared not approach the vicinity of the Xianhuang universe. The area was swarming with venerables, and beings of the mastery realm were too fragile in comparison. It's not just the venerables heading there. At this moment, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion spoke. He had been listening to the deputy pavilion master's discussions, and finally spoke. Not just the venerables? Pavilion master, what do you mean by that? The hearts of the deputy pavilion masters trembled. In contrast to the deputy pavilion masters, the pavilion master directly received orders from the Eye of Myriad Laws, with access to more intelligence. Several great saints have already headed there. The pavilion master revealed. Great saints have gone over? The deputy pavilion masters swallowed hard. Typically, a void domain might host a few venerables, but a great saint? Even hundreds or thousands of void domains might not produce a single great saint. Why don't you believe? The pavilion master glanced at the deputy pavilion masters, about to speak further. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He then immediately got up and disappeared from sight. What happened to the pavilion master? The deputy pavilion masters looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. Deep spaces within the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Spacetime rotated slowly, and a stable spacetime passage formed. A young man emerged from it. Immediately, a huge eye took shape, gazing down at the young man. Galaxy, you have arrived. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion stood respectfully at the side, cautiously observing the young man who had stepped out of the spacetime passage. The fact that the Eye of Myriad Laws personally greeted him meant he was at least at the level of a great saint. In other words, was this young man before him a chaos great saint? And judging by the Eye of Myriad Laws' attitude, It seemed this young man was no ordinary chaos great saint. Thank you. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. As he stepped out of the space-time passage, he felt the distance between himself and his primordial spirit left in the star-tier fragment world expanding significantly. Then I won't see you off. The eye of myriad laws glanced at Lin Yuan, and then quickly dissipated. Master. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, "This way is the exit." For an esteemed guest personally welcomed by the eye of myriad laws, the pavilion master dared not show any negligence. The eye of myriad laws not seeing Lin Yuan out didn't mean he could disregard him. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. In reality, with his mastery of space-time, he could forcibly break free of this space, but there was no need for that. Since the eye of myriad laws had just brought him over, it was polite to be a bit more courteous. Very soon, Lin Yuan reached the exit of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. This should be the Wanchuan Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan asked casually. Yes. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion nodded immediately. Once Lin Yuan's figure disappeared beyond the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, the pavilion master finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Which great saint is this? Galaxy? I've never heard of him. The pavilion master's thoughts expanded. But he didn't overthink it. The chaos void is vast and boundless. Within certain void domains, chaos great saints are exceptionally rare, but overall, there are still some chaos great saints. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion wasn't even a venerable. It was perfectly normal for him not to recognize this great saint. Pavilion master. When the pavilion master returned, the deputy pavilion masters looked over full of curiosity. The sudden disappearance and now reappearance with a lingering change in expression left the deputy pavilion masters quite intrigued. Where did I leave off? The pavilion master glanced at the deputy pavilion masters. You just mentioned that some great saints have also headed this way. One of the deputy pavilion masters promptly replied. Indeed. The pavilion master nodded and didn't continue the conversation. He had just personally greeted a great saint, but this matter was a secret of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Even if the eye of myriad laws hadn't advised him, he wouldn't dare let it slip outside. Ripple Cloud Void Domain? Lin Yuan took a step forward, leaving the Wanchuan Chaos Continent and arriving in the Chaos Void. The Xianhuang universe is in that direction. Even without specific space-time coordinates, upon reaching the Ripple Cloud Void Domain, Lin Yuan was able to sense the change in the beast skin map, the light it emitted becoming increasingly intense. If Lin Yuan hadn't suppressed it in time, it would likely have directly resonated with the Xianhuang universe. At least more than 30 Chaos Venerables are gathered there, Lin Yuan observed from afar. With his space-time insight, the aura of the Chaos Venerables couldn't be concealed from him. There are also Chaos Great Saints? Is it the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Chaos Great Saints? Lin Yuan continued to perceive, his expression becoming peculiar. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable mentioned the Xianhuang universe to him, but did not mention these two great saints. This is not surprising, as ordinary Chaos Venerables can at most sense the aura of a postnatal universe. Recognizing the presence of Chaos Great Saints, or identifying them, is not something they might achieve. I didn't expect to have such fate with these two great saints. Lin Yuan's gaze was astonished. His hometown universe was destroyed due to the battle between these two great saints, and now with the emergence of the Xianhuang universe, he encounters these two great saints again? However, at that time, compared to the two great saints, Lin Yuan was akin to a firefly beside the bright moon. The aftermath of their battle left him struggling. And now, Lin Yuan dared not say how much he surpassed them, but at least he was not weaker than these two great saints. Perhaps the Xianhuang universe is emerging also because of these two great saints. Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Besides Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix, 2 more great saints have arrived. His space-time insight had reached the 8th realm, a domain belonging to the great saint tier, thus he could detect the aura of great saints. A moment later, Lin Yuan entered the desolate void and saw the edge of the Xianhuang universe. Through this fragment of the universe, Lin Yuan could vaguely perceive the vastness and inscrutability of the entire Xianhuang universe. No wonder everyone is waiting outside. It turns out they're waiting for the outer space-time of the Xianhuang universe to collapse on its own. Lin Yuan thought deeply. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Xianhuang universe had endured too many ages. Although far surpassing the natural universes nurtured by the chaos void in size and scale, it did not possess the indelible or rebirth characteristics. Without its master's restoration and with the erosion of time, the space-time of the Xianhuang universe was slowly collapsing. This time, the active emergence of the Xianhuang universe on the surface was due to the influence of the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Great Saints, but in reality, it was inevitable. Once the space-time collapses to a certain extent, it will reveal itself even without external forces. Of course, the death of a thin camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Xianhuang universe was gradually collapsing, it could not be broken and entered by a few great saints joining forces. The Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint had tried to force entry together, and not only failed, but also caused spatial fluctuations to spread, attracting numerous venerables and great saints. In at most 2 years, the outer space-time will completely collapse, and by then one can enter. Lin Yuan observed and concluded. Trying to force entry before the collapse? It's as difficult as ascending to heaven, and might even trigger the Xianhuang universe's origin source backlash. This is also why the Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint immediately stopped after striking once together. I shall wait as well. Lin Yuan casually hid in a certain layer of space-time, dividing his mind to sense the Xianhuang universe's space-time collapse, while focusing the rest of his energy on cultivation and comprehending the Tao. During the wait, no strong individuals would make a move either. Those who had achieved the Chaos Realm were cautious. They wouldn't strike without benefit, especially when the door to the Xianhuang universe hadn't opened yet, thus refraining from fighting each other. Lin Yuan was no different. His time was precious. Every additional moment spent in cultivation improved his power and attack strategies. Damn. The Shadow Demon Great Saint blended into the space-time, coldly watching the continuously arriving Chaos Venerables, and the 2 other Chaos Great Saints besides him, and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint. I discovered this postnatal universe first. The Shadow Demon Great Saint was extremely unwilling. If he had known attacking the exposed fragment of the universe would lead to such a great reaction, he wouldn't have done so. But now it was too late to regret. The matter of the Xianhuang universe's emergence was completely leaked out. It's utterly uncontrollable. The Shadow Demon Great Saint wasn't worried about the Chaos Venerables rushing to pick up cheap gains. He was concerned about the Chaos Great Saints of the same level. As time passed, more Chaos Great Saints would come. Shadow Demon. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint focused most of his attention on the Shadow Demon Great Saint. This time, if able to enter the Xianhuang universe, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint's primary target would be the exploration insights left by the 13th tier founder of this postnatal universe. Secondly, to make the Shadow Demon Great Saint pay a sufficiently tragic price. As time slowly passed, 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, 5 more Chaos Great Saints arrived successively. In reality, it's rare for even one Chaos Great Saint to appear among thousands of void domains. This time, within just a few years of the Xianhuang universe's emergence, 9 Chaos Great Saints gathered, most of whom used special means to come, paying a substantial price. Rumble. 2 years passed. An edge of the Xianhuang universe had already collapsed to a certain extent. Lin Yuan also temporarily ceased his cultivation, observing from afar. As the outer edge of the Xianhuang universe completely collapsed, the aura inside began to flow out, and Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. For the beast skin map he held once again underwent a change. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143. Winning over, request for subscription. The map, is it extending? Within the internal universe, Lin Yuan descended in his avatar, observing the changes in the beast's skin map before him. As the inner aura of the Xianhuang universe gradually dissipated, the map on the surface of the beast's skin was visibly extending rapidly. The map originally occupied only 1/5 of the beast's skin. Now it was expanding, 1/4, 1/3. Eventually half of the beast's skin's surface was covered by the map. In addition to the mausoleum, many other areas have appeared. Lin Yuan carefully observed, and many regions had descriptions introduced. For example, a place called Futu Tower, a location for body refining, where any being approaching the area would be shrouded by the Futu power. Even those as powerful as a great saint would be trapped momentarily. There is also a place called the Nine Realms Pavilion, which connects to 9 small worlds separately opened by the Xianhuang, imprisoning some wonder life forms nurtured by the chaos void. For the Xuanhuang's daily research. With this map in hand, once I enter the Xianhuang universe, I will definitely gain many advantages. Lin Yuan smiled, while other powerhouses, even those chaos great saints, would be clueless once inside, not knowing where to head. To be precise, they are unaware of the value of those regions' positions. Rushing in recklessly, it is very likely to mistakenly enter places like Nine Realms Pavilion or Futu Tower. The Nine Realms Pavilion connects to 9 small worlds. If a chaos great saint mistakenly enters, it may take a lot of effort to get out. Futu Tower is even more so, as the Futu power is no weaker than the chaotic evolution forces, specifically used by the profound Xianhuang for body refining. The great saint would surely find it unbearable once trapped. And as the Xianhuang universe initially opens, every moment is extremely precious. Being trapped for a while? By the time they come out, many precious resources may have already been taken. Step by step, they fall behind. Later great saints can only watch helplessly. Once I enter, follow this route. Lin Yuan, according to the map, devised his route upon entering the Xianhuang universe. The places these routes pass through contain many treasures, oddities and weapons, maximized by Lin Yuan for profit. To prevent himself from randomly appearing at some position in the universe, Lin Yuan directly formulated more than 10 routes, covering almost every contingency. Ultimately, I must head to the mausoleum, where it's likely the Xianhuang has stored the most precious treasures. Lin Yuan looked at the center region of the map, which was also the initially exposed mausoleum. Yet, during this opening of the Xianhuang universe, not a single master of the Xianhuang secret realm has come. Lin Yuan glanced outside, thinking to himself, every being that masters and refines the Xianhuang secret realm generates a slight mutual response among themselves. Refining the Xianhuang secret realm is tantamount to being a disciple of the Xianhuang, belonging to the profound Xianhuang line, naturally allowing them to identify each other. Indeed, with so many cosmic eras having passed, even if there were still masters of the secret realm, they may not be aware of the Xianhuang universe's emergence, and even if they knew, they might not make it here on time. Lin Yuan thought internally. He was aware this universe was the Xianhuang universe, due to the beast skin with the engraved map, which resonated with each other. Without this beast skin, Lin Yuan could not determine that the newly emerged postnatal universe was the Xianhuang universe. If the distance was too far, and the cost too great to come over, it would likely not be worth meddling in this situation. Moreover, becoming the master of the Xianhuang secret realm isn't an easy task. Lin Yuan achieved it due to his extraordinary comprehension. But for other beings within different universes, it's exceedingly difficult. With 33,333 Xianhuang secret realms, how many have been mastered is another question altogether. In the outside world, as time and space collapsed on the outer edge of a corner of the Xianhuang universe, revealing a hint of its inner aura, the many powerhouses who had been waiting for a long time felt a thrill. Lin Yuan's true body was also watching intently. It should be a few more days. Lin Yuan thought internally. This corner's space-time collapse had stirred a temporal storm within the universe. To wait until it is enterable, many more days are likely required. Most of Lin Yuan's attention was focused on a corner of the Xianhuang universe, when he suddenly noticed a presence approaching swiftly. Divine Wind Venerable? Lin Yuan recognized the identity of the other, a well-known peak chaos venerable. Besides the Divine Wind Venerable, There were 2 other peak Chaos Venerables following behind. Your Excellency, don't be alarmed, we mean no harm. Divine Wind Venerable immediately transmitted his voice, stopping not far away without approaching further. What do you seek? Lin Yuan asked, looking at them. Your Excellency must have noticed the extraordinariness of this postnatal universe. Its creator was undoubtedly an extraordinary great saint. Divine Wind Venerable said. However, the majority of treasures and rarities within this postnatal universe are destined to fall into the hands of the 9 great saints. Divine Wind Venerable glanced at the 9 figures closest to the secret realm. Sir, the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Initially, the auras of the Chaos Great Saints were somewhat restrained, but now, as they were about to enter the Xianhuang universe, the 9 Chaos Great Saints no longer hid, instead freely releasing their terrifying auras. We Chaos Venerables can only follow behind the Great Saints and scrape for what little we can. Even so, we must still guard against other Venerables. Divine Wind Venerable sighed. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, remained silent. Among the 9 Chaos Great Saints, competition was necessary, and among the Chaos Venerables, competition was equally required. In fact, the level of competition among Venerables far exceeds that of the Great Saints. After all, there are only 9 Great Saints who will surely claim the majority of resources and treasures within the Xianhuang universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144. Winning Over, Request for Subscription. _2 But Chaos Venerables? Currently, there are already over 100. With 100 Chaos Venerables fighting over the soup discarded by the Great Saints, one can only imagine how fierce the struggle will be. What do you want to say? Lin Yuan looked at Divine Wind Venerable. I want to invite you to join us. Divine Wind Venerable said. We Chaos Venerables need to join forces to have an advantage in our struggle against other Venerables. Rest assured, we already have 12 Chaos Venerables, including 4 Peak Venerables. If you join us, you will surely gain something from this venture. Divine Wind Venerable continued. Of course, after you join, all gains from exploring this postnatal universe will be managed by me and distributed after the exploration is complete. Trust me, only in this way can we maximize our gains, which is beneficial for you and has no disadvantages. Lin Yuan looked at Divine Wind Venerable, shook his head, and said, Hand over all the gains to you for distribution? Although it was impossible for him to choose to join, Lin Yuan was still a bit helpless. Were they treating him as a free hired hand? Who knows how Divine Wind Venerable would distribute? Am not interested. Lin Yuan said directly. Not interested? Divine Wind Venerable was slightly taken aback. Before coming, he had already met with other Venerables, and they all agreed with his view. With over 100 Chaos Venerables gathered, if some Venerables could unite, they would indeed have a great advantage. Even among Chaos Venerables, the gap is not that large, far less than the chasm between Great Saints and Venerables. At this time, numerical superiority was very important. Consider it again. Divine Wind Venerable continued. I said not interested. Lin Yuan frowned. All right, the choice is yours. Divine Wind Venerable was silent for a while, and did not continue to persuade him. But let me remind you, going solo will put you at a disadvantage. After speaking, Divine Wind Venerable turned and left. Divine Wind, you were actually rejected? A Peak Venerable next to Divine Wind Venerable sneered. Which void domain is this Venerable from? Haven't they even heard of your reputation, Divine Wind? Regardless of his background, with a great enemy before us, he doesn't think of joining forces but instead plans to go solo? How short-sighted. Divine Wind Venerable shook his head, and in an icy tone said, Once this postnatal universe is fully opened, and many Venerables rush in, he will know what a mistake it was to reject me. Indeed, does he really think of himself as a great saint? Another Peak Venerable also spoke, feeling that Lin Yuan would regret it sooner or later. Being personally invited by Peak Venerables, what an honor. Lin Yuan refused without even considering it. If it weren't for the imminent opening of the Xianhuang universe, and the presence of too many nearby venerables, the two peak venerables would have planned to teach Lin Yuan a lesson. Let's go invite the next one. Divine Wind Venerable continued to fly forward. With every venerable they invited to join, their strength would increase, giving them a greater advantage in the upcoming struggle. In the depths of many layers of spacetime, the dual origin Great Saint, with dual horns, gazed into one corner of the universe. The altar spirit said this postnatal universe was created by the Xianhuang Great Saint, and the Xianhuang Great Saint is the Great Saint closest to becoming invincible Great Saint. The dual origin Great Saint thought to himself, and it was precisely because of this information that he was willing to endure the cost of being fleeced by the altar spirit to force his way here. To earn such an evaluation from the altar spirit, the strength of the Xianhuang Great Saint must be terrifying, likely surpassing all other unparalleled great saints of that era. The postnatal universe he left behind is worth my full effort to compete for. The dual origin Great Saint's eyes shimmered with anticipation. The existence of the altar spirit is similar to the Eye of Myriad Laws, both related to 13th order time life. The dual origin Great Saint also happened to enter the space of the altar spirit by chance. Without sufficient luck, even a peerless Great Saint could not contact the altar spirit. The ones to watch out for this time are Wild Barbarian, Tianlu and Blacklight, but as for the other five, the dual origin Great Saint cast a glance at the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and 5 other Great Saints. There was no excessive attention given. Among the 9 Great Saints present, there were clearly 3 tiers. The first tier was the dual origin Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and Blacklight Great Saint. These 3 Great Saints were the strongest, especially the dual origin Great Saint, whose path had a great chance of becoming a peerless Great Saint. For a Chaos Great Saint to become a peerless Great Saint mainly depended on the path they chose. If the path was unsuitable, a Chaos Great Saint was destined never to become a peerless Great Saint. In essence, regarding the 13th step, the gap between a Chaos Great Saint and a peerless Great Saint was not that large, mainly because the exploration and understanding of the 13th step by a peerless Great Saint were undoubtedly superior to those of a Chaos Great Saint. The second tier was Tianlu Great Saint and 2 other Chaos Great Saints. And the third tier was Shadow Demon Great Saint, 9 Phoenix Great Saint, and 3 other newly minted Chaos Great Saints. What brings the dual origin guy here? The towering Wild Barbarian Great Saint glanced at the dual origin Great Saint, feeling a slight headache. Thousands of years ago he had heard that the dual origin Great Saint was exploring a site far away from here, so distant that even a Chaos Great Saint would take millions of years to get here. I arrived through the Eye of Myriad Laws within a short time, so how did dual origin manage it? Was it also the Eye of Myriad Laws? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint pondered to himself, having crossed paths with the dual origin Great Saint multiple times. The other's strength was indeed terrifying, and even he could only manage to maintain a standoff. He even felt that the dual origin Great Saint had not used all his trump cards then. No matter, whoever dares to block me this time, I'll just crush them. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's aura surged, tearing apart the surrounding spacetime. To arrive here, he paid 3 billion Chaos Stones to the Eye of Myriad Laws. If he couldn't recoup this cost, he would suffer a heavy loss. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint couldn't accept such an outcome. As a Chaos Great Saint, and one who was good at offense among the Chaos Great Saints, when had he ever suffered such a loss? In terms of strength, I'm not as good as Dual Origin, Wild Barbarian and Blacklight. Tianlu Great Saint silently observed his surroundings, clearly aware of his tier level. But in the fight for treasures, it's not just about strength, Tianlu Great Saint thought to himself. Each Chaos Great Saint, according to their evolved Chaos Power Path, has different specialties. Dual Origin, Wild Barbarian, and Blacklight were notably adept at offense. But Tianlu Great Saint excelled at survival. As long as I seize the opportunity and get the treasures, even Dual Origin and the others won't be able to deal with me. Tianlu Great Saint had no intention of going head-to-head with the 3 Great Saints. That would clearly be a case of using his weakness against others' strength. However, this postnatal universe actually managed to attract Dual Origin over. Tianlu Great Saint's thoughts spread as he roughly gauged the position of dual origin Great Saint, incredibly far from here. Currently exploring an ancient site. Yet even so, the dual origin Great Saint still rushed over. Clearly, the dual origin Great Saint paid a huge price. Abandoning the site he was exploring and paying a high price to arrive here could only mean one thing. That is, the creator of this postnatal universe was extraordinary. Or there was something inside that the dual origin Great Saint desperately needed. 9 Chaos Great Saints. Lin Yuan was also observing the 9 Chaos Great Saints. CTH Novel FIR. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Dual origin Great Saint? Lin Yuan looked distantly at the horn-headed Great Saint. The chaotic path evolved by the dual origin Great Saint was the fusion of two forces. Although not as perfect as Lin Yuan's fusion of Tain, and able to form a new power like Taiji, but it was not to be underestimated. It's known that an ordinary Chaos Great Saint, even if wanting to evolve two chaotic paths, can't achieve full fusion, demanding a lot from the Great Saint themselves. However, once the fusion succeeds, the increase in combat power would be unprecedented. Lin Yuan's evolution into Tain Taiyang Taiji, finally forming the chaotic Taiji Dao, could presumably reach the level of a peerless Great Saint directly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145. The Explosive Lin Yuan, Seeking Subscription, Chaos Chi drifted. The 9 Chaos Great Saints patiently waited for the time-space storm to settle within the Xianhuang universe. With the Chaos Great Saints unmoving, the surrounding Chaos Venerables naturally dared not approach. More than 100 Chaos Venerables gathered here, and even if they combined forces, they could not perfectly merge their powers to threaten any single Chaos Great Saint. In the Source World, using the war machines containing Chaos secret patterns, the Great Lord might pose a threat to the Heavenly Venerate. But in the Chaos Void, there is no such statement. Rumble. At a certain moment, the corner of the Xianhuang universe that was revealed fell into complete tranquility, with the outer time-space disappearing, revealing an entrance to the universe's interior. Ha ha ha, we can go in now. Blacklight Great Saint's eyes were filled with endless darkness as he stepped forward, causing darkness to spread and cover. The area shrouded in darkness became utterly silent. Even the Chaos Chi ceased to exist. Sir the Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The path of chaos power evolved by Blacklight Great Saint is called Chaos Darkness. The Chaos Darkness here is incredibly pure, akin to an enhanced version of the Chaos Shadow mastered by the Shadow Demon Great Saint. The Blacklight domain is an extension of Blacklight Great Saint's own power. Ordinary venerables shrouded by this domain find it difficult to break free, and are basically suppressed. Rest assured, Blacklight Great Saint won't specifically suppress you. His adversaries are the other 8 Great Saints. The surrounding Chaos Venerables shuddered inwardly. Some Venerables, with cunning thoughts, had intended to sneak in at the moment the time-space storm subsided. But under the shroud of Blacklight Great Saint's Blacklight domain, that possibility was virtually severed. In the distance, the Shadow Demon Great Saint, who was about to be the first to rush into the Xianhuang universe, was similarly enveloped by the Blacklight domain, suddenly sensing that the surrounding time-space was like amber, firmly suppressing him. The Blacklight domain can hardly completely bind a Chaos Great Saint, but suppressing and restraining is simple, at least for now. The Shadow Demon Great Saint noticed a significant drop in his speed. Unable to use time-space traversal means to enter the Xianhuang universe, and could only fly in slowly. Ha ha ha, I'll go in first then. A smile appeared on Blacklight Great Saint's face. Under the shroud of the Blacklight domain, other Great Saints couldn't traverse time-space, but he could. So he could completely be the first to enter the Xianhuang universe. Don't underestimate being the first to enter the Xianhuang universe. In the universe developed and left behind by such a peerless Great Saint, entering even half a minute earlier gives a significant lead, let alone being the first to enter. Buzz. Suddenly, 2 streams of blue-gray aura rapidly spread, intersecting and colliding with the Blacklight domain, and time-space began to shatter heavily. What is this? Black Light Great Saint's expression changed. Under the shock of the blue-gray aura, he too was unable to perform time-space traversal. The prerequisite for time-space traversal is relative stability of time-space, but now the time-space is utterly chaotic. Forcing traversal at this time means indiscriminate traversal, and there's a significant chance of being driven away from the Xianhuang universe. Realizing this, Black Light Great Saint immediately ceased his intention to traverse time-space. Forced traversal right now might get him into the Xianhuang universe first, but it might also send him elsewhere. Even if not far from here, by the time he rushes back, it's estimated that the other 8 great saints would have already gone in, and even part of the Chaos Venerables might have entered. If not traversing time-space, Black Light Great Saint could at least ensure he would be among the top 3 to enter the Xianhuang universe. Black Light, you want to go in first? Did you ask me? The dual origin Great Saint, with his 2-horned head, sneered as his horns, one blue and one gray, continuously vibrated with the power of time-space, centered around them rapidly spreading. He too was bound by the Black Light domain, unable to perform time-space traversal. But though the dual origin Great Saint couldn't traverse himself, he had ways to prevent Black Light from traversing. Ha ha ha, Black Light, if you have the ability, try traversing now. Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately laughed aloud. Although he was confident in not being inferior to Black Light Great Saint, the latter's methods were more numerous than his. Without the dual origin Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint would have likely watched helplessly as Black Light Great Saint became the first to enter the Xianhuang universe. Now it's just right. Black Light and Dual Origin mutually restrained each other, causing everyone to be unable to perform time-space traversal, which is naturally most beneficial for him. Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Black Light Great Saint. Within the endless darkness, Lin Yuan was also among them, similarly feeling the pressure. Regarding time-space attainments, he wasn't superior to the Chaos Great Saints present, so he couldn't perform time-space traversal either. To enter the Xianhuang universe, he could only fly in. The Chaos Great Saints have all evolved their own power paths from chaos, mastering numerous mystical methods, in which I'm indeed inferior. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Along the path of growth, Lin Yuan's most adept at comprehending rules, but compared to the Chaos Great Saints, it didn't provide much advantage. In that case, let's rely on our own abilities. Black Light Great Saint sneered and showed no intention of retracting the Black Light domain. Although the dual origin Great Saint disrupted time-space with his own power, preventing himself from performing time-space traversal, with the enhancement of the Black Light domain he would still fly a bit faster than the other Great Saints even if flying slowly. Swoosh! Black Light Great Saint transformed into a pure darkness and fled towards the Xianhuang universe. Black Light, did you forget about me? Wild Barbarian Great Saint laughed aloud, clenched his big hand, and struck toward the direction where Black Light Great Saint was fleeing. Immediately, time-space once again shattered violently, and Black Light Great Saint had no choice but to stop, turning to look at the Wild Barbarian Great Saint striding over. This is bad. Black Light Great Saint frowned. I was too eager, showing the ability to be the first to enter the Xianhuang universe, only to become the target of both Dual Origin and Wild Barbarian. At this moment, Black Light Great Saint also realized the key issue. In terms of strength, he wasn't much stronger than Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin, but the Black Light domain was very suitable for such treasure-grabbing situations. In this scenario, the equally matched Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin would instinctively join forces, even without prior discussions, to jointly deal with him. Since that's the case, no one should think about going in. Black Light Great Saint gritted his teeth, fully activating the Black Light domain, even abandoning its enhancement on himself, to suppress the Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin Great Saints. Boom! The 3 Great Saints attacked each other, with terrifying aftershocks spreading out in all directions. I can't squeeze in at all. Tianlu Great Saint was at the back, trying to bypass the 3 Great Saints, Black Light, Dual Origin and Wild Barbarian, and enter the Xianhuang universe first. But he found that not only couldn't he get in first, he couldn't even get close. The closer he got to the space-time where the 3 Great Saints were, the greater the constraining pressure he felt. Tianlu Great Saint even had the feeling that if he forcibly went in, he might face a joint attack from the three great saints. The three great saints, Black Light, Dual Origin, and Wild Barbarian, were counterbalancing each other, but if any other great saint dared to fish in troubled waters, they would surely face an attack from the three saints ahead. Forget it, forget it. There's no need to be the first one in. Tianlu Great Saint pondered for a while and finally gave up. With his survival abilities, none of the three, Black Light, Dual Origin, or Wild Barbarian, could do anything to him alone. But if the three of them joined forces, even a single blow might seriously injure him. At the crucial time of entering the Xianhuang universe, if he were seriously injured, not only would he lose the qualification to compete with the three great saints ahead, but even the newly emerged great saints behind might be able to ride on top of him. This is the power of a great saint. Among many Chaos Venerables, Divine Wind Venerable was quite emotional. In the struggle of 9 Chaos Great Saints, they as Chaos Venerables couldn't intervene at all. Only after the 9 Chaos Great Saints entered could they dare to go in. That's why there were more than 100 Venerables gathered on the field. Yet none had the slightest intention of competing with the Great Saints. The gap between the two sides was simply too vast. If it weren't for the fact that those 9 Great Saints looked down on them and were balancing each other, just one could probably clear out all the Venerables. Everyone stay close. Divine Wind Venerable sent a voice message to the more than 10 other Venerables around. They certainly didn't dare to enter the Xianhuang universe before the Great Saints, or even enter together with them. But after all the Great Saints entered the Xianhuang universe, who follows closely behind becomes very important. The power of the Black Light domain enveloped them, and even after Black Light Great Saint entered the Xianhuang universe, it wouldn't dissipate immediately, making it impossible for the Venerables to traverse space and time. Therefore, once the Great Saints entered the Xianhuang universe, whoever was nearest to the entrance could enter first. But this staying close must be measured, not too close, or they'll fall behind the other Venerables, nor too close, lest they provoke a Great Saint to strike, ending in disaster. Even a Chaos Realm Peak Venerable couldn't withstand a casual blow from a Great Saint. This Black Light domain. Lin Yuan was also flying towards the entrance of the Xianhuang universe, also feeling the suppression of the Black Light domain. Flying slowly, I will surely be among the last few to enter the Xianhuang universe. Lin Yuan frowned. Although he had the map inside the Xianhuang universe, it was certainly best to enter first. With the Dual Origin Great Saint shaking spacetime, even without the Black Light domain, I can't perform spacetime traversal. Lin Yuan looked towards Dual Origin Great Saint, who was already very close to the entrance of the Xianhuang universe. Chaos evolution power? Truly difficult to deal with. Lin Yuan rarely felt this kind of all-encompassing suppression, his aura subtly brewing. No choice but to go head-on. Boom. Lin Yuan seemed to transform into an eternal fierce sun. The spacetime attributes within 10,000, 100,000, a million light years were all distorted. Under the illumination of the fierce sun's brilliance, everything turned into his domain. The Black Light domain of Black Light Great Saint, and the blue-gray power of Dual Origin Great Saint quickly retreated under the pervasive glow of the fierce sun. At least in the spacetime surrounding Lin Yuan, these two forces were swiftly expelled. Rustle. Spacetime regained stability. Lin Yuan tore with his right hand, ripping the void before him, then stepped inside. In an instant he appeared ahead of Black Light, Dual Origin, and Wild Barbarian Great Saints. The three Great Saints, who were balancing each other in battle, showed astonished expressions, looking at Lin Yuan, who was about to rip the void again and step into the Xianhuang universe. P.S. It's the end of the month. The monthly tickets will expire if not cast begging for monthly tickets. The last 3 lines are free. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1146. One Palm Strike Seeking Subscription. The internal cosmos fused with the fierce sun's origin source, combining 2 13th-step methods into one. Lin Yuan once again performed the physical body divine ability, world. There was no longer any sort of restriction. No mention of duration. As long as the origin source was sufficient, it could be maintained indefinitely. To some extent, Lin Yuan's divine ability world was no longer just a mere divine ability. Instead, it fused infinite void, fierce sun creation and others, forming a brand new method. Hiding a great saint? A great saint not inferior to us? The Black Light Great Saint, Dual Origin Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately ceased their conflict, turning their focus on Lin Yuan. Among them, while engaging each other, they were also mindful of their surroundings. Having reached such a level in cultivation, they naturally didn't want to let other bystanders benefit. Rumble. The Dual Origin Great Saint acted first, spreading azure gray power, forcibly penetrating the cosmos coverage of Lin Yuan's external cosmos, disrupting space-time. Lin Yuan had already torn open a space-time passage leading to the interior of the Xianhuang universe. One foot was already inside, but he then withdrew. The Black Light Great Saint was unwilling to risk forcing his way through, as it could result in his being the last to enter the Xianhuang universe. Lin Yuan didn't want this either. He held a map of the interior of the Xianhuang universe, ensuring that merely being among the first to enter would grant rewards far surpassing those of other great saints. You capitalized on our fight to take advantage. Quite a clever scheme indeed. The Black Light Great Saint also activated the Black Light domain, previously coalesced 99% of its power on the Dual Origin Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, allowing Lin Yuan to easily repel it with his external cosmos. Now the Black Light Great Saint collected himself. The Black Light domain returned full force, continuously colliding with Lin Yuan's external cosmos, the edges of the space-time turning to dust. Your powers are indeed formidable. I dare not claim to be your opponent. Lin Yuan turned and smiled to the three great saints. That is why I acted thusly. I hope for your understanding. Not an opponent? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's eyes briefly shimmered with murderous intent. Besides anything else, Lin Yuan effortlessly bypassing the regions occupied by them, and reaching the spot closest to the Xianhuang universe demonstrated his strength was no less than theirs. Not an opponent? If the Dual Origin Great Saint hadn't reacted in time, Lin Yuan might indeed have been the first to slip into the Xianhuang universe. Even so, Lin Yuan's ability to withstand the Dual Origin Great Saint's azure gray power, and the Black Light Great Saint's Black Light domain, undeniably showcased his strength. How was he possibly not a match for them? Just who are you? Why haven't I heard of you? The Dual Origin Great Saint squinted slightly. From Lin Yuan's outburst until now, though brief, they've clashed countless times. But what perplexed the Dual Origin Great Saint was the unfamiliarity with Lin Yuan. Within the realm of Chaos Venerables, due to vast distances between their respective void domains, not knowing each other might occur. But a Chaos Great Saint? The emergence of a Chaos Great Saint would swiftly send their name across the Chaos Void. Many venerables from the various void domains would know. Take the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint. Although newly ascended Great Saints, the Dual Origin Great Saint had heard of them long ago. Besides, Lin Yuan's prowess outmatched that of new Great Saints like the Shadow Demon Great Saint, 9 Phoenix Great Saint, not inferior to them in the slightest. Such a formidable Great Saint, their fame and power trajectory should have already spread throughout the Chaos Void. A 10th Great Saint? Another hidden Great Saint? Who is this Great Saint who dared to mingle in the Dual Origin Great Saint strife, yet showed no signs of falling behind? The Chaos Venerables watching from afar felt alarmed. The encounters among the 4 Great Saints, with any random aftermath capable of severely injuring or annihilating a multitude of Venerables. The Dual Origin Great Saint and the Black Light Great Saint, each renowned far and wide. How has this newly appeared Great Saint never been seen before? Could it be a Great Saint from the endlessly ancient times? Among many Chaos Venerables, speculation arose. The fame of a Great Saint transcends space, yet is gradually forgotten over the long epochs. CTH Ovalfire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even the most peerless Great Saints, if disappearing for too lengthy a time. 10,000 cosmic eras? 1,000,000 cosmic eras? 10 million cosmic eras? They will similarly be forgotten, the trace of existence gradually eroding. For instance, the former Xianhuang, Toppling all challengers in their era, other peerless great saints avoided their sharpness. Now few know of Xianhuang, largely limited to special beings like the Eye of Myriad Laws and Altar Spirit. A great saint from endless ages ago? It appears this postnatal universe is quite extraordinary to attract such a formidable being. Those Chaos Venerables watched remotely as the postnatal universe's visible corner emerged. Beings at the level of Chaos Great Saints possessing infinite lifespans, and finding it difficult to die unless self-destructing. Yet most Chaos Great Saints ultimately choose to pursue the 13th step, as living too long bears little significance to a great saint. Only by becoming 13th step can one attain ultimate freedom. The chaos evolution prowess of the dual origin great saint can undermine space-time foundations, yet this newly emerged great saint manages to withstand such destructive power. So strong. Not just the dual origin great saint, the Blacklight Great Saint's Blacklight domain also oppresses the opponent, facing both the Blacklight Great Saint and the dual origin Great Saint together, while still sustaining no signs of decline. The Tianlu Great Saint and several others similarly observed covertly. They had long discarded any thoughts of entering the Xianhuang universe ahead. Dual origin Great Saint and the others were no easy adversaries. Yet Lin Yuan's forceful intervention and displayed power truly startled them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147. A palm strike sends flying, seeking subscriptions. _2" How could this newly emerged great saint have a slight causal connection with me? Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint wondered in their hearts. As Chaos Great Saints, even without doing anything, their influence spreads across various void domains. This is especially true for newly ascended Chaos Realm Masters like Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint who have reached consummation. Countless beings have causal connections with them. In contrast, those peerless great saints who have been in the Chaos Realm for countless ages almost never strike recklessly, making their causal relationships more straightforward. Yet, even though the cause and effect of newly ascended Chaos Great Saints are complex and intricate, forming a connection with a Great Saint of Lin Yuan's caliber still caused Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint to remain unsure and skeptical. Search * the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Is that person a great saint? Or could he be a great saint who can rival dual origin great saint and others? Compared to the surrounding astonished Chaos Venerables, Divine Wind Venerable, and a few other Venerables were filled with extreme panic. Other Venerables, when facing a great saint of Lin Yuan's power, were at most frightened, but they had previously interacted with Lin Yuan. In fact, when Lin Yuan refused their invitation, Divine Wind Venerable had vaguely threatened him. Divine Wind, what should we do now? The two Chaos Venerables following Divine Wind Venerable immediately communicated telepathically. While Chaos Venerables can protect themselves in front of a great saint, unless there is no other choice, they would never dare to offend a Chaos Great Saint. Especially not a formidable great saint like Lin Yuan who can directly contend with dual origin great saint. Even if Chaos Venerables have means to preserve their lives, if a great saint genuinely decides to target a venerable, it wouldn't take personal action. Just spreading the word would be enough to make the Chaos Venerable hide forever in darkness, never daring to show their face again. Don't panic, let's retreat for now. Divine Wind Venerable was inwardly very anxious but couldn't show it. The more critical the moment, the calmer one must be. While many Chaos Venerables were discussing, near the Xianhuang Universe entrance area, Lin Yuan's collision with the 3 Great Saints, including dual origin Great Saint, was becoming increasingly intense. Since Lin Yuan was closest to the Xianhuang Universe entrance, he naturally became the target of dual origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Rumble. The terrifying power clashes caused many aspects of space-time to vanish completely. Lin Yuan felt an invisible penetrating force, passing through the external universe he controlled, falling on his Chaos Realm defensive artifact, then penetrating his physical form, finally dissipated by the internal universe. Currently, the internal universe within Lin Yuan far exceeds that of a normal Chaos Great Saint in scale. The terrifying foundation greatly enhanced Lin Yuan's defensive capabilities. Even if the external force was horrifying, once it penetrated his body, it would be diluted by the internal universe, leaving not much behind. What exactly is this power? Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint felt slightly uncomfortable, their attacks penetrating into Lin Yuan's being, while Lin Yuan's external universe and power of fierce sun heaven creation simultaneously affected them greatly. The omnipresent universe's suppressive force, along with the radiance of the fierce sun, gave Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint a headache, especially the latter, as the vast power of fierce sun seemed to begin twisting and transforming the two Great Saints' exclusive chaos-evolved power. You three are really slippery. Wild Barbarian Great Saint was most furious. Whether it was Lin Yuan, Dual Origin, or Black Light, they were all using their mastery over space-time, whether controlling it, distorting it, or destroying it. But what about Wild Barbarian Great Saint? His methods were much more straightforward, and among the three, felt that he couldn't exert his strength effectively. At this rate, I should be able to enter the Xianhuang universe first. As Lin Yuan and the other three Great Saints fought, they were all moving towards the Xianhuang universe entrance. Even though Lin Yuan was being targeted by Black Light Great Saint and others, as long as he held them off, he was sure to enter the Xianhuang universe first. Black Light, this newly emerged Great Saint, might be an ancient undying from countless ages ago. That's why we haven't heard of him. Dual Origin Great Saint looked coldly and secretly communicated to Black Light Great Saint. Although we are all vying for treasures within this postnatal universe, but you and I are great saints of similar eras, we must not let this ancient undying snatch the most precious treasures. What do you mean? Black Light Great Saint's heart stirred. You and I join forces. We absolutely can't let him enter the universe first. Dual Origin Great Saint said. Although they were already working together to target Lin Yuan, they kept colliding with each other. What Dual Origin Great Saint meant by joining forces was to completely stop their previous collisions and fully deal with Lin Yuan. Go on. Black Light Great Saint transmitted. I have a killer move, definitely able to hold him back, but the premise is no interference. Dual Origin Great Saint replied. You mean you want me to handle him, and not strike at you? Black Light Great Saint glanced at Dual Origin Great Saint, after pondering for a moment. No problem. According to the current situation, unless something unexpected happens, Lin Yuan will definitely be the first to enter the universe. As for the second to enter, it is likely between him and Dual Origin, meaning Black Light Great Saint would enter the universe second or third. And according to Dual Origin Great Saint's intention, given the time and opportunity, he would thoroughly delay Lin Yuan, making him or Dual Origin the first to enter the universe. Whereas Black Light Great Saint would guarantee entering the universe second. Compared to being guaranteed third entry, Dual Origin Great Saint's proposal obviously aligns more with Black Light Great Saint's own interests. Then he'll start preparing. Dual Origin Great Saint immediately closed his eyes. The surrounding space-time suddenly filled with blue and gray hues. Whoosh! The black light domain suddenly expanded, trying to envelop Lin Yuan, but was blocked by the external universe. Dual Origin Great Saint Lin Yuan at the forefront, seemed to sense something and glanced backward. He could feel that Dual Origin Great Saint had stopped striking him, yet the chaotic space-time around the Chaos Great Saint made it hard to discern what was happening temporarily. A short while later, just as Lin Yuan was incredibly close to the Xianhuang universe entrance, buzz, an inexplicable aura quickly approached. Lin Yuan's expression changed. He glanced behind him. At this point, the space-time around Dual Origin Great Saint clarified again. Lin Yuan noticed the two blue-gray horns on Dual Origin Great Saint's head, felt his mind and will being attacked, and began to fall. Not good. Lin Yuan immediately realized something was wrong. The internal universe's power rapidly spreading throughout his body, instantly dispelling the effect. Ha, you all conceded. At this moment, Dual Origin Great Saint transformed into a ray of blue-gray light, bypassing Lin Yuan at an inconceivable speed, and surged into the Xianhuang universe first. You Lin Yuan looked towards Blacklight Great Saint, immediately deducing that the two great saints must have fully teamed up. Otherwise, during the chaotic time around Dual Origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint had full ability to intervene and interrupt. That Dual Origin, didn't he say he could delay? Blacklight Great Saint's face was displeased. Dual Origin Great Saint indeed held up Lin Yuan, but for how long? In such a brief moment, Dual Origin Great Saint was the first to enter the Xianhuang universe. And what about himself? Rumble. Lin Yuan, looking at Blacklight Great Saint, unleashed a powerful wave of suppressive force and power of fierce sun from the external universe, enveloping Blacklight Great Saint completely. This. Blacklight Great Saint's complexion changed slightly, immediately activating the Blacklight domain to resist. However, the suppressive force of spacetime and the shining light of the fierce sun were clearly superior, making it evidently challenging for Blacklight Great Saint. This ancient undying, was he not exerting his full strength just now? Blacklight Great Saint frowned, feeling the pressure as he faced Lin Yuan alone. Boom! Lin Yuan raised his right hand, delivering a fierce strike toward Blacklight Great Saint. The blow felt like heaven and earth collapsing. Blacklight Great Saint immediately felt an incomparable impact penetrating his whole being, with the Blacklight domain protecting him like an iron ball. Then under this impact, Blacklight Great Saint along with the Blacklight domain was sent flying far away. Wild Barbarian Great Saint at the farthest back rejoiced at this sight. With Lin Yuan's strike, Blacklight Great Saint immediately fell behind him. Swoosh! After striking Blacklight Great Saint away, Lin Yuan didn't even look, directly stepping into the Xianhuang universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.